The big night of cricket, and we are on for the cricket tonight. Hey guys, how you going? So down BK Sport, we are live for the second ODI between India and New Zealand. We've already seen the first one where the Indians kind of just got over the line. It was a very close game the other night that we were watching, as it looked like India were just going to absolutely romp them at one stage, and then the collapse happened, looking good. Well, wait for the collapse, get ready for the collapse, which is kind of what happened, but India still was able to get over the line in the end, and I think, actually, let me just see, how much did they end up winning by? It was about by 4 wickets or something like that. They won by, I think it was like 4 wickets. They won by 4 wickets with 6 balls left, but again, it really should have been well and truly over well before that. Virat Kohli getting out on, I think, 93 or something like that. We saw some milestones so close. Shreyas Iyer got to 49, which was, 93 was right for Virat Kohli. And Shreyas Iyer, and they both went down pretty quickly. They were partnering each other quite well until the breakthrough there from the Kiwis, and it did come from Kyle Jamieson. Kyle Jamieson had an absolutely spectacular outing. He got 4 wickets. I think that's his best in the game. But yeah, he took a 4-for, had an economy of 4.10, and gave up 41 runs through 10 overs. He did pretty well considering that most of the other economies, you had Ashok at 9.17 economy. Wow. 7.3 for Chris Clark, 7 for Michael Bracewell, 5.25 for Glenn Phillips. Daryl Mitchell had 7. And Zachary Fogues, he had 4.9. So at least close enough there and in the sub 5 range. And then you compare that with India's bowling, where nobody was under sub 5. There was exactly on the dot 5 for Mohammad Siraj, which I'm surprised that he only bowled 8 overs and didn't bowl the full 10 overs. But, at the end of the day, he did pick up 2 wickets. Harshit Rana got 2 wickets with 6.5 economy, 5.4 economy there for Washington Sundar. Prasidh Krishna was just giving up runs for fun. He started off well and then fell apart. Did take 2 wickets, but 6.67 economy, and most of that came in his back-end bowling. And then Ravindra Jadeja, he got 6.22. So, look, it sets it up here for a good game. I hope we're going to see another good game here. There was a lot to like about the Kiwis on the basis that they have brought across a much younger team, much less experienced team. This is not their full-strength New Zealand lineup, and this is the best team in ODI on the ICC rankings going up against the second best team in the ICC rankings. But it is a little bit unfair because, again, this is not the full-strength New Zealand team. Whilst India aren't playing a guy like, say, Bumrah, they don't have a couple of players, but overall they're pretty close to full strength for the most part. Now, New Zealand have won the toss. They lost the toss in the first one. They win the toss here. As an Australian, we don't know what winning the toss is like. I think we lost 4 out of the 5 tosses between England and Australia in the Ashes. Well, New Zealand win this one, and they have elected to bowl. So they want to let India get off to a hot start and then see what they can do to chase it down, which I think that I'm not too sure about this stadium. Now, this is in Rajkot. This is what's the stadium name? Niranjan Shah Stadium in Rajkot. This is still in Gujarat. Obviously, the other game the other day was in Gujarat as well. And now we're here. And then I think we go into Indore for the third game, which is much more central. But obviously, these pitches, they don't usually do too much. And the batters should have a nice day out. It's a beautiful day there right now. Let's go have a look at the weather, actually. Weather in Rajkot. Rajkot is, beautiful, 26 degrees. Oh my gosh, it's stunning. 26 degrees. There is quite literally not a single cloud in the sky. Quite literally not a single cloud in the damn well sky. We've got a big old day. If you are in New Zealand, you're on my time slot, which is about 8 p.m. This is 8 p.m. right now. If you're in New South Wales on the 7 p.m. time slot, just take an hour off what I'm about to say, and then if you're in Queensland on the 6 p.m. time slot, then take 2 hours off what I'm about to say. But this game will not finish probably until about 4 a.m., 4:30 in the morning my time. So again, for Queensland, that'll be like 2:30 a.m. for you that this game will finish. So it is a long slog. It is a one-day international. There will be a half-an-hour innings break in between where we'll chill out and I'll probably go make myself a coffee and relax for a little bit while you guys freshen up and go get yourself a drink as well. But for the time being, we're probably going to be here for the first innings is usually Usually a good 3.5 hours, so three and a half hours. So let's see how it does pan out here. India have come out onto the field. We've got 5 seconds until the first bowl does get underway, and then we'll get into the chat. Obviously, guys, hit that like button. Subscribe if you aren't new around here. We are absolutely smashing international cricket this year, and that pitch looks awful, by the way. Jeez, and the first bowl is going to be a dot ball. This pitch does not look great. It looks like crack central, baby, crack central, baby. My goodness. Let's have a look at this pitch again. Dude, it doesn't look great, that's for sure. Let's see how this one pans out, son. Let's see how this one pans out. My goodness. But all right, let's get into the old Chadola, and let's see who's rocking and rolling for tonight. Highlands fans, just come on, boys. Hello, hope we put up a fight again. Yeah, well, look, you put up a fight, but with that being said, it did really come... Oh, my gosh, maybe a wicket. Jeez, it was close. Kyle Jamieson getting back to his form that we saw in the first matchup. He did go up for a half shout, but they will not review it. Obviously, in ODIs, there's 2 reviews rather than the 3 for the test. But yeah, he does go up for it. It's not going to be, though. Probably going down. Look, New Zealand put up a fight, especially with a younger and experienced team. But look, overall, there was just a significant, definitely going down. There was just a significant amount of complacency that came in for India in the middle portion. You know, they really fell apart, and once they fell apart, they fell. Maybe they did get complacent. Maybe they did think that they should be running over the top of this team, which, in all honesty, as the best ODI team on the ICC rankings, that's going to be a dot ball. Let me go update the scorecard. But as the best team in the ICC rankings in the ODI, you know, they should have been expecting to win that game really, really well. Yeah, Jay, I just thought about that just before. Welcome back to the old Mr. Hayes. Welcome back. He's kicking. He's flying. He's ready to slap some Muppets this season, that's for sure. Let's move the scorecard over there. And it'll come on some stage. It would be nice for it to come on some stage. I have clicked it, but for some reason it hasn't quite come up just yet. Next bowl, and that's going to be a dot ball. I might have to refresh it or something. Might have to refresh it because I can't seem to do it. This pitch has more cracks than a brothel. Mate, Brenton, is ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous. And what is also ridiculous is the scorecard right now. I'm going to refresh it, and then we're going to see if we can do it that way. Yeah, no, this is crack central, baby. Cricket terminology before any Muppet starts going on. All right, so we're 4 bowls down. And the next bowl from Kyle Jamieson will be a dot ball as well. This is going to be actually pretty difficult conditions here. Obviously there's not too much swing, but it just updated just as before it refreshed is when that scorecard came up, by the way. You're kidding yourself. You are kidding yourself. All right, so just waiting for that. Let me know when that loads. Okay, so final ball of the over. Oh, so Aditya is out. Yeah, look, it makes sense after what we saw from his economy. So Lennox will come in for the Kiwis. And that's going to be a dot ball. Yeah, a bit laggy. I think it's because we're updating this. I think it's because we're updating this right now. Because my internet is working. My internet is working, so I think it's because we're doing something with the screen. I could be wrong. Could be wrong. Give me 1 second here. Yeah, all the pawn tabs. Yeah, exactly right. All right, is it back now? Is it back working now? Because for me, like the game's working, all the internet's working. It's just maybe because I was updating that scorecard. And there we go. There we go. I hate that it's got the cricket.com.au thing there now. Just, I want that out of it. Hold on, I'm gonna fix this. I'm gonna fix this right now. It's the first over, so it doesn't really matter. It does matter, but it doesn't really matter too much. That we're sorting this out as we currently speak. Next bowl, that's gonna be a dot ball here for the second over. Let's crop this bad boy. It's not the internet, bro. I just said this. It's not the internet. The game is working perfectly for me, so that tells me everything I need to know that it's not the internet. I think it's Streamlabs taking so much here. Oh, and now it's disappeared. Okay, now that cricket.com is... Okay, we tried again here. Let me know when we're back on. I don't know what's going on because my internet is working crystal clear as we currently speak. So it's definitely not the internet. Let me know how many fingers we've got going on when you do see me. And that next ball is going to be a dot ball. So New Zealand doing very well in this first 1.4 overs. No runs. Hello, Mr. Jago. Hello, son. Come on down. We're rocking. Folks runs like a bunny in his run-up. Seems running for his life. Well, Shatich, I remember a certain somebody I did ask at the back end of that game 3 days ago on Sunday. I do seem to remember asking you if you're getting nervous, and you made a sarcastic joke about like shaking your boots. That's going to be a single for Shuman Gill, so they'll get off the mark. I seem to remember you saying that you weren't nervous. Well, that was the last time we heard from you until India did pull through in the end. Seems like you got a little bit nervous there, Mr. Shatush. Seemed like you looked a little bit nervous. A little bit nervous. 123 fingers. No, I'm from Queensland, mate, not New South Wales. So we only have the 4 fingers plus the thumb here, not 123. That's not what we do. Travis Peggio, good around your son. What are you thinking from this game? Who do you think is going to get this one up? Do you think the Kiwis can bounce back and make this an interesting series going into the third game, which we'll be live for on Saturday night? Is it Saturday or Sunday this week? Shatich, you'll know this definitely. Is it Saturday or Sunday that the final ODI game is on? I can't remember. I've got it in my schedule. I do. I've got it in my schedule, but it'd be easier just to ask you guys. way easier. That's the end of the over. They've got the 1 run. Nervous. Tish, I know you were nervous, son. I know you were. Jamison was slapping you silly. Jamison was getting his fist and he was putting it down your esophagus. You weren't nervous. India came through in the end, but you absolutely were. You absolutely damn well were. Probably on Saturday. Well, probably doesn't really work out, does it? Probably doesn't really work out, Mr. Shatish. So that now I just have to go search for it myself because you helped nothing. So it is on Sunday. But you said probably, which defeated the whole purpose, man. I had to go search it myself. You did nothing. Kiwis can chase anything under 340. Ooh, that's a big total. I don't know. Not with this Kiwi lineup. You reckon? Daryl Mitchell obviously is a belter of a bat, but you reckon they've got 340 in them? And again, this is a rough pitch, dude. There is plenty of cracks. Also, if people haven't seen the pinned comment, I've decided to do some sporting merchandise on Red Ball this year. So I thought that I'd do something for each team and loosely based around the team to avoid IP and whatnot. Loosely, base it around every NRL team and also every international cricket team. We've got quite a few up already. We've still got a few more to do. But we do have India, Australia, and also New Zealand. India, Australia, New Zealand, and England have their own merchandise on that site. So if you do want to go check it out, there you go. You got the India merchandise there and the New Zealand one. All the links to all the different merch stuff is in the description. So let me know what you think of them. Let me know what you think. Actually, Brenton, I actually really want to know what you think. I loved the Knights one that I did. I want to know what your thoughts are of the Knights one. So if you click on the link in the description, I want your expertise from a Newcastle Knights fan perspective because I think it actually looks mad. Sean says, for an underrated Kiwi team, they did a good job. Lost but still made a game of it. Yeah, I agree. Oh, Jamison's getting so close. It's going to be a single. Jeez, this is the series for Carl Jamison. My goodness me, he's flying right now. It's going to end up being a single. Did they even get a single out of that? No, it might have been just a dot ball. I thought they were going to get a single from that. You definitely know Jay's back. You definitely know Jay's back because, yeah, definitely going down again. Because when he was gone, the football chat, like at some point, because these are quite long during the this obviously isn't either of my team here in New Zealand and Australia, so we do diversify into other sports at some point. Oh my gosh, that did a lot, that ball. That went from here to Tanzania, my goodness me. But overall, Jay is correct. We do want to focus a lot more on the cricket. When we speak a lot about cricket, and then it gets to a bit of a lull in the game, and you got to kind of read the room, right? So, and the moderators know this, and the regulars do know this. It's about reading the room to know when to pick your time to talk about another sport, because we're definitely going to focus on cricket very heavily for the most part, but at some point there won't be anything to talk about in the cricket, and we'll need a bit of inspiration from something that happens in the game or something big or somebody else's conversation, and then sometimes we will diversify into football, or we're hearing about Rue's Iranian ancestry and all that type of stuff in the last stream, which was really interesting, and we do talk and go off topic a little bit at times, especially in these long streams, because we're going to be here for the next 8 or so hours, lads. 8.5 hours. So it's going to be a long one, but overall Jay is correct. Am I right or am I right? Fuck the Bears. Mate, I've never seen you more spot on actually in your life. Never seen it. Easily sliding down the leg, brother. Wasn't even close. Listen, do you want me to commentate the game, or do you just want me to sit here and just twiddle me thumbs? Do you want me to twiddle me thumbs or something? Oh no, Jacko, I want your opinion. Oh my gosh, it's a good bowl again from Jamison. Jacko, I want your opinion on the England merchandise I designed. Go into the description and look at the England one. I want to see an England fan's thought process on it. Too funny. You'll know what I mean. Travis says, I heard some news. Bangladesh will swap with Australia in T20I. Aussie will get England's group. What? Australia. T20 World Cup. Okay. T20 World Cup. News. Australia back in just... Oh, I can't see anything. Hazel on track to be part of Australia's T20 World Cup campaign. That's going to be a dot ball. I'll get around Olivia. Get around you. Australia name provisional T. I haven't seen anything here. I don't think so, brother. I looked at you like that because I was like, surely that's not going to happen. Doesn't make sense. Glad to have you back, Jay. We'll see how long that lasts, Olivia. We'll see how long. See how long before you're like, oh my gosh, I'm sick of him. Travis says, Bangladesh still refused to travel India. Okay, fair enough. So what, Pakistan and... Oh, it's a good shot. That could be 4. It could be 4. That is a 4 for Shuman Gill. They will get to 6 runs, the Indians. So I'm assuming then that Pakistan and Bangladesh are playing in Sri Lanka all their games, correct? But the issue is, if they were to make the final, which they won't. But if they were to make the final, where's it going to be? Is it Ahmedabad or where is it? Missed out an opportunity to use a Noosa line. I should do something with it. Well, I did use the infamous Steve Smith Jofra Archer incident for the Australian one. He just got champed. I'm going to wear that myself. Question is, why do you switch between, like, I'm not complaining, but why do you switch between your different YouTube accounts? They're neat designs, mate. The Bears one should be socially CCP. Yep, that's a good idea. I've still got a few to do. I've got plenty of international teams to do, and I think I've still got another 9 NRL teams to do. But no, I think they're pretty good, man. My favourite ones are so far that I've done is the Knights, is the New Zealand cricket one. I think that looks sweet, and it's good because like it's not just shirts and stuff. You can get shirt, you can get hat, you got bucket hat, you got coasters. There's bloody aprons for when you're cooking up a feed on the barbie and stuff like that. Like it's really cool, that website. You just put the design in, and then it will do the rest. Wow, that was a little bit of a whumper stumper. Oh, from the laptop I use this one. Fair enough. Yeah, MI6. Yeah. He is getting on different ones just to mix up. Maybe it's to mix up his work for the CIA for England and and also his personal use. You know, maybe he just mixes it up so he can have like a normal conversation here, and then he can try and filter the knowledge out of the Australians here. That's what I think Satish is doing. Get around Real Madrid. And that's going to be a dot ball. 6 runs for the first 4 overs. That was Folks. Davis, his thoughts on an Australian cricket team versus the best of the world, Blaze? Would that attract a crowd, you reckon? Yeah, it would, but where is it being played? If it's being played in Australia, I reckon we win. If it's being played overseas, I reckon we lose. So it depends on where it's being played. Broncos one was... Well, they're all in the link in the description, but the Broncos one is Fortress Suncorp, and the Titans one was... written off, but still here, something like that. I think I might design something different for the Titans, to be fair. I didn't mind at the time, but it doesn't really kind of go in line with what we've done so far. But it is very different to the other designs we did. I have huge expectations on Italy. They'll probably beat England in World Cup. Good luck with that. Good luck with that one. That's going to be a single for Rohit. He will go off the dot. And he will no longer be on the duck. And it is now 7 runs for India. But no, I'm probably going to get... Oh, dude, that Glenn Phillips almost catch in Vadodara was incredible. Again, they're showing the highlights of it, the replay of it. It would have been one of the greatest catches you've ever seen if Glenn Phillips picked that up. And I'm talking about like ever. We've seen some amazing catches in history. If he had have caught that, and it's still fantastic that he stopped it from going for a bounder anyway, if he had have caught that, I nearly would have put that down as the greatest catch I've ever seen. That's going to be probably 2 runs here for Shuman Gill. He'll be on 7. Italy didn't even qualify. Why do you think I said good luck with that? What about it in Kenny we trust? Well, you can't. So you got to remember IP and copyright. So if you can't actually use player names, especially when I'm a public like brand in BK Sport, you can't use and they know who I am. So you can't use player names. You also can't use the actual name of the club and whatnot. So you have to have something that resembles. Beats him. Good bowl there. Jamison's been so good so far, man. Just hasn't got that wicket yet. You have to have something that resembles without it actually being, purely it. So by doing that, like I would love to do a Keanu Kenny one. I'd love to do player ones, but it's not actually legal to do that. But if you do something that resembles but isn't specifically it, it's completely fine. I'm not a gambling person, but I believe on me, England will do what they do. I'm not going to deny that, mate. I'm not going to deny it. I'm talking about Italy cricket team. Are you talking about cricket team? Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Do they actually... When do they play each other? T20... I'll be live for it. I will be here. England versus Nepal. Like, England aren't losing to Italy, lad. There is levels to cricket, unfortunately. There is levels. England versus West Indies. Jacko, what are your thoughts on England losing to Italy in the T20 World Cup? What are your thoughts, Mr. Jacko? England, Italy. Oh, it's on the 16th of February. Okay. Dude, I've got such a nice place that I'm going to be in Vietnam. I'm so chuffed, dude. I'm so chuffed. That's a dot ball. Such a nice place. Got a pool, got a gym, be there for a month, and apparently it's got great Wi-Fi. It's got a great view of the city. Stuff like that, so I'm looking forward to it. Lagan says, make a shirt with just a go on it. People will know it's Kenny. Lagan, that's probably one of the greatest comments I've ever seen out of you. I'm actually really impressed by that. Wow. Lagan, that is actually unbelievable from you. Oh my gosh. It's like a brand new Lagan in 2026. It's like the guy's bought himself a brain or developed a brain. That's one of the most fantastic comments I've ever seen out of this guy. So do I, Olivia. The bucket hats are awesome. The bucket hats, it makes me, that's a dot ball, it makes me want to buy, that's a wide there from Jamison. It makes me want to wear bucket hats of teams that aren't even mine. Like, I love the New Zealand one, just proper Kiwi cricket. I think that's awesome. Just proper Kiwi cricket. I would love to wear that, even though I'm not a Kiwi. The Knights one. I'd like a coasters of it. I don't know. When I do things, I want to enjoy it myself. That's why I'm going to probably change the Titans one. I want to be like, what would I want? What would I look for? So that when I look at them, I genuinely think it looks really cool. New Lagan. Oh, good bowl, but it's a dot ball. Yeah, I shouldn't be jinxing it, Olivia. I shouldn't be jinxing it. Like, give it a couple minutes and he'll be back saying something stupid. And here we go. Dom says, if they beat Jamaica, New Caledonia will be in the World Cup and not Italy. Wait, what? If they beat Jamaica, New Caledonia will be in the World Cup and not Italy. Are we talking about the Cricket World Cup here, lads? Are we talking about the Cricket World Cup? Everyone says, and knowing the board, they will still live in a shit out of it. It's got nothing to do with the Titans or the NRL. It's got to do with the NRL. It's not to do with the Titans. It's not club specific. She says, I think USA versus Pakistan will be a thrilling contest. Oh, you are so disrespectful, Shatish, and I love it. Oh, that's a good shot there from Rohit. That's a boundary. So you'll get to 5, and the Indians will be on 14 runs for none loss after 5.1 overs. I wasn't. Well, can we, guys? Can we try and keep it just one World Cup? Let's not have multiple conversations about football World Cup. Soon someone will bring up the Rugby League World Cup and say Italy's not even there. Well, is Italy in anything at the moment? Is my question. But someone will bring up the Rugby League World Cup. Then we'll probably get Olivia talking about the All Blacks and the Rugby Union World Cup in Australia next year, and then we'll go back to cricket. This is what's happening right now. You can see how I get confused here, lads. This is how you get confused. Rabbitohs jersey looks shit. I haven't seen the Rabbitohs jersey. Are you a Roosters fan by any chance? Travis Pedro also, okay, if this is about football then, so if they beat Jamaica, New Caledonia will be in the World Cup and not Italy. The fact that I can even think of a world that New Caledonia is in the Football World Cup does me in gigantically. What group would New Caledonia be in, please? That'll be a dot ball. What group would they be in? Because they will have 20 put past them in the World Cup. They may have 20 plus, and I'm not even shitting you. Australia put 31 past American Samoa back in the day. I would not be surprised if they got a good group that they could have 20 put past them. You should discuss more about the match ongoing rather than discussing England, mate. Shatish, I'm telling you when there's the run scored. Man, we're going to be here for 8 hours. What are you, like the police? Are you like the you must talk about every single ball police? Next bowl here. Up in the air. And that is a shot, son. And I've done this for every single time they've got big rounds, but that's a boundary. Fogues gives up a 4, and it's got 8 runs in this over so far. Patrick Cummins and Starkey would be banned from making TV ads. Oh, jeez, I'm not getting involved in the last part. So here's a boundary. Travis says, Italy have some quality Australian and English cricketer who can give fight, brother. You got to remember there is levels to the game. Whilst you can like teams incoming and whilst you can like the growth of these developing nations, Italy is not beating England. They are not beating Australia. They are not beating India. And they're not even going to beat teams like Pakistan and Sri Lanka. But they are a developing nation, which is nice to see. They are developing. But let's relax. They're not going to be beating England in the World Cup. If they do, you can be right here. I'll be live streaming it. So you can be right here, say, ha, I told you so. And I'll clap you. I'll say, that was a fantastic call, mate. I never would have thunk it. But I also will love you to be right. Because England failing at cricket is hilarious. It is hilarious to an Australian. So I would love you to be right. But I heavily disagree with you. There are levels to this game and levels to sport. That's a dot ball. The fun police. Yeah, fun police. Shatish over here. Not allowed to talk about anything except for exactly what he wants us to talk about. New Caledonia isn't even a full country. It's a French territory. Come on, Italy, don't do this to yourself. Oh, it's still a country. It's still a country. It's basically like you're saying like Hong Kong isn't a country. But it is a part of China, but it is a country. Oh, Shatish, are you sure about Pakistan? Hey, Shatish, why don't you talk about the game rather than talk about Pakistan? How about that? How about that one? Hey, the Hala Madrid says, let's get Blaze paid for doing a... Oh, what has he said? Next bowl, that's going to be a bit of a misfield there. That probably will go back for 3, maybe 4, maybe 4, maybe 4, maybe 4. Oh, they get there just in time. It will be 3. Will be 3. Hold on. Let me just see if I missed a comment or something like that. Zed Hewitt member for 35 months as Camo's Gillette Skin Guard ad makes my skin crawl. Thank you for being a member for 35 months. Huller says, then let's get Blaze paid for doing 8 hours non-stop cricket commentary. Well, no, that stuff is just there. Like, at the end of the day, we're developing cricket, right? Rugby league is where we are able to sustain well. But that kind of stuff there is just because I enjoy doing that. I enjoy that kind of designing. And I think that's going to be maybe a 4. No, good fielding. Should be 3, though, because he had a bit of a slip over. Maybe just the 2. That is 2. So they're on 23 runs not out right now, India. That kind of stuff there in regards to the merchandise is just really, really passion kind of stuff. And if you guys like it, I can definitely do more of it. But yeah, just dabbling into it at the moment. Dabbling into it. So basically, New Caledonia is like Monaco. Is Monaco a French territory? I think Monaco is No, sorry, I'm thinking of... Oh, sorry, Monaco... Is that the same up there? And that's going to be a 4. Another 4 here for Rohit, and they're starting to get some runs now. They're starting to get a move and a groove on now. 27 runs for the Indians through 6.3. They started off slowly, but now they're starting to make a bit of a move. Portugal will win the World Cup, mate. No. We're not doing this, Ronaldo. We're not doing this. The only reason you say that is because you're a Ronaldo fan. Give me one genuinely solid reason that you believe Portugal have the best team in the World Cup, besides Ronaldo. Remove Ronaldo from the equation because obviously you're a fan. I want you to give me one genuinely solid reason behind it. All right, next bowl here from Jamison. And that's going to be a... That's a 4. The camera work there was awful, but that is a 4, so they'll be on 31 runs now, India. Is Monaco a part of... Like, is that actually... Hold on. Yeah, Principality of Monaco is a sovereign city-state and microstate in Western Europe. Okay, yeah. I actually didn't even ever think of that. I'm pretty good with geography. Obviously no Monaco, but... Gold Coast Titans to win the World Cup. How about that? Yeah, I agree with that. I always agree with that. And that's going to be a double. 6.5 overs in. Who's doing the long haul tonight with us? Who's sitting up all night to watch it, by the way? Who's sitting up all night to watch it? Because I will be. I'm going to get a beer and break my diet. It's always way. How long have you been on the diet for, Shauno? Oh, you're talking about the beer diet. You're talking about the one where you're not drinking beers. Well, we're halfway through the month. You've already gotten through 2 weeks here, Shauno. Breaking the old diet. You've only got 2 more weeks to go. Jagger says, Ronaldo can't even win the Saudi League. Al Nassr were first before he got there and dropped now in his 3rd season. 7 points off first, yeah. Well, we won't be on all day. Yeah, well, you're in England, so this time slot is actually perfect for you. For the Aussies, on the other hand, it is 7:30 p.m. in New South Wales and 6:30 p.m. in Queensland and 8:30 p.m. for me, and I won't finish till 4:30, so 3:30 and 2:30 respectively. A lot of people will be asleep. Hannah Madrid says that Portugal coach, Roberto Martinez, is a genuine bottler. He had the best Belgium team. He's still bottled a World Cup in the past. Well, I don't know if we'll be able to do a lot of the World Cup this year. I'll probably do Socceroos games because I'll be really prioritising the NRL as per usual. And also we're not specifically a football channel. I would love to do it, but there's no point unless I'm going to be consistent with football. That's going to be a double. Beer diet is sacrilege. 1 day on, 2 weeks off sounds good to me. Sean, you know what? I back that. I really do. It's all about the mindset. You know, people feel like when you're talking about diets, people are very specific in regards to it needs to just be done. But I don't feel like that's... I've done keto, I've done carnivore, I've done the Thailand diet when I was there in Hua Hin for a couple months. I've done all this kind of stuff. It's not sustainable long term, so you need to do things that are actually within your means. And I actually don't even mind that. That's going to be a single here for Gills, who gets 11, and it'll be 32 runs for India. I don't mind that. 2 weeks on, 1 day off, you get that cheat day where you can still enjoy, have a bit of fun, have a brewski, but then you go back and you got to be strict with that 2 weeks. As long as you're strict with the 2 weeks on, 1 day off, beautiful. But if you do break it and then you do it again tomorrow, or you do it again in a couple of days, then it defeated the whole purpose. So I would agree with sticking to that. 2 weeks on, 1 day off. Beautiful. Next bowl, and that's going to be a single. So it'll be on 33. Well, I better retire after this World Cup. Portugal make quarterfinals at the very best. Yeah, good luck with them. Good luck. Brenton is a sin. I love beer. Yeah, well, you're in a pretty difficult country too, because it's very highly, encouraged. A lot of Asia is like this, especially in like Vietnam as well, where you're walking on the streets at night, and if you're in like a neighborhood, like a family neighborhood and whatnot, you'll see everyone just having some drinks and singing karaoke and whatnot. So it's like highly encouraged. It's very difficult if you wanted to quit something, that your social life with your family and with friends in the area is so important. And I feel like that might be similar in Thailand. I don't know if it's similar with you, but I feel like it might be similar in Thailand, where it makes it very difficult. Jeez, there are so many cracks in this pitch, dude. It's ridiculous. Yeah, World Cup's a great time for you guys, I think, midday. I won't be in Australia, though. I'll be in... I will know. Oh, but yeah! That's going to go for a 4, I reckon. Does it have the pace? Does it have the pace? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. 37 runs for the Indians. Moving and grooving. High score is looking likely as we currently speak, with the way they're starting to motor. It took them a while to motor. It was like about 2.5 overs before they even got a single run, but then since then they've hit plenty of 4s. During the World Cup, I will be in Indonesia. Invisible Animal says, why I got timed out. This is actually the first time I've seen you on this stream, to be fair. I don't even know. Oh, but yeah! Oh, it's a 6. Oh, what a shot there from Shubman Gill. What a shutterino. I haven't even timed anybody out throughout this entire stream, so I'm not too sure. Brenton says, I hear you, Sean, especially how cheap you'd be paying for them in Thailand. Dude, Vietnam's way cheaper than Thailand in regards to beers. You pay 89,000 dong for a beer in Vietnam. That was a big 6 there. 89,000 dong to AED is like $5, $4. Yeah. I think it's even less. 69,000 is what I was getting in Vung Tau. And 69,000 dong is $3.93 for a big time beer. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Talking about 350 is loading. No one denied you 350. Who said anything about 350? Who said nothing about nothing? This deck has produced some pretty big scores. Yeah, I'm not too sure about this deck. So you definitely know better than I would in regards to here. So Christian Clark, next bowl, matches 2. 1 wickets, 73 on average. Next bowl, whoa, that swings away, and it will be a wide. It's getting mad crazy, the price of a glass in Australia. So is Invisible Animal, we're moving away from the football because it gets confusing if we talk about multiple sports, man. So we just briefly go there, and then we move the conversation on back. And then we'll usually diverse into something else as well. It's just expensive in Australia in general, really. So that's going to be a single. No, maybe 2. No, just a single. So the run rate is currently 5.51. Rohit on 21 and Gill on 21. 45 runs scored. .1 overs in. What a day there, though. At least it's not like blistering hot either. That is going to be a 4. Beautiful shot placement there from Shubman Gill. They'll get a 20. He'll get a 25. To be fair, though, this is exactly what we saw from India in the early part. No, we saw a wicket relatively early, didn't we, from India? I think we did. We saw a wicket relatively early. It was the Kiwis who got off to an extremely strong start, 118 for none. Great partnership to start off with, and then it fell apart. At least Darryl Mitchell saved him to get him to 300 and make it a competitive game. And that will be a dot ball. Mr. J. 49 runs scored. But you should be here in Jaipur on 14th of January some years. It's a kite festival here today, and the atmosphere is electric. A kite festival. Don't know if I need to get to Jaipur, all the way to Jaipur for a kite festival, but you do have fun. That's going to be a boundary there. One day it might be there, and they will get the 50 runs up. They'll be at 53. But that does sound fun. When I was there was like a big Hindu festival. I can't remember it. I think I walked out because I was going to get something to eat down the road, and there was just roads blocked off, and there were Krishnas everywhere, and there was all different. There was like one specific god. It was his birthday or something like that. I can't remember. And that will be another 4 here. Oh no, it's just a single. There's a man in the boundary. Kite festivals are great, especially on the 14th of January. It has to be the 14th. Has to be the 14th. Pure kite madness. Is there enough wind in Jaipur? When I was there was not a single bloody inkling of wind at any stage. Not a single part of wind. Not a particle. Not a single dust was moved from any point of anywhere. But when I was in Jaipur, I think it was my first night. Yeah, it was my first day there, and I'd come across. I was already sick, and I went to actually Shatish's Airbnb, and I had to go out and get something to eat. And guys, when you're sick, and I mean like really sick in India, and you have to go out. What's the siren? There's a siren going off here at the stadium. Oh, it's a no ball free hit. It is a no ball free hit. Hold on, I'll go on with the story in a second. Quiet, please. No ball free hit, massive. This is a huge, huge one. No ball free hit coming on up. Let's see this go big. Rohit, your time to smack a 6 here. I'll finish your story off in a second. And it is swing-a-ding-ding and a miss at this. Big miss, big swing, big miss. It's 55 runs through the first 9 overs with no wickets. So anyway, when you're extremely sick and you're, say, in Jaipur, which is a pretty hectic place in regards to there is a lot of people there. It's not quite necessarily everywhere. Jaipur is not an insane amount of people. But in Jaipur there is. And I think it was like 42 degrees that day. The humidity was just wild. It was ridiculous. And I had to walk a good I walked about maybe 300-400 meters to go to a meat place, which was great meat. But my gosh, that was the worst feeling I think I've ever had. Because obviously every 2 seconds you're getting people asking where you're from and people demanding you to come into their shop and all that type of stuff. It was just full on. You don't want to be sick and going outside. That's why you want to be in a 5-star hotel when you're sick. But overall, it was a great experience. It's just that first day was so hectic getting food. So hectic. You are sick even sometimes now. I've been sick in a while, to be fair. Sometimes I feel a little bit under the weather, but not like sick. That was sickness. That was sick. Jaden Lennox getting an opportunity here. 31 years old, getting a crack. Sick and 42-degree India, no thanks. Yeah, the humidity was full on. And I didn't know anything about the area, so I'd come across some. I was at a 5-star hotel in Jaipur. It had peacocks and everything. It was beautiful. And then I went to one place, and it was fine. Shatish's place was much better. It was much better of the two that I stayed in the Airbnbs. Obviously, the 5-star hotel was just insane. But when you don't know the area too, Mate. Mate. Lagan's not being racist by saying no thanks. How is that being racist? He's just saying sick in 42 degrees India. No thanks. I'd say the same thing. It's not racist to say that. Wait, what? Sick talking wise, mate. No, mate. I've never been sick talking wise in my life. Sounds pretty sick to me what you're saying. How is what Lagan just said racist, by the way? It's just like saying sick in 35 degree Sydney. No thanks. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's the same thing. He just said, "Oh, sorry, Kraken. I didn't see that comment, my guy. I didn't see that comment." Yeah, no, you do get a timeout for that, Lagan. No, Kraken, you're actually right. And of course it's Lagan. You're actually right. Sorry, I didn't see that. And I think the mods missed that one too. Yeah, we've got to keep it respectful here. I think untimed cracking out because that was the shower siren. Whilst I understand, is comical. If you have that kind of humour, we can't really have that on our streams. No. So 56 runs, and that's going to be a dot ball, 9.4. Yeah, it didn't take long for Lagan to get back to his best. Yeah, Kraken, you've been untimed out now, mate. That is a dot ball. Didn't take long for Lagan to get back to his prime time. And dot ball. Olivia, did you feel that the Kiwis were in the game any moment during that first ODI? Well, I think Olivia stayed with us probably for the first half of the Kiwi innings, and then maybe jumped off. She wouldn't have seen the Kiwis get back into that game. Next ball, and it's going to be another dot ball. About to finish up with 10 overs. Couldn't really watch too much, so I can't say. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. Missed that comment earlier. It happens, man. Again, I don't see every single comment either. I see most comments. But that's going to be a dot ball. So after 10 overs, 57 runs for India. So if you want to try and times that by 5, then you go to 250, 257, 264, 271, 278, 285. That's not what they're going to be at. Usually you add a good another 30, 40 runs on to that because obviously the run rate starts to get up later on, depending on wickets, which the wickets aren't really falling right now. I'm probably saying that India are going to set out a target of about 340. I'll go 330, 340. He's a slippery gypsy, the old Lagan. Wow, really slow runs in that over. Went from up around the 12 and 13 mark to 2. 2 runs in the over. That's a huge limiting over there. So Clark back for a bowl and dot ball in the first bowl. Rob Viking says, I realised the Kiwis lost in the first ODI was after about 10 straight wins. Yes. It was actually... Yeah, they'd beaten England 3 times, Sri Lanka and whatnot. England are really poor in ODIs at the moment. It wasn't against the most strong opposition, but also it's unfair in a lot of ways to really use this series as a genuine telling point for what this Kiwi team is. That's going to be a single here for Gill. He'll be on 32. Very unfair because and it's their choice though, so it's unfair to use this as a New Zealand thought process of how their ODI team is, but it's also fair because it was their choice to not take their players. It's not due to injuries and whatnot. They chose to not take their players. One, T20 World Cup's coming up very, very soon, and just for multiple other reasons. So this isn't the pure ODI team of New Zealand, but also that's their choice. So take that what you will. Up in there'll be a single. Take of that what you will, but just a bit of context behind it. She just says, come on, Blaze, you were cursing the deck in the first few overs, and now you're saying 340, 350. Was I wrong in regards to the way? Bro, look at the deck. That doesn't mean that it can't happen. Look how many cracks there are. This has got more cracks than a den, son. This has got the most ridiculous. This has got the most crack that I've seen since I was in Vancouver, mate. My goodness me! Look at the deck. Look at it. With the way that India is scoring right now, this is great stuff. But also, they know these decks. They know how to play their decks. Because guess what? They're at home. Shock horror. Space Garage says, remember there was an England debutant last year who got tonked for 70-something in a T20? He made the world record, actually. Are you talking about no ball rubber? No, because that was in county, wasn't it? And that was test. But he got done for just, I think it was like 70. Wasn't Jacko? No, he didn't retract it, Jacko. That cut was removed from a moderator, calling it typical Aussie. It's like, I'm not even lying about it. Like, it's not even a lie or a joke. At the end of the day, you can change your opinion. It is acceptable. I was spoken to you about this, guys. People always expect you to have this one opinion and maintain it the whole time if you're a content creator because they heard you say it, so they're like, you must think this way. That's going to be a 4 here. No, yeah, it is a 4. It is a 4 for Gill. He gets 63. You can change your opinion, but also, secondly, if you look at that pitch, you can see cracks larger than the entire continent of South Africa. No, not even South Africa. The entire continent of Africa. I was going to say South America, and then I said South Africa. The entire continent of Africa, there's more cracks here. So it's not like that it's full of shit. It's just that India know how to play these conditions. I could see New Zealand getting done pretty quickly here. Went for 43 and over, thank you. Close enough to 70, Jacko. New Zealand should get a move on soon. How do you propose they do that, Lagan? As the bowling team, how do you propose? I'm really looking forward to this one. How do you propose for New Zealand to get a move on soon as the bowling team? How do you propose this? Jeez, I'm very intrigued. Oh my gosh, take those women off of the camera. The noise they just made just then was awful. It was like screeching into the microphone. That's giving me a single here at 64. At the start, I've told you the crack's just an illusion. No, they're definitely cracks, mate. There's definitely a lot of cracks there. I can see it. I can see them. I've got eyes. I've got eyes. Will I stream the AFCON final? Have you ever seen me stream an AFCON game? That's going to be a good shot. That's going to go through for a 4. 68. Bowl the ball into the stumps and hit the wicket. Then you move on to the next batter. If you did that 10 times and move on to your innings. It's a bold strategy. I do like it. It's a bold strategy. I do like it, but that's too smart for Lagan to come up with. So I'm going to have to disagree with you on that sole purpose. If you had said that originally and Lagan didn't insinuate something like that, I probably would have said that's probably the go, but I can't agree with it now. I just can't. Can't do it. It's going to be a single there for India. They're about 69. Now we're talking. To put it simply, New Zealand need a wicket. No, Rob. You're kidding. You are kidding me, Rob. Come on, this is a serious channel. It's not a single joke we ever make here. You're telling me New Zealand need a wicket right now? I don't believe you. So, Shatij, I know you're joking, bro, but you do have to read the room a little bit. It's not just every comment is just like shit talk. We mix it up. You got to mix it up, man. I can understand why the moderators have timed you out there. You got to mix it up. Have fun, have a laugh, have a bit of banter, back and forth. It's not just typical Aussie sandpaper gate. You don't know what you're talking about. Do you know what I mean? You've got to be able to mix up that conversation. Brenton says he won't be streaming AFCON, but will be streaming the darts later on. Mate, I'll be streaming the darts at about 111 runs. About 111 runs. I hope he knows how to read. No, I think Shatij is in like a bit of an awkward place right now because he's Indian. I know Shatij. He he's like learning the Australian banter and the kind of the way that we talk to each other and the way to implement. Like we don't. When you know how we talk, it's not just 20, like with your mate sometimes, but no, it does come in and out as a single there, so they're on 70. It's very difficult for people who aren't from here to know when is, I guess, the right time to do it and the wrong time to do it. Because I remember at the first time, Shatij thought I was being serious when I called him a CIA agent from England. Wait, during the Ashes, when I called him the FBI CIA agent, he messaged me and was just making sure, like, that, you know, like he didn't piss me off or anything like that. And I was like, bro, it's just banter. It's all good fun. And he understood that and now he plays into it. But now he's gotten to a point where he's kind of playing into it too much, where it's like, it's incessant. So he'll bring it back in the middle and it'll be perfect, where he'll be able to do both sides of it. But I can understand why he's been timed out there. He's doing a terrible job at Aussie banter. Let him have it, Jay. He's trying. And that'll be a dot ball. Because, like, I did let him off as well. I did let you off, Shatij, because the first thing I could just talk about is the fact that your greatest player of all time is known for match fixing, amongst other things. So I don't think we want to go down a path of a moral superiority from Indians about the Australian cricketing team, which is what they do on a frequent basis. But I just don't think, like, you know, it's funny. England have more moral superiority over Australia. Yeah, that's up in the air, but that's going to be a catch. Rohit has gone on 24 and it's 70 for 1. He just miscued that one a little bit. It is 70 for 1. The first wicket comes, and Rob, you called it, mate. I can't believe it, Rob. Rob, you smacked him. You've done that. The country of India should blame Rob Viking One Aviation, because that wicket came as soon as he said, to put it simply, New Zealand need a wicket. Well, they've just gotten a wicket, and now it's 70 for 1. India folds once their top order is gone. We did see that in the first ODI, Kraken. No. India folds once they've kind of got to number 5, and then the average drops off massively. If you go and look through their team, so you've got Rohit Sharma and Gill, who can obviously bat. You've got Virat Kohli and Shreyas Iyer, who can obviously bat. Jadeja can bat. Rahul is probably their last primetime batter, and then the average drops off. Now, Harshit Rana had a really good batting performance. He had a really good batting performance in the first game. Massive. But he's not usually going to do that. Yadav, I don't believe in. Krishna, bit all over the shop. Siraj, we well know. Don't really believe there. So once they kind of get through their big bopper, honestly for mine, India is so heavily reliant upon what Virat Kohli is doing, and they can completely collapse based off of what he does. Sean says, this is the best place for him to learn our language, listen, read and learn. Exactly right. It is honestly the best place. Lagan says, bowlers should get a water bucket and water the pitch. Thank you, Lagan. Thank you, mate. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to buy a bucket hat of the "You Just Got Champed," and then every time Jacko or somebody or Shatij or someone says something bad about me, I just say, "Don't worry about it. The last time we played each other, you got champed." That's going to be a boundary. That is a boundary for Kohli on his first shot of the day. He's already got a full. Hope they collapse. Well, it's not looking great for a collapse with Kohli going bang for a boundary. Because they just need one more and New Zealand would be really back. Well, it's not like New Zealand's out of it. We've been there for 2 seconds in the game, mate. It's 12.3 overs in. We're only 12.3 overs in and we're talking about New Zealand being out of the game. To be honest, Iyer is there exactly for when Virat gets out early. I wouldn't base that off the previous game because as soon as Virat got out, Iyer went straight away. You just got champed, buddy. No, that's the shirt. That's the merchandise I designed for Australia. You can go check it out in the description. The link to that merch. It's literally you just got champed. You just got champed, buddy. I didn't jinx Rohit. I was just saying what New Zealand need a wicket. Rob, listen. I understand that you jinxed him. and you've disappointed the entire country of 1.4 billion people of India. I understand you've done this. You've just got to own it at this point, mate. Really, you do. You just got to own it. Well, I don't know why you put Buddy at the end of it, Jay, so I thought you didn't know what I was talking about. And that's going to be a 4. It will be a 4. It will be a 4. That's 13 overs down. New Zealand guy says Kiwis, well, it's not looking spectacular. It's not looking spectacular. Again, this is not their full-strength lineup. What are we thinking about the Knights this year, New Zealand guy? What are we thinking? I'm not asking Brenton. We don't want to know Brenton's opinion about the Knights. I just want to know what your opinion is about the Knights, because I'm pretty certain you're a Knights fan, which I'm so sorry, and my deepest condolences. What are we thinking? 2020. You saying you're going to come 20th? Is that what you're saying? Maybe. That'll be a record, though. That would be a record to come 20th in the 17-team league. So Coley on 5, Gill on 45. And that's going to be a single. Love the Knights. No, I know that. That's why I'm asking the question. That's why I'm asking. Bowlers getting a move on now. Getting a move on a little bit now, Lagan. They've kind of been getting a move on since the start. But it's just that, well, Jamison got a move on from the start, just didn't pick up the wickets. Knights just lost Adam Elliott. Their season is over already. Yeah, no, rough times. So that's single. And they've got a 42-year contract for their halfback, who's not actually a halfback. So run rate is 6.08. It's a good, strong run rate. Do I have a personal favourite Indian player from this team? Oh, it would be Boomerang when he's playing. I would say my favourite player from this team, from this specific team. 1 second, next bolt. And it will be a single. It'll be an A2. From this specific team, I would probably look at Harshit Rana. I do really like him. I think that he is an okay bowler, like a good bowler, not a great bowler. I don't know why, I just vibe Harshit Rana. I really like him. And he did really help India get that win in the ODI in the first game. I don't know, I've just kind of liked him since I saw him come down under for the Indians in the Port Gavaskar Trophy last year. So I'll say Harshit Rana. The Indians will always say Virat Kohli. And if not, they'll say like a Rohit Sharma or something like that. You guys can answer your question if you've got your favourite Indian player from this team. But I would go with Harshit Rana. If you're talking about best player, we all know the answer to that. But if you're talking about my favourite player, then I'd go with Harshit Rana. And that's 4 runs off the over. Lennox is keeping a nice little low economy right now. Dogs got Galvin. Their season is over too. True. 14 overs down, 83 runs scored. When the drinks break comes, we'll have to run to the bathroom. Dude, I'm so looking forward to a banh mi. You have no idea, lads. Oh my gosh, you have no idea how much I'm looking forward to some Hong Kong dumplings, but if you think I'm looking forward to that, you're right, but it's nowhere near the amount that I'm looking forward to my first time I get there. When I first arrive in Vietnam, I'm going straight to some random Vietnamese lady, and I'm demanding the best banh mi that's ever damn well existed, and I'm going to give a double. I'm going to give a double. And I'm going to ask her, listen, you are the future of banh mi's. I'm coming to you every time. I'm not going to ask him, tell her. Apparently, a fair bit of Indians left the stadium as soon as Kohli got out. Indians fans are worshippers of players, not necessarily fans of the game of cricket. I'm going to say something that could potentially be taken as disrespectful, but it's not meant in a disrespectful way. A lot of Indians are very high on status. They're very focused on public persona and how they are seen, right? Oh, jeez, that could have been out. Gill very close there on 47. They're very concerned with public perception and with status. And Kohli is like the status of India. You know, like you've got your Bollywood stars. Geez, that should have been gone. You've got your Bollywood stars, and they're massive. And you've got these so many people there. But Virat Kohli, when it comes to India, is like the guy. Tendulkar would be there, but I don't know. I think Virat is their guy overall, number one. So people will go there for the sole purpose of saying that I watched Virat Kohli. They will go there for the sole purpose of being that fan, rather than just for the Indian team. So you will get people who don't care about cricket go there just to watch Kohli, which is kind of what you've just alluded to. So, yes, that doesn't surprise me. Shatish says, when this timeout will end? Just to learn some Aussie banders and draw a line when needed. No, well, it's not like we were angry, Shatish, but sometimes you just got to let you know. You know, I explained. I know you're learning. I understand it. Next bolt, and that's going to be a double. I'd rather watch Tendulkar than Kohli. Mentality-wise, sure. Player-wise, I actually would prefer to look at how Kohli bats. I would prefer to watch Kohli, but in regards to like attitude and mentality, I'm taking Tendulkar. Scott London says just call the game. Well, the thing is that we've seen 4 dot balls in a row, Scott London. You know, when something happens, I'll let you know exactly what happens. We're also at the very start of the innings, right? So there's 2 innings, as you would know. That's 50 overs. We've only gone through 14.5. I've told you about every 4. I've told you about every run that they've gotten. And I tell you about who's bowling. But when there's dot balls, it's not really too much going on. So that's why we talk about different things, because we're here for like 8.5, 9 hours, mate. So it's not just like a pure ball-by-ball commentary. If you have a question about the game and you want me to answer something for you in regards to what's happening on the field, and you want that thought, then please let me know. But in regards to that commentary, I will let you know what's going on when I feel like it is necessary next bowl, and that is going to be a 4. That is going to be a 4 there from Shubman Gill, who gets past the 50 bum, 50 bum, 50 bum, 50 bum. Shubman Gill gets past the 50, and that is 87 for 1. Well, you don't need to really time that one out, Brenton. If he had to come back with like a bad reply, a snarky reply, then you could have probably removed it. But sometimes people don't know that we're not just a pure, specifically commentary channel. Durant says, I think why people worship Kohli so more than Tendulkar is because of Kohli's antics and his personality, and he's very loud spoken on the field, where Sachin was natural and just kept moving things. You could say as well, Virat is also married to a popular Indian actress in Anushka Sharma, which is an elite couple. Yeah, absolutely. Virat Kohli is just that's going to be maybe a 4. No, there's going to be a man on the boundary, be a single. He'll be back in 10 seconds. Yeah, some people just don't know. So, like, if they're new, if he says, like, something, if someone, this is for Brenton or just in general, moderators will know this. If someone just says, like, oh, can you please put the game on? I'll usually, unless it's in the BKRtravel, I'll usually just reply to them. If they say put the game on, dickhead, or something like that, then you can piss them off. But if they don't, like, insult me with it, it's sweet for the time being. I'm 0 for 2 for my timeouts. Bro, you're new to it, Brenton. It's all good. You'll get used to it. No matter what, you started off well by timing out lag and ball sacks immediately. That was the greatest timeout of all time. At least Tendulkar wouldn't shoulder a 19-year-old and have a cry about it. That is true. That is very true. Rob says, they said in the last ODI they cheered when Rohit got out because Kohli was coming in next. Yeah, it tells you a lot, Rob. It tells you a lot. Nobody compared to Tendulkar, absolutely no one. Okay, well, you've got a better idea of this than mine. So you would say, and take this from a non-biased perspective, think about it from a country perspective, would you say that Sachin Tendulkar is a bigger star of all time in India than Virat Kohli? Or would you say Virat Kohli is bigger? Because I believe that what Virat benefits from is social media. Tendulkar didn't have social media back in the day. So I feel like Virat Kohli has the benefit of social media in comparison. For example, look at it as a single there for India. They'll get to 89. Gill will be on 52. For example, Pele did not have the kind of social media and the ability for everybody to watch as, say, a Lionel Messi or Ronaldo. Same thing goes with Diego Maradona. These kind of players. So you get told about these guys, you get to watch these guys, so of course these guys are going to be the ones that get the preference in regards to the overall thought process, and these guys, which whether you agree with or not is up to you, but that is just kind of how it is seen. That's going to be a single there, so they'll be on 90 now. The naughty 90s for the Indians, 90 for 1 up to 16 overs. So I personally believe from an outsider's perspective that Virat would be actually not even close, but I understand from a long-term perspective, especially with the older generation, that Sachin Tendulkar is probably number 1. No worries, at least you speak English. And I appreciate it, Scott. Yeah, like I said, if you have something that you want to specifically talk about in regards to the game, and you want to know, like obviously you've got the scorecard over here, so what the runs are, you've got the amount of runs that are being scored there, and it will update to how many runs are needed once we get into the second innings. Debatable on the English, as an Australian. We obviously speak our own English. But, yeah, it's more just like a watching the game with a bunch of mates, kind of deal having a bit of a laugh rather than just pure ball by ball. I could only imagine trying to look for an English stream. Is there any Kiwis who do the Kiwi international team? That's going to be a dot ball. Obviously, I'm Australian, so I don't have an investment in this game. We just came off the English Ashes series, but I don't know if I know of a Kiwi stream, or maybe does the Kiwi lad still do cricket? Surely he's doing the Kiwis if he does. I know there's about 1 billion Hindi channels for cricket, maybe 1 trillion. I did hear during the Ashes series that there's a couple of English lads, and I know there'd be some for Australia. Next ball. And that's going to be a single. Oh, no, that's going to get through. And that will go for a 4 for Virat Kohli, and he'll be on 13. Shatish says, popularity-wise, Kohli has been a lot famous. As you said, social media is a great factor. But when it comes to Tendulkar and the conditions he has played in, nothing would come close to SRT. Okay. So what you're saying is you agree with me in regards to the global recognition and the internal recognition domestically, but you think that Sachin Tendulkar will always be regarded as the best cricket player ever in Indian history. I stipulate Indian cricketing history. But, so you'd say that pretty much everyone would still say Sachin Tendulkar, on a majority, most people would say Tendulkar is still the best cricketing player in Indian history. Space Garrison says, no, mate, Kohli is not more worshipped than Tendulkar. It may seem like it because the internet is like a loudspeaker. This is what I'm saying, though. That's exactly what I'm saying. Tendulkar is bigger, definitely, still. Well, Shatish, I think you're similar to my age. I'm 31. I think you're roundish my age. I can't remember, bro. I think you're roundish. Maybe you're younger, maybe you're a little bit older. I can't remember. Let us know. And Space Garage, how old are you? Because this will tell you a lot as well. Like, if you're around my age, of the 30s plus, then next bowl. And that will go through again for a 4. Brilliant shot there from Shubman Gill. He'll be on 56, and they'll be on 99 for 1. 99 for 1. If you're around my age, you're probably always going to regard Sachin Tendulkar. But if you're under my age, I think for the most part, people are going to go with the social media prospect of Virat. Let me say, Scott is from England, so he's still a bit crabby about his Ashes loss. Tommy, get around. You've been a member for 47 months. You're a legend, mate. You're a legend. Scott, get that one into you, Scotty. Brent says, yeah, that's fair enough. He's a front rower. It's been one of our main guys and played. Oh, you're talking about Leo Thompson. And that's going to be up in the air. Oh, he's gone. Yeah, no, that was just up in the air. Oh, Shubman Gill playing so well. He's out on 56. Daryl Mitchell will get the grab. He cost them big time in that first ODI. Daryl Mitchell with a big drop in the crunch. But he does get the grab here, and that's 2 wickets before 100. That is 2 wickets before 100, and the crowd just went silent, just like Travis Head, making them silent in Ahmedabad. Daryl Mitchell's just made them silent here in Rajkot, sorry. That's a big wicket. That's a big wicket. I'm also 30. Jay, you were 30 in 1943. That's when you were 30. Rob says, I'm a Kiwi, so I have a vested interest in this game. I don't know about the old Kiwi thing. Whereabouts in Kiwi land are you from, Rob? Don't know about this. Scoring 18k ODI runs in that era was no joke. Don't disagree. Definitely Shatiz, especially when a modern day score would be 220 for first innings back then. Valid. I'm 19. Oh, okay, wow. Okay, so 19. I think maybe you just have a lot more proper cricket ball knowledge than, say, a lot of the generation. I would say that you're an outlier. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I agree with you. But I would say that you're an outlier for the most part, except for ones that have watched cricket all their life kind of deal and actually care about cricket, not about the celebrity status of individual players. Did I see the English Cricket Board come out and say they plan to try and not engage? Yeah, fuck them. It's not their choice. And I'll say this like straight up. It's ridiculous that we've seen this from England. England have come out and said that they don't want to play a pink ball test in 2030. Hey, guess what? We don't give a shit. At the end of the day, it shouldn't be up to you, you bunch of complaining, sook and whinge and bloody palms. Dead set. It's ridiculous that they're already complaining and we're still 4 years away. We've literally just finished up with the Ashes a couple of weeks ago. We're 4 years away and they're already complaining about the next Ashes. It is absolutely spectacular. It is spectacular to hear this. Dead set. Why is it that you feel you have a right to tell us how we want for our home series? This is why when we go to England, we struggle. Even though we tied you in the last couple of times. And this is why we go to South Africa, we struggle. We go to India, we struggle. Guess what? Because it's their pitches, it's their country, and it's not our choice in regards to how they do it. We're not going to say to England, hey, we want you to have a night test. We want you to do this. No, we'll play the conditions that you give us because we're coming to your home ground. For them to already be whinging 4 years away that they don't want to play a pink ball test, that's your problem, not ours. But on the flip side of this, by the way, it's 2 for 99. We're just waiting for Shreyas to come in. On the flip side of this, if you want to play that way, well, I hope it's 35 degrees like Adelaide, where you're not used to, and you struggle in the heat. How about that? So it's a bit of a lose-lose here situation, but at the end of the day, I want them to make all 5 of them pink ball tests now, because who are you to come and tell us how we're going to operate for our summer series in our country? We're not playing in Manchester, we're not playing in Liverpool, we're not playing in London, we're not playing damn well England, we're playing in Australia. The decision is down to Australia. Dead set. It's just one game. It's just one game. My gosh, it's ridiculous. Roosters today, so this match is being played at Saurashtra Cricket Association Stadium. Do you reckon this field favours more batting or bowling? Well, it's interesting because at first I would have thought bowling. And right now I'm also kind of coming back around to that. Because if you look at the pitch, there's cracks galore. There is cracks galore here. That's going to be a single. So they'll get to the hunch. Shreyas will be on 1. It's cracks galore. But they have hit quite a few boundaries. So it's an interesting one. You know, I probably should have stuck with that basis of 30, 40 runs extra to 80, 275, which would turn it to be, go 40 runs in the upper end. So 275, 280 will go 280. So 290, 300, 310, 320. 320 is probably looking around that point. But I did go and say 340, 350. It's not out of the equation. But I'd be willing to bring it back down to still a very solid score, very, very good score of 320-ish. She says, does Blaze get timed out? She says, I'd like you to try and time me out. How about you do that? I want you to time me out. I want you to do it. I want you to time me out. Please. I beg. And it's going to be a dot ball. It's Lennox bowling right now. We are 17.1 overs in. Palm's got slapped 4-1. Better blame something. Well, they blamed the Sneeko for losing this series. They're just getting ahead and blaming the pink ball test for 2030. 2930. They had more fun here drinking as opposed to cooking. Yeah, Noosa, big fan. Massive fan. Massive fan. Yeah, I can time out mods though. Yeah, absolutely. Space Garage says true, because I just know Brenton's going to say something silly during a Knights game this year. We're going to have to slap him. I know it for sure. Next bowl. And it's going to be a doppel. To be fair, I don't think Brenton comes really for Knights games, because you're usually watching it separately, aren't you? Because you don't want to have to deal with my shit talk. Isn't that right, Brenton? I don't feel like you come to a great deal of Knights games. Sean says, I'm over. Maybe actually Brenton is just not coming because he's not watching his team and he's sleeping because he knows that's better for him. I'm over half an antique, but I'm 25 years old. My brain's still. We don't grow up mentally, but we do definitely grow up physically. Up in the air, double. Rob Viking says, on the flip side, Australia bent over backwards to cede to England's demand for the COVID Ashes because otherwise they might not come. Exactly. We do so much, but unfortunately, a lot of the time when you do these kind of things, they will take it and then they will go further with it because they think that, okay, this is a bit of a pushover. We're able to ask for what we want to get it. We'll try and take what we can get and get more. I turn up, come on, man, I'm at the games. Well, I know you're at most of the streams, but I felt like a lot of night. Well, maybe you're just a lot more quiet in Knights games. So I know you've been at some, but or I'm at games. I feel like were you at quite a few games last year? Richard Tish is still bitter of the 23 Cricket World Cup. Yeah, he is. He is still bitter about Ahmedabad. He does still know that Travis Head is the GOAT of India. Space Garage says, true home advantage is a big thing in cricket and should remain that way. Away wins are special for a reason. Yeah, absolutely. Like if Australia can beat South Africa and South Africa, which I actually don't believe this year, but if we could beat South Africa and South Africa, it'd be monumental. I might tear up on stream. That would be amazing. That would be top tier. Away wins in Test series, whether it's Ashes or India or England, doesn't matter. It's so special when you get that win. As Rob has a vested interest in this game, Jenkinson is required, isn't? Rob, are you sure you're Kiwi, son? I feel like I swear you're English. I'm sorry for disrespecting you if you're not. Or maybe I'm thinking about someone else. I feel like maybe you might have come in the Ashes and been English fan. Am I wrong? Yeah, I went to like 4 or 5 games last year and you didn't stream any nights either. I watched a couple of Link streams as well. I streamed pretty much everything. I think I only missed 2 Knights games, which was one of the only teams I missed really last year. I did miss the Tiger Storm 64-0 blowout, but that was because I just arrived in Bangkok after a hectic experience getting out of India with the Pakistan-India stuff happening. I just arrived in Bangkok and the internet wasn't really going and all that sort of shit, so I didn't stream that Tiger Storm. I didn't stream the Knights Titans comeback, actually. You're lucky. That's a single here for Australia to get to 3. And another Knights game. I think I only missed like 3 regular season games last year. I didn't miss much. What's Ruse said? Oh yeah, no, we did already discuss that. And that's going to be a single. I don't even know about the Chiefs coach. Geez, that must have been a D-Carry time. I recall when an IPL game got cancelled midway and had to rush everyone. Oh, scary time. I recall when an IPL game got cancelled midway. Yeah, that was up in Punjab. I think it was a Punjab Kings game, yeah, because there were drones and stuff at the time. Everyone had to say get the players on a flight ASAP. I'm pretty certain that was a Punjab Kings game because Punjab. I don't think it was because of that. There was like bombs going off in the area or drones going off in the area, and they had to get the players to the airport before the airport was going to completely close. because pretty much everywhere north of Delhi had closed their airports in the country. Like majority, you can back me up on here. Pretty much Delhi was the next airport to close, and I was leaving from Delhi, so I needed to just get out before it closed. Obviously, Delhi never ended up closing, and once I got out, it kind of all ended within a couple of days. But pretty much everyone north of Delhi, all the airports were closed. So if you were a tourist like me, a solo traveler like me, and you wouldn't want to be in Kashmir at that time, but like Kashmir or Punjab or those places up north, you would have been shit out of luck if that had actually eventuated in something bigger. Missiles. I don't think it was missiles for that game, bro. I think it was drones and stuff like that. Delhi had a missile that was shot at it from Pakistan when I was in Delhi, but obviously nothing eventuated from it. All right, so 106 for 2 here for the Indians. 19 overs bowled. And that's going to be a single. Yes, it was Punjab's plane, but yes, because the airlines were all on the brink of closing ASAP, but they all caught the flight an hour prior, and I think even Stark and Healy said it was nervy there. Well, dude, I was in the same state. So Udaipur is in. Oh, why can't I think of the name of the state right now? Well, it's in the same state as Rajasthan. So it's in the same state as Jaisalmer, where a lot of the majority of like heavy shit was happening. So I know what they're talking about. Like everything was very tense in that area of India at the time. Was very tense. But you know what was crazy? So next bowl, it's going to be a top ball. I don't know if I told you guys this. When we were in Udaipur, and Shatij, I don't know if you had this, a missed throw there, we'll give a free run to India, so we'll be 1 away for 2. In Udaipur, we had blackouts at night. So they would deliberately have multiple blackouts so that you could prepare for when, and they'd put like a siren over and stuff like that. So a siren would go off in the pitch black. Everyone in the whole city had to turn their lights off. You had to do it manually, but everyone in the city had to turn their lights off, and they put a siren on, and you heard like Indians screaming out how much they obviously have a disdain for Pakistan, and they were supporting their country and whatnot. But it was quite concerning. I wouldn't say frightening, but it was quite concerning. You know, it showed that it was real. The whole city blacked out. This was in Udaipur. I'm pretty certain the whole of Rajasthan was doing this. So I don't know, Shatij, if you were doing it in Jaipur, because I know that's obviously in Rajasthan, but that was definitely happening in Udaipur. It was a really surreal, different kind of experience. That's going to be a dot ball. I was supporting the English. This is where I got confused. I was supporting the English because most of my mates were English. If they were Aussie, I would support them. Rob Varkin, listen, are you saying that I'm not your mate? Are you saying that we're not your mates here? You're saying guys like Jay, who's actually Chinese because he's in Perth, but guys like Jay and myself and bloody, Shauna, we got Brandon, we got the Aussies here, and you're going to sit there, you're going to tell us, oh, no, he's not gone. It's a wide. I thought he nicked that, but no, it was not. That would have been huge to get Coley at 18. What's happening here in the chat? We're talking about tick. Dan, bro, so was there moments you'd stream sport in that period and your streams would lag due to power loss? Because I can imagine it would be dark as with all the drones. No, so NRL streams run during the morning to day. A beautiful time slot in India. Like the first streams would start at like 9 a.m. on a Saturday and finish at like 1, 2 p.m. so I could go and have a good time with my friends at night. It was actually beautiful. Beautiful time slot. The whole of Asia just really liked this. India, just perfect time slot. No, but I did stream one game when I was in Delhi at the airport, at the hotel. It was at the Novotel in Aerocity. It was one game and the power went out. The internet was still going, but the power went out. I'm on stream. This stream is available. I can't remember what game it was. And that's going to be a single. Olivia Jane, you would have been here. Do you remember what stream that was? Either way, like I was streaming and then the whole power went out of a 5-star. Well, it's not 5-star. I think they claim to be 5-star, but it's not 5-star. Of a big time hotel chain, let's put it that way. The whole power went out. That was kind of freaky, especially when we knew about like missiles being shot at Delhi that morning. So 20 overs gone. It's 112 for 2. It's like 4 different combos all at once. You're exactly right, Olivia. How am I meant to survive here? How am I meant to do what I'm doing when we've got so many things differently happening? Hey, Ruse, why don't you just shush? How about that one? Space says, I've never been in a blackout, but I've heard from Grandma about there being ones in Delhi back in the 70s. Yeah, well, there was one in Udaipur in 2025. Multiple, too. I think it was the whole state of Rajasthan had to do it. Rob says, my mate is a Bears fan, so I have to support the Bears. I'm tumming you out for 1 minute. That's a disgrace. That is a disgrace. That is an absolute disgrace. You get a 1 minute timeout for that one. Wow. Starting to think you're an all right bloke there, buddy Rob, and you say you're going to be a Perth Bears fan? Just dumb me in. That's dumb me in. That's a single there for Goldie. He'll be on 20. It's 113 for 2. He might actually be on 19. Chuck says, woke up, saw this channel as a recommended vid. Thought I'd come and say hello. Hope all is well. Speaking of time, get around your son. Well, Chuck, we'll be doing the England vs Sri Lanka ODI, I think next week. Next week, we've got England versus Sri Lanka ODI, or it might be the week after. Robert's losing my respect. Jeez, first off, he supports England, the cricketer's a Kiwi, and then tells us he's a Perth Bears fan. That's a dot ball. Udaipur had a couple of power outages lagging, but those power outages weren't because of the blackout that we had in Udaipur. That's going to be a dot ball. Don't remember that, but I remember being worried about you. Yeah, I was worried about me. Yeah, I was. Yeah. Remember one of the streams having to end it around an hour later? Yeah, I can't remember, but all I know is, yeah, some. But those one, Udaipur has a lot of power outages. And I was in a backpack, a really nice backpacker, but a backpacker. I had my own private room and all that. It was really cool. The Church Windows place. There's a few power outages there. I met some of the best people I've ever met at that place. Such an awesome experience. Australia's on 8-14. At the very minimum, it was Perth and not North Sydney. It still bears. I feel so sorry for the people of Perth that have to put up with my hatred of the the organisation of the Bears, and I feel so sorry for the fans of the Bears who have to put up with my hate for the actual organisation of the Bears. Malik says, I don't know what has happened in our Babar's his downfall just doesn't seem to end in the BBL. Both Rizwan and Babar got badly exposed. Earlier, Babar had a big name. He had a big name in your part of the world. To Australians, not so much, but he had a big name in your part of the world. I think he'll go back and he'll kill it again. But it will prove to you one thing. Can't imagine overall how nervous and scared you must have been. I wouldn't say I was scared. Inside, like that's crazy in the moments you're thinking, I do get out early. Do I wait it out for a bit, especially being a foreigner? Well, yeah, at one point I didn't know if I was going to get out of the country to get to Thailand. Because Udaipur airport was super close to closing. But I just got out. I don't think they ended up closing Udaipur airport. Streams in India were cooked. What do you mean? The internet was absolutely fantastic in India. We had fantastic streams. Nothing but a tarmac technician, Jacko said. Jacko loves the old tarmac technicians. Big fan. 21.1 overs bowled. Next bowl will be a dot ball. Missed the Church Windows. One day I'll be back there. I'd like to get back there sooner rather than later. Babar's downfall really started when we started mentioning his name in BBL streams. It wasn't even us. It was just our chat getting overflooded with Pakistanis who were supporting him in that BBL game. I know a few more Aussies now, so I might have to remain a neutral, Ashes. Oh, boy, it's going to be a dot ball. Comes off of bounce, but Shreyas nearly got done. This is an... Oh, it's out! Sorry, I thought it came off a bounce. That's a wicket. That's a wicket. Sorry, I thought that was coming off a bounce. That actually just straight up is a wicket. And it's now 115 for 3. India are struggling here. India are struggling here, lads. Well, the Kiwis, they're bowling well. They're giving themselves a great little opportunity right now. That is a wicket. And the Indians, 3 wickets down. Pakistani fans did not take Rizwan being retired out well in the Renegades comments. How did they deal with Shaheen Afridi when he got pulled from the bowling lineup 2.5 overs in, 2.3 overs in? I missed that one. That's one so-called painting in India where it was a circle and a square. I think that was in Vietnam, wasn't it? Isn't that the one that we roasted you for not having art appreciation? I think it was in Vietnam. Good morning, Vietnam. Rahul comes in. Virat Kohli on 21. Rahul comes in. It's 1:15 for 3, and the Kiwis, they're showing a little bit of oomph, showing a little bit of fight here. 193 is on. Did Sean say all out 193? Is that what he said? No way. No way South is celebrating Auckland 9 championship on their Insta. It's like celebrating an NBA Cup. It's like celebrating winning the League Cup in the English football. It's coming from someone who's seen this team win multiple League Cups very recently too. Scott says that's my Black Caps. Oh, you're getting the Kiwis, fair enough. Yeah, doing all right. Did you watch the game the other night, Scott? We were live for it. That was a really weird game. I think Kiwis actually should have won it. They shouldn't have even been close. India should have dominated them. India should have wiped the floor with them. But then Daryl Mitchell dropped an absolute sitter of a catch, and there was multiple catches dropped and all that sort of stuff. New Zealand had no right to be in the game, but they also should have won the game. Oh, it was a chance for a catch there, but it's ending up going to be 2 runs. Did they get 2 off that? How many runs did they get off that? Oh, that's off his helmet. That wasn't even off his bat. That was off his helmet. Yeah, that's him straight in the old noggin. Yikes. I think he's actually... Yeah, they've only just gotten one leg by there off the back of... off the back that he's been bowled into the helmet. Not like a speedy bowl, but a bowl into the helmet nonetheless. By the way, Chris Clark has got 2 for 34. I haven't watched the match, actually. I was talking to you. Well, fair enough. That's the way to do it. If you can't watch the game, that's why we're here. She says, rather than praying, start playing. What's Malik said? He said, we've been desperate for a World Cup. Inshallah, the next World Cup will be ours. Australia just shouldn't give their all, otherwise they'll win another one. Mate, we could not go to any World Cup in the next foreseeable future. I'm so sorry to tell you this, mate, but I've got to be honest with you. Pakistan are not even close to winning a World Cup in any format right now. It's unfortunate. I'll get you rankings in all different formats if you would like me to back up so you don't feel like I'm just shitting on you. But I do feel like I want to kind of keep you a bit more grounded in regards to the expectations that you do have for Pakistan, regardless of Australia. It's not just us. They'll struggle. That's going to be a single there for Kohli. So in the Test team rankings, Pakistan are currently 7th behind Sri Lanka, New Zealand, India, England, and South Africa. And then in regards to the ODI batting rankings, Pakistan... hold on. ODI team rankings, Pakistan are 4th. So that's actually pretty good. Pakistan in 4th of the ODI is actually pretty solid. But then when it comes to T20, Pakistan are down to 7th behind the West Indies. That's no good. So Australia and India obviously top 2, and England, New Zealand 3 and 4, South Africa 5, and West Indies 6th. India and Australia very, very close. Would love the Kiwis to beat the Indians a couple of times in that 5-game series coming up, and that would give Australia the opportunity to go back into that number 1 spot. That's going to be a dot ball. Yeah, leg bye. Can you tell what happened between Jamison and Virat last time? I can't remember, Darshan. Was there something specific that happened? I know that he got him out. I remember him getting him out, but what are you referring to specifically? 193. India probably will get 250. That's probably a pretty reasonable area. Quick question. Patriots the best attacking, Houston with the best defense. Who you got on Monday? I got the Detroit Lions, mate. Roosters, if it's a high-scoring shootout, Lions. If it's a low-scoring back and forth, I'm taking the Detroit Lions. Fair enough. What do you think about some Pakistani players not getting the visa because they are Pakistani descent players in other countries? Are you talking about in India? I completely understand it. If you're talking about other than that, I'm not going to talk on a political level. I couldn't care less on a political level. It's not my thing. But if you're talking about like getting into India, I get it because it's not safe. It's not safe in India. It's not safe in Pakistan. You know, it's kind of as simple as that. It's always out, Joe. If you're talking about India, I can completely understand why they wouldn't go. Just like India didn't want to go to Pakistan for the tournament. So run rate of 5.21 right now. They must have taken a drinks break. They must have taken... Oh, bro, that could have been a wicket. But it will be a dot ball. They must have taken a drinks break when there was a wicket. Because I still need to go to the bathroom. That's a good bowl, though. Good bowl. It could have been a hard edge onto the wicket, but it goes into his pad, and that's going to be a dot ball. Virat was making fun of Jamison like he's a tall guy, right? He was making fun of him. When did this happen? And also making fun of a tall guy. I don't know if being tall is an insult. I'm not sure about that one. That's the first time I've heard being tall is an insult. You see what I mean? So once I get past Jadeja, at least Nitish has a 27 average. Jadeja has a 32.6. Harshit Runner has 23.3. Look at the drop-off, though, from the main guys to those back four. Harshit 23.3, Kuldeep 9.9, Siraj 7.9, and Prasid 1.0. It's a big drop-off afterwards. Oh, dot ball. Talking about Pakistani descent players playing for other countries. Will it get resolved? How am I meant to give you an answer to that? You want me to give you an answer about the political systems of countries to allow players in to play in other countries? I'm not too sure, man. Maybe, hopefully. I have no idea, bro. I don't work for the government. I'm not too sure, mate. So next ball, and good shot, but there is a fielder there. Dot ball. 23.20 is bowled as Clark bowling. 2 for 35 through 5.2. So it's been 40 balls since last boundary for India, by the way. They've really slowed down. They've really slowed down. 40 balls since the last boundary here for India. Next bowl. Oh, he's gone! Well, 0 balls since the last wicket, son. Oh, he's bowled him. Oh, he's bowled him. Virat Kohli goes on 23. Wow. India are in trouble. India are in trouble. It is 118 for 4. Virat Kohli goes on 23. And the whole crowd is completely dead silent. New Zealand are firing up here on the old bowling attack. A big inside edge there onto the stumps. And Clark, gee whiz, whilst his economy is super high, he is getting some super quality wickets right now with 3 wickets. Wow. This game's on here, lads. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. So bowling-wise, so Chris Clark is 6.36 economy, but with 3 wickets. Jamison does have 1 wicket and 5.17 economy. Folkes with 6.25, no wickets. Jaden Lennox with a 3.6 economy, that's good. And Michael Bracewell, wow, 2.33 economy. Only 3 overs, but 2.33 economy, you're not complaining with that. Kiwi's on fire here. Robson State drinks break when Gill went out at 99 for 2. Oh, Spion, I missed it. Because I need to go to the bathroom. I should actually go and run now. But I also don't want to miss a wicket. So maybe in the switch of the overs, I'll run to the bathroom. Told you once the top order fumbles, they all get owned. I'm not disagreeing with you, Kraken, but just basing off of the previous game. And you do see... And well, to be fair... Let's see how they go from here, because I did say Virat is usually really staple point. Once he goes, it's Clark bloke's on fire. Mate, Clark is on absolute fire, son. He's killing it right now, Clark. He's already got a hattie. I don't think he got a wicket in the first game, did he? I'm going to have a look. I don't know if he did. In the first game... Wait, hold on. Next bowl coming up from Clark. Can he get another wicket in this over? That would really put a cat amongst the pigeons. That is going to be a single for the Jadeja. They're both on the duck egg, by the way. Obviously not for Jadeja now. So in the last game, Clark did get a wicket. He got 1 wicket, Jamison got 4, and a shot got 1, but he was awful. They haven't gotten a boundary in forever. Like 11 overs, 12 overs. Got to give it to New Zealand that bowling beauty. They really are. Yeah, they're number 350, Jago. I should have stuck with my early gut. But unfortunately, I had a Muppet in the chat who was telling me about 350. And I started to believe him based off of the boundaries they were hitting. You know, because they were hitting 4 after 4 after 4 after 4 after 4. And it did look like, okay, maybe the pitch is holding well, and they are just going to run a big score up here. And, you know, I also trusted the word of the local Indian who said that this usually gives up pretty high scores, but I should have trusted my early gut and said, this pitch looks shit. This should be a very interesting game, which, yeah, that's going to be single here. Should be a very interesting game because the cracks are just massive. 120 for 4 after 24 overs. I'll do one more over and then why is there a fly here? Gee, whiz, funny son bastard. Random fly in the room. Switch to the overs. So who's going to bowl now? A Muppet, that's not me. You are definitely a Muppet, Does. So Bracewell, his economy has been huge. This is 7 runs of 3 overs. That's 2.3. That's massive. If he can keep it down there, which is exactly what they're trying to do right now, they're just trying to really limit them at this middle portion. They've only got 6 wickets in hand, though, and they need a lot more runs than 120. That's going to be a single, so 121. If you're Indian, how confident are you right now? How are you feeling? 5.01 run rate. It was 6.4 at one stage. Now it's 5.01. Really constricted them here, the Kiwis. Just proper Kiwi cricket, as the merch says. Just proper Kiwi cricket right now. Proper Kiwi cricket, son. Which venue is the best according to you in India? Which one do you like the most? I'd have to really give them a look over again. One that's not doctored. How about that? That's my favourite. That's my favourite. Ahmedabad. Yeah, but unfortunately, Roos, that was also doctored. And that's why it made that so special. That Ahmedabad pitch was doctored to oblivion. And yet we still saw Travis there dominate. So Jadeja is on 1, Rahul is on 2. It's 121 for 4 right now for India. Don't forget, guys, we do have the third ODI that will be coming up on Sunday, and then right after that, we've got 5 T20s that will be live for these teams. Mixed in with the England-Sri Lanka ODI at one point when there's no game on here between these two. And then also we've got... Who else we can have coming up? We've got the T20 World Cup coming up. There's another... South Africa versus Pakistan. Who is it? Cricket International. Who is it? I think is it South Africa versus Pakistan? Next bowl. That'll be a dot ball. Who is it? South Africa play the West Indies. Sorry, South Africa West Indies in a couple of T20s, 4 T20s to be precise. And Sri Lanka, England in a couple of T20s as well. Surprised Australia don't have any warm-up games, T20-wise, for the World Cup. It's going to be a single there for India. Blake says, do you know why Pakistani has dropped so many catches? Because we believe in Sadaqah, charity. We feel bad for the batsman and decide to give him a second life. Well, Malik, you guys are very charitable, mate. Really taking my hat off to your charitableness. You guys are the most... Well, you're not as charitable as England, but you are still very charitable. All Aussies automatically like Ahmedabad for obvious reasons. Beautiful. What a time to be alive. I will be refused a visa to visit India. Surely not. I think it would take something pretty legendary for you to be removed. Like, if you're not Pakistani, then I think it would take something extraordinary if you not get let into India. So we're halfway through the Indian innings. Glenn Phillips about to bowl for the 26th over. 25 overs gone. India 122 for 4. Good fight back here. Yeah. Well, it was very early in the game. It was only the first 12 overs that when India were hitting quite big. And the next 13 overs, you know, the Kiwis have... Why is there like some massive fly in my room right now? It's like a massive. It's like bigger than a head. Yeah, no, this has been great from the Kiwis. They've been bowling very, very well. Clark's been massive. And that's going to be a single. He 8 over 2 after 10, only 160 in the end. Ooh, less than half in the last 10 overs is poor. Glenn might go. Still saying, if Glenn Phillips had actually caught that in the first game, if he caught that ball, that would have been the greatest catch I've ever seen. And he was so close to doing it. Run rate of 4.86. So that run rate is still slow, massively slow, and getting slower. Getting slower. And that's going to be a single for Rahul. That's going to be a 124-4. I want to ask something. I don't know if this is a bad thing, but I know it's not great, but I don't know what the context here is. I want to ask the Indian fans, what does it mean when you call Babar Zimbabwe? Because I see this comment from Indians all over social media. What does Zimbabwe mean? I know it's a joke at Babar's expense, but what does the Zim part actually mean? Zimbabwe. England were most charitable drop catches, gave away nearly 600 runs. is that the actual numbers? No, I know. No, it's they gave up a lot of drop catches, yes. I just want to know what it means. 54 balls since the last boundary. Rizwan is who you're looking about, Ruz. Oh, you're talking about Azam, Baba Azam. Baba Azam, not Razam. So another limited over here for the Indians. They're struggling massively right now. This is only 2 runs through 5 balls this over. And it will be singles. Only 3 runs off the over. Wow, this is struggle city for India at the moment. Durad says Zimbabwe is them trolling Babar for him only scoring runs versus Zimbabwe Well, I know Zimbabwe's a weak team. As a weak team to boost his average, even though it's not really true. That's actually quite a funny thing. It's not that disrespectful, but it's just basically saying like you're only good against the weaker teams, which I don't actually think is not true. I don't actually think it's false. Ooh, is this a drink spray? No, it might be just a switch up of the overs. Actually, hold on. No, it's not. So I'll wait until after this over, and then I will go to the bathroom. I need to. Has the game been interesting so far? Yeah, it's been good over Legend. India is struggling at the moment. The Kiwis have really got on top of this one at the moment with 26.1 overs bowled. India are only at 126, and they've already had 4 wickets go down, including Virat Kohli. Kiwis have put on a bit of a show, and this middle part of the game has really been constricted. Clark got 3 wickets. We've seen 1 wicket from Jamison. Some hugely low economies from Bracewell at 2.4, Lennox at 3.6, and Phillips at 3. Good stuff. Oh, is that right, Shatish? To your surprise, Blaze, I think the pitch is slowing up. Cracks coming into play. Wow. Wow, really? Is that right? Is that right? It's like somebody said this at the beginning. It's like this was like a conversation at the beginning of the game. Maybe. Roos says, whatever, really couldn't care less about that guy. Yeah, it's going to be a single about that guy. He went out for 2 when it was really a duck against the Scorchers. True. We all hoped he disappointed because of it was relentless circle jerking. Is it spin track? It is just a lot of cracks here, Travis. Like, it is massive. Last 30 balls, 13 runs, 1 wicket. There is just crack central. Yeah, that's going to be a dot ball. Babar is good when the conditions suit him. Correct, Jacko. Yeah, that's why actually I get the Zimbabar comments now. I get it. I get what it references, is what I should say. New Zealand lucky they don't have to deal with run chase Kohli today. Well, they're the ones who obviously won the toss and elected to bowl, so they wouldn't have wanted to do that. Yeah, 23 runs is disappointing for Kohli. Run rate 4.81. It's been about 45 balls since their last boundary, India. And another dot ball. 14 likes at the like button. Yeah, hit the thumbs up button, you cats. Hit the thumbs up button and go buy some merch for your team. To be fair, not every team's out yet. But if you're Indian, there's merch there. If you're Kiwi, there's merch there. If you're Aussie or English, there's merch there. Get around it. If you were listening, you would know. Oh, that's the end of the over. I'll be back in a second, guys. I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Hit that thumbs up button, subscribe, keep talking in the chat, and lagging still Muppet. And as I come back, they hit a boundary. India have hit a boundary. You're right, then, champ. No, you just got champed. You got champed, buddy. Play. What did Olivia say? Olivia says, make sure you wash your hands. No, I will not do that. No way. Never. Never, ever. Not even if there's a fire. Not even if there's a fire. Next bowl from Phillips. Thank God. Never. Was real sus how quickly he came back from his bathroom break in the last stream. Well, are you guys counting the seconds I go to the bathroom? It's a bit weird. You think it's sus of how long it took me to go to the bathroom and not that you're counting the seconds of how long I go to the bathroom for. I think I know which one is the more sus out of the two. That's a dot ball there from Jadeja. I think I know. Rob says comfort break. No, I get a comfort break in between at the innings break. We take half an hour off, obviously, as you know. Dude, this thing is really annoying me. It's like a massive fly. Bubba Azam is not that great in Asian condition, but he is good at overseas conditions, Travis said. I think Australia would like to disagree with you. I think Australia would love to disagree with you. No wonder the fly hangs around you there. Well, we don't usually have this fly, but it's massive right now. It's like this. It's like on steroids. Someone's been putting steroids into this fly. And that will be a doppel. Even Pakistan's coach would say this, am I crazy or is he crazy? Where am I? Why am I here? Why did I take this coaching job? Okay. Thank you for letting us know. So Rahul on 10 and Jadeja on 7. That's the end of the over. 6 runs off the over. So he saved it after giving away a boundary on the first ball after 45, 46 odd balls without a boundary. I think, actually, no, it would have been 44 balls. Good on everyone. Have a good night. Highlanders, you're a Kiwi. You should be up and what? It's only 10 o'clock in New Zealand. It's only 10 o'clock. You're not going to sit up and watch your team chase. It's fun as. Babar is great in Zimbabwean conditions. What is the pitches like in Zimbabwe? Do we have any games in Zimbabwe this year? Zimbabwe just copping strays, eh? That's a dot ball. Zimbabwe just got Zimbabwe cricket. All I can see right now is their T20 World Cup games. Mate, listen, Zimbabwe just absolutely whooped Namibia. Well, they lost the third game, but they won the first two. Hey, they won by 5 wickets against Uganda. You know, when I think of world cricket, I think Uganda. 11 in New Zealand. Mate, I'm going to be up to like 4:30 in the morning for 2 teams that I don't even support. How about you? First, you don't support Warriors unless they play at home. And secondly, you don't even watch the Kiwis play in the cricket. How dare you? If you have the runs, the bathroom break would be longer. You guys would count all the seconds I've gone, wouldn't you? So that's going to be a dot ball. Bracewell, again, the limited runs. So their current projected score is 239. 6 runs per over will be 265. 8 runs per over will be 308. They're looking unlikely to get above 250. They're looking likely to be around the 240 range. Tells you a lot about the old conditions. Going to a sports game tomorrow anyway. No, you're not. It's Thursday. No, you're not. No, you're not. I wish Zimbabwe will bounce back. Bounce back? What do you mean bounce back? Current run rate is 4.78, so really still sticking under that 5 marker. It'll be another dot ball here. It keeps just lowering. Their run rate just keeps lowering, man. They're not finding this easy to get runs. Babar isn't that bad that you should compare him to Zimbabwe. He's just going through a rough patch. You respond later. I'm not the one comparing him to Zimbabwe. Oh, up in the air? Oh, but no one was there. That'll be single for Jadeja. I'm not the one comparing it. I was asking what Zimbabar means, and the Indians in the chat let me know what Zimbabwe means. It's the reference to him only being good in Zimbabwe. I will say, though, you're talking to an Australian from an Australian's perspective, Malik. So you've got to understand that we're seeing him currently disappoint massively in Australia. So when you say that he plays well outside of Asia, I find that that's got to be ludicrous to say. It's ludicrous because we're currently watching him in Australia and he is struggling gigantically. Get you, Brenton. Highlanders isn't staying because they're not playing New Zealand yet. No, he doesn't support the Kiwis unless they're playing home. Was that a thing you needed to say, Brenton? Yes, it was Highlanders. It's great context. Fantastic context. And that'll be a single for today's show. It'll be on 10. Zimbabwe beating Uganda is almost as impressive as Italy beating Hong Kong. I didn't even know Hong Kong had a cricket team. Go Hong Kong, you good buddy, massive beauties. Hong Kong, is that like full of Indians in the team? Or is it actually Hong Kong? Because I know Hong Kong, their main sport is like football. I don't think Hong Kong thinks about cricket at all. 2 scores and maybe all the rest fails. Yeah, he had 250s outside of that massive struggle city. In which life will his rough patch end? This one or the next one? Brenton, stick by it. Double down on it. Triple down on it. Another dot ball. By the way, first bit of NRL content out tomorrow. Oh, it's not really. It's more explaining what you're going to see on this channel this year. Which, if you watched my previous stream or even this stream, you would know kind of what we're doing anyway. But a video is coming out tomorrow on the channel. Basically, from today onwards, guys, there is a piece of content that will come out every single day in 2026. From today onwards, this is the start of. If it's not a stream, it'll be a video. But there is obviously predominant streams. I won't put a video out usually on a day of streams. Outside of during the February T20 World Cup, because I do need to put some NRL videos out still. Best place for Babar to get his form back is to play some matches at his roof. I reckon it would be great to see. Well, India do play Pakistan. Will be live for India vs Pakistan in the T20. I look forward to that one. If you're going to call Babar Zimbabwe, then remember this: the player with the most runs against Zimbabwe is Sachin Tendulkar. Oh, shots fired, Tendulkar. Sachin Tendulkar, shots fired from Pakistan. What is your opinion on Rishad? He's playing for Hobart. Herbert's Hurricane. You mean Hobart Hurricane? I don't know, man. I haven't really been watching the BBL too much this year. I started off with it. I'm not massively into it. That's going to be a dot ball. International cricket's mine. International cricket is my kind of cricket, man. Well, one of the videos being Nana review. Plenty of Nana Plaza reviews on YouTube, and Shauno is the one doing those. He's the goat of Nana Plaza, the old Shauno. Rob Viking says Hong Kong would have had the expat Brits. They've probably all left. Yeah, I'd like to see the Hong Kong team and see how many like Chinese/Hong Kong nationals are in it. Current run rate is 236 score. 20 overs remain, by the way, guys. We're at the 30 over mark. 20 overs remain. 5 and over is 242. 6 and over is 262. 7 and over is 282. Jeez, they are just lowering that run rate ever so much every single over. $142 for 4. Will they get it too hard? 38 runs away from the big one, though. Sean, did I miss anything worthy? Beer run, 4 down. Spelling might get screwed up. Well, you've missed the Kiwis really putting on a show here. They've forced this game into a chokehold for India at the moment. They've smacked up 3 wickets through Clark and got a wicket through Jamison, and it's they've got like one ball in the one boundary in the last like 50, 60 balls, and Kohli got out in 23. Like, there's been quite a lot that's happened actually, but overall, it's shaping up to be a pretty good game because New Zealand shouldn't have a high total to get, but this pitch has plenty of cracks in it. And it's going to be a single, so 143. I don't think you could be a goat at the Plaza of Fantasy. But Malik says, but you all are really nice. I didn't know that you would all love Pakistanis because we don't even know how to play cricket properly. The thing with Australians, man, is that we are nice unless you hate on Australia. If you hate on Australia, then we'll tell you to get fucked. But like, if you respect our ways and respect our people, you know, we don't have hate for anybody unless you mess around, which is unfortunately seeing in our country at the moment. But no, we don't like to get involved. It's like, of course, all the wokies are jumping on every Tom, Dick and Harry protest around the world, but for the most part, Australians and their culture don't give a shit about anything else that's happening outside of Australia. And look, we'll say New Zealand. We'll say New Zealand and Australia. We only care about what happens in Australia and New Zealand, realistically, outside of the wokies. So yeah, we don't really have a hate for anyone. Hong Kong is playing with Indian and Pakistani origin player. Well, there you go, Travis. And it's going to be a dot ball. So only 2 runs from the over. They're still lowering that run rate. It's now 4.65. What once was 6.4 is now 4.65. Massive drop off. Rohit out for 24. Gill out for 56. Kohli out for 23. And Shreyas out for 8. When it comes to cricket, we want proper competition. Even we get tired of winning so easily. Yeah, look at Best Sport 2.0, for example. He supports England and he's born, raised in Coffs Harbour and lives on the Gold Coast. Has never been to England. He will support England just because Australia's too good. He literally supports England because Australia is too good. And it's the most blasphemic thing ever, and I insult him every day for it, but so be it. That is him. So be it. Going slow, India. Very slow. 4.65. And they've got folks coming in now, though, who has given up a few runs, though. 25 runs through 4 overs. If I'm India, I'm targeting now. You need to get a move on batting-wise, and you need to start getting some runs. And that'll be a single there. You don't need to care about the world. You guys are in kind of outside of the world. Yeah, we're our own little bubble down there. It's just the unfortunate thing is because Australia's way of life is so positive because we are so far away from all this international global conflict with, you know, landlocked countries and countries that are right next door to each other where you can walk across the border kind of deal. There's problems that arise there. We don't have to deal with that. But the reason why we do have to deal with it now is because everyone sees Australia as a safe haven to get away from that. And unfortunately, it's bringing with it a couple of problems based off of that. Because our reputation is so good for, oh, jeez, that's going to be a dot ball. Because our reputation is so good for safety and getting away from problems. Unfortunately, now we're starting to have a bit of problems. This is not as bad as the people that switch state of origin teams. Anyone who switches state of origin teams is a moron. That includes my dad. I love him, but at the end of the day, he was born in New South Wales and lived in New South Wales until he was like 33 and then moved to Queensland. Like, I was born in New South Wales, but I was there for 2 weeks. So I have no recollection, no anything to do with New South Wales. Different. Or the kind of person that is born, raised, and lived their entire life on the Gold Coast and on the Queensland side and is a New South Wales fan. And I know someone like that. Kiwis win because I broke my beer diet. That's a good jinx, I think, anyway. Well, Sean's just giving him an excuse. to not only drink now, but if the Kiwis win, he'll drink again on Sunday to get New Zealand to win. So that's going to be a single for India. So I'll go to 147 for 4. I wish India will lose a few more wicket, Travis says. Well, they're not making runs. I think you should be happy with that. Losing a wicket, it's definitely possible sometime over these next few overs. I look absolutely nothing like Jimmy from Mr. Beast. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely zero like Jimmy from Mr. Beast. Dot ball. No, single. They will get a run out of it. Mr. Beast, that's a new one. Yeah, it's a new one and a very wrong one. I look absolutely nothing like him. Absolutely nothing. Whatsoever. On any planet. Ever. Tweed is Queensland, let's be honest. Tweed is Queensland? Depends what part of Tweed you're in. There. Oh, has he nicked him? No. Good bowl though from folks, and very limited over again. 4.62. They keep dropping down the run rate. That's only 4 runs again. This Mother Nature's finest next game. But he looks like him, doesn't he? Asking for some money. Yeah, good luck. I'll say, look, you know what? You get money if you go to the merchandise website. Look like Patrick Williams. No, that's a minute timeout. No, that's a minute timeout. That is 100%. We'll see you in a minute. I'm not going to take over 5 minutes, Jacko, but that is a 1 minute timeout, and it's a well-deserved 1 minute timeout. Have I been to Pakistan? No, I have not been. Last year was the first year I ever went to Asia. Why doesn't Best Sport support the Wires because of Luke Metcalf? I don't understand the joke that you're referring to there, but because I don't know what Luke Metcalf has to do with it. Is Luke Metcalf from Coffs or something? Like, what's the reference there? That's going to be a single. I'm not reading Jay's coming out. Which venue in India you like the most? Say, well, I'd have to look at them all, man. I'd have to go through and look at them all. It's hard to think off the top of my head, especially, 2.5 hours into the stream. I'd need to have a look at them all. Before we establish Best Sport as a Muppet, we have established that. Oh, Luke is from Coffs Harbour. Okay, there you go. Oh, I had no idea. No, he's a Roosters fan. And that's going to be a dot ball. Honestly, this India team is going to struggle to get to 230. With the way they're going right now, they are struggling to get to 230. They better hope they don't get a wicket anytime soon. At 10:45 my time, so in half an hour's time, I am actually going to go make myself a coffee. I think there'll still be about 6-7 overs to go. There'll be still quite a few overs to go, but I do need to make coffee because the alarm goes off here at like 10:45 if you go out into the lounge room. So that's still half an hour away. Yeah, it's going to be Le Single. So they do at least get to the 150. 150 for 4. But they still are dropping off. They're now at 4.59 in the run rate. Why New Zealand always play like minnows against Australia? Well, that's disrespectful to Australia. What? We beat everyone. The only team we've lost to recently is South Africa in the World Test Championship. We played actually this year in South Africa. But the last time we played South Africa at home, we won 3-0. We beat England 4-1 and haven't lost a series to them in over 10 years. And we just come off the back of whooping India in the Border Gavaskar Trophy in Australia just last year. Why is it that it's like New Zealand are playing like minnows and not that Australia is just too good? And that's going to be a single for Jadeja. He'll be on 16. So 35 balls is the last boundary again. Everyone plays like minnows against us. That's what I'm saying. So it's not playing like minnows. It's that they're just not performing to the Australian standards. So he supports the Roosters, but then complains about Australia winning too much. Makes sense, don't it? Let's see if Brenton has made the right call here. So he has done a timeout. What's he said? Aussie and Canadian accent are kind of the same. Interesting timeout, Brenton. I definitely don't think we have the same accent as Canada. Canada and American accent's the same. That time it had to be worth it. It's alright, Brenton. Well, you're still learning, mate. You're still learning. They're chanting Coley's name right now. He's not even on the field. And that's going to be good shot. Perfectly timed. That's going to be a boundary. They do get a boundary. So that will take from 4.61 back to 4.7. Just because, again, you're fresh at it, so you'll understand soon enough. You'll get the gist. Because he's not insulting us with Aussie and Canadian accent, kind of same. He's just saying something that's a bit ridiculous. That'll piss off the Americans. They know absolutely that they have a similar accent. If someone said that Australia and England has a similar accent, I get it. It's wrong, but I get it. But Australian-Canadian accent, no. It's not Australia's fault we play the game the way it should be. Chin up and play better and find out how it feels. Yeah, I saw a comment on Instagram that said something like, "Oh, it's so boring seeing the Australian Summer Series because they always win and win well." And I replied, "Well, get better. That's not our problem. That's your problem. That is quite literally 100% your problem, not our problem. It has absolutely actually nothing to do with us. We're just playing cricket. We're just dominating like we usually do. If you find it boring, well, get better, because that's the only way it won't be boring." She says Aussies are still to win a series on English soil. We have won a series on English soil. We just haven't done it in quite a long time. But also they haven't beaten us in general in quite a long time. Oh, he's gone. Is that an LB? Oh, maybe it was a double knock. Maybe there was a touch there. It must have been missing. Hold on. And oh yeah, it does hit the bat. That makes our problem. We are just too good. Again, not our problem. Get good enough to be just as good as us. Or at least remotely close to good as us. And that'll be top ball. Rob says, my daughter lives in Vancouver, Canada, and says she has to talk with a Canadian accent or they won't understand her. Nah, I don't believe. Look, I'm not saying that she's lying to you, but I don't believe that. I was in Canada and I lived in Lake Louise, Alberta for quite a few months. Vancouver, there's a lot of Australians there. A lot of. Oh, you're Kiwi though. I don't know if a Kiwi accent's usually softer than ours. Ours are usually real full on, right? But Kiwi accents are usually super soft in comparison. That's going to be a single for Raul. He'll be on 20. But there's a lot of Aussies there. A lot of Aussies. So I would debate it. I think. Oh, it's going to be a drinks break. I might quickly go get myself another Coke Zero. Yes, I'll go get myself another Coke Zero. It's a drinks break, guys. Hit that thumbs up button, subscribe. Again, Rob, not saying that she's lying. Just think that she may be embellishing that. Because I have been in Vancouver and I have lived in Canada. And there's a lot of Aussies there. And so if they can understand Aussie, I'm pretty certain they could understand Kiwi. All right, we're back in a second. back. We're back. All right, have I missed anything? Are they changing the ball? I think they are changing the ball. Yeah, it's the same amount of overs ball, but they have changed the ball. Travis says, I'm drunk without drinking anything. Everybody said the same things. Absolutely. Pommies still have F around and find out style of play. Oh, they find out pretty quickly. No one else finds out. They find out very quickly. Oh, that's a big shot over the top, and that should be... Oh, it's only going to be a single there. It's actually a decent connection, but there was a fielder out there. Good placement. So, yeah, I don't think she's lying about Rob, but does she have a really thick accent? Like a really thick one? I think she just may be embellishing that a little bit because, again, I've been in Vancouver and there is a lot of Aussies there. So I feel like a lot of Vancouver would be used to our way of speaking. Bruce, do you ever shut up, or is that ADHD? Travis says, life is all about stay as a drunk. Just be happy, dude. That's going to be a single for Jadeja, beyond 23. Run rate is under, it's 4.7 on the dot now. It's okay, Trav, we know you're special. Oh, boy. Your gut is lying to you then. What did Rob say? You have to widen your knowledge. Rue says because there are... Kiwis are rather soft and sweet. Personal favourite fruit of mine. Sure. I didn't even saw a single ball of this ODI series, but I'm enjoying your stream. Appreciate that, Travis. That's going to be a single on a overthrow there. Yeah, because it's not... it's actually two. It's an extra on an overthrow, but they got one run before that. The streams, they're not just pure, just 100% what's happening in the game, but we talk about the most important things happening in the game, and we'll speak about it when necessary. And New Zealand wanted the older ball. Oh, they want an older ball, fair enough. That's going to be a single. No, maybe two. No, just a single. Just a single. Still about 15.1 overs to go. 15.1 over to go. Travis, were you were, no, where are you from again? If I said Indian accent and Australian accent are the same, well, that's very different. Yeah, that's right. You are Indian, aren't you? Or is it Pakistan? I can't know. There was someone talking a lot about it before. Rob says, no, my daughter doesn't have a strong accent. Her name is Jo. She says she has to stretch it like Joelle. Her name is Jo, but she stretches it to Joelle. Wait, what? Sanity over there. Jo to Joelle. Jewel. Jewel, 165 for 4 is what India are currently at. Out of the two stadiums we've seen so far in this ODI series, out of Vadodara and Rajkot, I would say that I liked Vadodara a little bit better in regards to how the stadium is. Bangladesh, that's right, Travis, yeah. Bangladesh. Well, you can't drink alcohol, can you? Well, actually, Oh, that's going to be a 4 there. That's a 4. Yep, that is a 4 for Rahul. He'll get a 28. Is Bangladesh a Muslim country? Or is it Hindu? Or is there a different religion? Why not Joanne? Well, I'm just trying to figure out why would you need to extend it? Why do you need to extend Joe? If it's just Joe, why would you need to just extend it to Joel? Do you understand my confusion? My confidence, I say. I'm so happy I smoke and having beers, I'm lost. I'm always lost, mate. So 28 for Rahul, 23 on Jadeja. Oh, yeah, it's clearly hit the boundary. Why are we looking at this? It rolls into it right there. Why Australia and South Africa don't arrange 5 test match? I don't know. It's probably down to the Safa. I don't know, actually. That's a good point, because we only played them in 3 games. Maybe maybe future-wise we might start doing that, but every time we play South Africa, it's usually 3 games. I think there is a game in Dharamshala in the T20 series. I'm not too sure. I'll have a look. India cricket. India cricket. T20 series. So the first game for the India-New Zealand T20 series is in Jamta. Oh, that's another 4. Okay, they're starting to get a bit of a move on the runs. They will now be, I think, at maybe 4.85 or something like that on the old 4.85 on the run rate. So at least they're improving it. First game is VCA Stadium in Jamta. And then the second game of the T20 series is at Shahid Via Narayan Singh International Cricket Stadium in New Raipur, Atal Nagar Nava Raipur. No idea. Not a single clue what I just read out. And then T23 is at Barsapara Stadium in Guwahati. I'm not too sure that is either, to be fair. Guwahati. And it's going to be a dot ball. T24 between India and New Zealand will be at ACA VDCA Cricket Stadium in Pottinamalayapalem. No, Pottinamalayapalem. Pottinamalayapalem. Again, no idea. And then T25 is at Thiruvananthapuram, Greenfield Stadium. So no Dharamshala. And that will be a single for India. Oh, it is a Muslim country. I don't drink and smoke. I don't want to ruin my kidney. Well, a lot of people might not be a massive fan of that, but then again, also valid. Every comment you have to get involved in. So what was he username 5 weeks ago? I'm serious. Sean says, Travis, it's your liver for drinking and lungs for smoking, so it should be okay with your kidney. Well, no, it is a Muslim country, so I know they can't drink it. Is it all Muslim Bangladesh? That's dot ball to finish the over. It's 174 for 4 after 36 overs. Because I know that Pakistan separated from India because that it was like they put a lot of the people in India / Pakistan in India who are Muslim into Pakistan, and most of the Hindus stayed in India. Obviously, there's still a lot of Muslims in India. I wonder is there many Hindus in Pakistan? That's an interesting question. But then Bangladesh, I know, used to be a part of India as well, but then separated. So I didn't know if that must have been a separate kind of where a lot of other Muslims must have gone to. 773 Sean says, who do you have winning? Before the game, I would have said India. Right this very second, I do fancy the Kiwis to give this a crack. I give the fancies the Kiwis to give it. I do fancy the Kiwis to have a good opportunity this one compared to the last game where they shouldn't have been in it. Then they got back into it because of some massive plays in regards to the bowling from Jamison, and then unfortunately some poor fielding and drop catches is what got India the win of that previous ODI in Vadodara. But this one, I think it's prime for the Kiwis to make this a 1-1 series. I think it's prime. Drinking is haram in Arab accents. Yeah, well, I'm not Muslim, so I definitely can drink, as a lot of people here can. That's going to be a 4 for Rahul. He'll be on 37. And it'll be 178 for 4 for the Indians, and they're starting to get some runs on the board now. 24s for the Indians, 1-6. I think if India want to win this game, they absolutely have to get above 250. It was a really slow middle portion. You know, from that 15 to 35 over mark, it was just awfully slow. 4.6. 7% of Hindus and Christian. Oh, there are Christians in Pakistan. Really? That's cool. That's awesome to hear. And that will be it's another nice shot through, but it'll just be a single. We didn't ask for a history lesson. Well, I'm interested, Brenton. How about that? I'm interested. Well, actually, that's not. Are you saying me? Are you saying that you didn't ask for a history lesson? Mate, I'll start talking about the Roman Empire for the rest of this stream if you'd like. It's going to be a single there for today's show, be on 24. How about this for history? Newcastle Knights won the wooden spoon last year, Brenton. That's history. Newcastle Knights won 3 wooden spoons in a row in the 2010s. That's history. Knights lost both games to Titans last year. That's history. Don't you start me, son. Don't you start me. Oh, my KO's just messed up. I will try and get it back here. I don't know what just happened. Might have to try the old VPN off and on. Oh, I know, it might work. It might work. Okay, yeah, we're back on. And there'll be 9 singles, so that's 7 runs in the over. Do you know what Sean's saying? I can't even see his comment. But it sounds legendary, apparently. Sean says, so the ugly girls stay ugly, beer goggles are a must in life. Jeez. So I'd like to see left-handed Stephen Smith in future, such funky style. He's got a couple of years left in him. Should I take New Zealand money line? It's a risk, Sean. It's a risk. This is a hard game to read right now. India's starting to put on a few runs. There's only 13 overs left of their innings. This is a much weakened and inexperienced New Zealand side, but they're giving it a fight right now. I think... What's the odds? What kind of odds are we looking at there? Not you was talking about Trav. I wasn't aware of the spoon that was in the past. I thought you were having a crack at me. I don't know what we're doing. And that'll be a single. No, that should be 2. That could be 4. No, it's going to be 2. 2 runs for Rahul, so you get to 41. The friggin' 40s. How much? What's New Zealand paying? Lagan, you have never needed beer goggles. You must be a good-looking man. Oh, let's settle down. Let's settle down with that kind of comment. My goodness me, don't give him a big ego. He's a Bulldogs fan. Sorry, take him down a notch. 65 from 82 balls is the 5th week of partnership here for India. We've got 12.5 overs to go before we do hit the innings break. And it's going to be a single for Rahul. So it'll be 184. Rob says, to know why things are what they are today, you need to know the history. I love history. I love it. But the interesting part about history is it true? Is it true history? Or is it propagandic history? I don't think propagandic is a word, but I'm going to use it right now. Propaganda history. Is propagandic a word? I don't think so. Are you going to show me India, Pakistan, and Teach Me World Cup? I'm going to be live for pretty much every World Cup game, bro. Pretty much every Teach Me World Cup game I'll be here for. There's only like 2 or 3 games I miss, and that's because they overlap with an NRL game, which is a priority on this channel. But I will be live for about a good 97-98% of the T20 World Cup. And yes, India-Pakistan will be live. So they come back for 2 there. So 186 for 4. And Jamison has come back at a bowl. He's their primetime bowler. Clark did get 3 wickets, but Jamison is their primetime bowler. One of our under-23 footballers got selected by Australia under-20 soccer team. Huge loss for Bangladesh. Who? Is the moon landing real? Oh my gosh. Really? Really? That's what we're doing? That's a dot ball. There's nowhere close to being LB. There's no way that you genuinely believe in the moon landing. There's no way. No way. Someone says, walked past the Caxton already. Chatter about Origin way too early, don't you reckon? Origin? Dude, Origin chatter's too early in bloody April. It's too early to talk about Origin in April. It's not even February. We're only halfway through January, bro. What do you mean too early to talk about Origin? The preseason hasn't even started yet. We're still 2 weeks away over 2 weeks away from pre-season. We're like 3 weeks away from pre-season. And that's going to be a single for Jadeja. Have I seen a kangaroo in real life? Yes, I'm Australian. Yeah, of course I have. Roos was just trying to get involved, and now he's getting slapped. Alright, well, we can direct our attention to you, Logan. We like that. New Zealand is plus 170. So what does that mean? That's like if you put 100 on and you win you get 270 back? Is that what that means? In Australia, we do it differently. That is going to be a boundary for India. They'll get to 191 for 4. I think, look, don't put your house on it, and it's not my fault if it loses. Just want to really clarify that. It is on you if it does lose. But I would say that the risk is potential. I would say the Kiwis do have a good chance here. Talk about history when Rahul and Virat Kohli saved us in the first match against the Aussies 23 ODI World Cup. Wonderful comeback memories. Darshan, would you really like to go down this path? I give you the option. Would you really like to go down a path of history with an Australian fan? Because I know what hurts way more than whatever you could say to us. I know what hurts way more for you guys than that does for us, son. I think that your best bet is to probably not go down an attempted historical banter path between India and Australia, because then that will lead down a path of you trying to use sandpaper, and then I will say that your best player ever in Sachin Tendulkar was a match-fixing fraud. So it comes down to your opinion here, man, your choice. If you would like to go down that path where you can return serve well and truly with India and also talk about games in Ahmedabad. So probably not your best bet in regards to that. Oh, that's out. Jadeja's gone. Jadeja is gone. Jadeja is gone on 27. It's 191 for 5. 8 is a wicket. 191 for 5. I do love though when people try to challenge me. I do find it really enjoyable when people try to challenge me in that kind of section, because I know that that's like an attempted insult at Australia, and I'm like, I ain't having that. I ain't having that. But that is a wicket, and that's a big wicket too. Well, I hope you kind of got. I hope you got the odds there of what was it? 171, 170. Well, Jadeja gone. Here's a chance. I haven't thought about it like that, brother. No banter. That's what I thought. I respect your plea of no banter. Rob Viking says a history teacher gave a lesson about the origin of the world wars. He talked about culture, money, Germany feeling bullied, etc. It was great stuff. Go down the path. If you like conspiracies and stuff, and you go down that Germany path, it's actually pretty wild in regards to World War II, man. It's actually pretty wild. New Zealand got a chance level series. I am liking it. I do like the Kiwis to come back in this one right this very second. Yeah, kangaroo is edible. People eat kangaroo. We're going to have to remove that one, that comment there, Giovanni. I'm going to have to remove that one. Travis says, Sean, really, you guys eat kangaroo? Yes, kangaroo is tough meat. It's tough meat. And Tish, he comes in, the run rate is 5. I haven't had kangaroo yet, but I would like to try it for sure. Would like to try it for sure. So 11.5 overs to go here of the Indian innings, and then the Kiwis will come out to bat. Can't wait for him to bring up ball tampering. Also something that can be brought up with them too, mind you. It's not just a match fixing. Kangaroo burgers are elite. Have you actually had a kangaroo burger? For all people who were here for the drop bear conversation where we took the piss with Harrison and the Ashes streams, please note this is not joking with the kangaroo one. In regards to the drop bears, that was taking the piss out of Harrison, and that's like a nationwide thing that Australians always do. We take the piss and say there's drop bears, but with kangaroo meat, that is a legitimate thing. Aliens gave the Germans technology for World War II. Not what I was referring to, but you go, Glen Coco. And that's going to be a dot ball. There is a potential of a wicket maiden here. One more ball. Surely not. In the 39th over, a wicket maiden would be ridiculous. And it is a wicket maiden. That is incredible there from Bracewell. That is incredible bowling. Natish stays on 0, Rahul on 46, and Bracewell has just in the 39th over taken a wicket maiden. He's got 1 wicket for 18 runs, get up through 8. So what's that? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. No. What's that, like 2.5? His economy would be ridiculous. His economy right now would be what, like less than 2.5? New Zealand cricket. His economy currently, Michael Bracewell, is 2.25. Wow. That's some great bowling. I think Kangaroo 1's very hard to find a halal version. I'm surprised there is a halal version. So they're down back to the 4.9 now in the run rate. I would ride a kangaroo rather than eating it. The kangaroo would eat you if you tried to ride it. Imagine this team had Ben Stokes in it. That's an insult at your own team. You just insulted England and also just tried to implement that. Jay says, I never spewed eating it. Can't eat too much at once though. I'd love to give it a crack. Is it actually like tasty though? Like, is it actually good kangaroo meat? So Jamison in bowling now. He's got the 1 wicket. This is kind of where he up in the air. Oh, nice dink over the top there. It's going to be just a single though, because there is a man covering our back. Jamison, this is where he opened up against no. Yes. Yeah, this is where he opened up against India in Vadodara. Yes, kangaroo is absolutely edible, Darshan. Absolutely. Run rate 4.91. And oof, geez, that was a high ball. It's going to end up in a single. About to get to the 10 overs to go mark here. Obviously, guys, hit that thumbs up button. Subscribe if you're new around here. Check out the merch when you get a chance. If you're a fan of any of the teams playing here today, in the pinned comment. Otherwise, if you're a fan of England or Australia, or any old teams, go check out the description. Logan says, kangaroo meat's pretty good. Yeah, I would love to try it. I'm thinking of genuinely making, because I'm going to be so busy now that I'm implementing cricket on such a significant level. I'll be another single here for Natish. I am genuinely thinking of just adding food content to BKRtravel. Because I had such amazing plans with a specific style of content, which I will definitely do in the future. I just can't do it right this very second because of my implementation here. But I think I might just do some like crazy food shit in Asia and stuff like that, and just do it for a bit of a passion project, bit of fun. That's why it's so tough. They eat lots of things. Yeah. Up in the air! Oh, that sat just before the fielder and then bounced awkwardly for a 4. That is so unlucky there. By the way, we've already gone past the 180. I have to do that every time. But KL Rahul will get past the foodie bomb, foodie bomb, foodie bomb, foodie bomb, foodie bomb. Foodie bomb. The foodie bomb has been slapped. Darshan says, mate, isn't it your national animal? You guys eat strange. Okay, let me put this as polite as I possibly can. Do you know what your country eats? Do you know what your country is known for eating? There is a lot of interesting things in regards to what people eat in your country, my friend. I think that kangaroo is the least of concerns, comparatively speaking. Jacko says, next Ashes, if we're down 3-0, I'm showing up to the 4 tests in a Bristol City jersey with Stokes on the back. Bristol City. Good. So will I, mate. So will I. You wear the Bristol City shirt, I'll wear the Noosa shirt. Try out Indian pancake dosa. I probably would have had that, to be fair. Found it those Ramadan markets and I was too bloody hungry to care. Valid. So Brace will come back in. He has been really good in regards to his bowling. Really, really good. And that's going to be a single for India. Can you guys just let me know how many fingers I'm holding up just so that I can see how far behind you are? It feels like you might be behind by like 15, 20 seconds. That is a run for India, and they will be on 200 for 5. They will go past the 200. Balls per 50. 52 in the first, 51 in the second, 94 in the third, 45 in the fourth. So that third section of this game so far has been brutal for India. But the fourth, at least they picked it back up. And that's going to be a single. Who'll be on 53? Hey, the only time my family looks at me is when you sing. They know it's a football stream and your singing turns heads. It's because I am the voice of a generation, Sean. I am the voice of a generation, so when they hear my voice, they think Elvis Presley. You know, they think like a mixture of Elvis Presley, Justin Bieber, and Fergie. That's the mixture they're getting. Fergie, Justin Bieber, and Elvis Presley. And like, I get it. I get it. Maybe mixing a bit of Mariah Carey in there too for my high notes. You know, you just have to get used to it in life. 2. Okay, so yeah, probably about 15 seconds behind. Jay loves it when we sing, Shauna. Loves it when I sing. I'm Indian. Never tried Mountain Dew scrambled eggs. I have seen those videos, actually. Yeah, no, it's wild. Oh, chance of a potential run out there, but it's going to be It's going to be a single there for India. Rahul on 56. They actually 2 there. It's just racist to say dumb things, bro. Come and try at my house. Who said anything racist here? I would have removed that comment if they said something racist, and I know that I definitely didn't. I'm just speaking about, if you're saying that a kangaroo is weird to eat, there is much weirder things that are eaten in Asia, and more specifically India. I was 30 seconds behind. Beers are working. I think it might just be the YouTube. It might just be because of the problems that we had originally. If you have been here the entire time, guys, try and refresh the stream. It might actually get you quicker and up to date. Maybe. I don't know. When we're in the session break, I'll actually refresh the stream. Ben Stokes could have played for New Zealand. Could have, Rob. He's born in Christchurch. He is a Kiwi. If you think I eat food made with foot squashing, you're wrong, my friend. That's not the point, Dashan. I haven't had kangaroo before as well. So your thing was that Australians are weird for eating kangaroo. Well, Australians' reply would be, well, and I've seen it personally as well. I just want to put it out there. I'm not just a TikTok brain. I'm not just a TikTok and Instagram reels and all that sort of stuff that show certain living conditions in India, which is certain areas of India. But it definitely does happen. I've seen some wild shit in Delhi where they are cooking some really things I would never eat. That's going to be a single there for India. Rahul will be on 57, and it'll be 206 for the 5. So, I've been there, personally seen it, experienced it. Won't eat it. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You don't eat it, and most people in India won't eat when they're using their foot to mix the stuff in and not washing hands and just some crazy, crazy stuff. But it still exists. So that's the reply to your kangaroo eating is weird. And Jay's an idiot. And that's going to be a single, maybe 2. I think it should be 2, actually. It will be 2. Oh, very quick there from Glenn Phillips, but they will get the 2. It's all hyped up in internet nowadays about Indian food being bad. I mean, some people can't handle it. In fact, Darshan, I've been to India. I lived in India for 2.5 months last year. I've seen it. It's not like it doesn't exist. Let's not pretend like it doesn't exist. It's not the majority, that's absolutely for sure. India does not just eat like those TikTok videos and stuff like that. But in a place like, what's the name of that place? Not Connaught Place, that's a good place. Near the, what's the big market area? What's the big market area there? It's near the mosque. The mosque is right there in Delhi, in northern Delhi. Oh, it's a crazy place. I got kicked by a child. I got kicked by multiple children, actually. Hard from behind. Walking through. Got shoved a couple times. It was really, really kind of quite confronting. Chandni Chowk. That's it. Chandni Chowk. I saw interesting things happening there. Again, it's not like the whole country, but it does exist. It's not just TikTok, brain. You just don't try food in shady places. I agree, but it still exists. But I agree with you, but that still exists. So New Zealand next bowl, good bowl, real full, but it will be a single. I know sometimes I've tried street food, some were bad. But some were bad. You see worms. This happened because hygiene problem in some place. I agree. You're proving the point that I'm saying. You just don't eat there, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It does exist. It does exist. Doesn't mean you eat there. The only time I really had street food, good bowl, it's going to be a single though, was actually, the only time I really had street food was when I was in Jaipur. And I went on a food tour. Because people are always like, street food's the best, man. You've always got to try street food. This is like a global concept. Try the street food. And it's like, yes, but India's different. Yes, global street food is the best. But in India, you've got to be very careful. Brent says, come on, Darsham, we weren't born yesterday. Yeah, if I hadn't have been to India, I wouldn't have a leg to stand on here. But I have. With that being said, there's some great places too. Have I ever suffered stomach pain in India? In Delhi, from the McDonald's. Yes. Like bad. Bad. From McDonald's. Not from a local chain, from a global chain. Yeah, the chicken wasn't cooked properly. Yeah. That was the worst sickness I ever had, That was bad. Obviously, I didn't die, but stuff like that can kill you. Oh, sweep. And will be a sweep for a 4. Will be a sweep for a 4 there. So India will get 216 for 5. And Rahul gets 63. Foreigners should try fermented food in India because it's safe. Realistically, nothing in India is safe for a foreigner's body. Our body reacts to things differently to how your body reacts to them. You're used to these things. Westerners and foreigners aren't used to these things. So when something that you think could be good, like for example, there are a lot of Indians, majority, if not all, who can drink the water. If I had the water, I could genuinely die. If foreigners had the water, they can genuinely die. But for Indians, they're used to it. It's like Fiji. Fijians drink the water, it's completely fine. We wouldn't drink the water though. And that's not like a negative from me to you about your country. That's just a fact in regards to you're used to the system. You're used to that water comparatively to the water that we have. It's so different. So, not necessarily. You need to be really, smart about how you act in India. But that doesn't mean that you're always going to get sick, and it doesn't mean that you're never going to get sick. You will get sick at one point in India. It just depends on how bad you get. India is near to my country, but never travelled India. Still don't want to travel India, Travis says. It's a beautiful country, man. There's so much beauty about it. But also this conversation is correct. Thank you, Jay, for that really eye-opening experience about the vendor. So Rahul's on 64, Nitish 9, run rate 5.13. They're at 218 for 5 with 7.3 overs to go. I'm thinking 260, 270. I'll go 260, 270. Some idiot YouTuber drank the Ganges water on a vlog, didn't end well. Yeah, I think I said that here on the channel already, that there was a person that I saw who went there and put their bottle of water into the Ganges and then drank it. Like, it makes me sick thinking about, with all due respect for the Indians who worship the Ganges as a religious site, with all due respect, that is the most grotesque thing that I've ever seen. Someone getting water out of it and drinking it. You wouldn't even do that in Australia with our rivers. You wouldn't do that in America with their rivers, but someone did that at the Ganges, which is through the roof contaminated down south around the Varanasi area. Like they were in Varanasi and went there. Up north, you can actually swim in the Ganges. Fact. So that's going to be a single, maybe two. They will get 2 out of this. They will. So that's going to be 220 for 5 through 43 overs. 7 overs left. People don't know this. You can actually swim in the Ganges. I can, you can, we all can. It's up north. I can't remember the name of it, but it's up north. You can swim in it. It's not contaminated up north. At Varanasi, no. No. I got sick of eating pizza in India, not because of hygiene, but don't know why junk food sucks sometimes. Yeah, I got done from McDonald's, so it's not surprising. The links to that guy drinking it never leaves my head. Just brutal to watch, dude. I'm from South India, haven't gone to the guns. That's right, yeah. I think you told me last time, and I guessed it correctly where you were from. Yeah, Jay, get this right. So 7 overs to go. Get this. Darshan on the previous stream on Sunday said he was from India, and I took a wild stab at where he was from, and I got it pretty much spot on, dude. Out of the whole country, he didn't give me any inkling or thoughts. He just said, "I'm from India." I took a stab at it, and I was pretty much bang on. India's a massive country, guys. It's actually really impressive. I thought the Ganges was chocolate milk. Yeah, that's because you're a Muppet. Ganges is actually a very heavily religious river. That's why you got to be careful about disrespecting it. But with that being said, facts are facts. So 223 for 5. 43.1 overs gone. And, throws his hand out at it to try and get a grab. It's going to be 2 runs here for Rahul. He'll be on 69. 69 runs, beautiful. I wouldn't even drink rainwater these days. Yeah, back in the day, you just put your tongue out and just let the rain drop in. Nowadays, someone will take a photo of you from across the street and say that you're sucking something. You know, like that's what you... So not only you're gonna get sick from the rain, but you're also got some knobhead who's gonna take a photo of you and chuck it on social media and put like dick in your mouth or something. And it's gonna be maybe 2 runs. No, just single. Needed the with the toes. That was a very close pick the other night, like next suburb type. Dude, it was so close. It was unbelievable. South Indian people are amazing and educated. The difference between North India and South India is actually significant. Well, the difference between North and Northwestern is so different. India is such a big country. So many different people. Yeah, people just look at India and they say it's one country. It's like, it's not really. It's dead set a bunch of countries together. And again, Pakistan used to be in it. I believe Afghanistan was a long time ago a part of it. And Bangladesh definitely was. And question, was Sri Lanka ever a part of it? Dot ball, back in the day? Long time ago. A single there, so it'll be 228. Was Sri Lanka ever a part of India? No, Sri Lanka, formerly Ceylon, was never a permanent part of India. It's always been a distinct island nation, though closely linked geographically and culturally. Oh, that's interesting. So it hasn't. It's always been by itself. Up in the air. Is that a 6? Yes, it is. That is a 6 for Nitish, and he is on 18, and that brings him to 234. With 6 overs to go, they are starting to put some runs on again. I don't think people think that. I think you just have that. You just have that in your mind. No way. When people think of India, they think of India. They don't think of Rajasthan culture. They don't think of Delhi culture. They don't think of big city culture compared to outside of the big city. Like, for example, people think, and I guarantee you that you probably would have thought this, that Indians just speak Hindi. Did you think this beforehand? Be honest, did you think that Indians just speak Hindi? Because it's only a small part of India that speaks Hindi, mind you. Like, there's Urdu, there's Malayalam, there's Tamil, there's like hundreds of languages. Hindi is like spoken in Delhi and Agra and Jaipur and this kind of area. Just this area here. Outside of that, there's a lot of different languages. And that's the thing. People don't understand there's massively different cultures between Delhi and Jaipur. Massively. And they're super close. But like Gold Coast and Brisbane, they're the exact same. Gold Coast, Queensland is different to New South Wales, but also still very similar comparatively to what we're talking about here. No, I disagree with you. I wasn't talking about the culture, I was talking about the rain thing. Yeah, I need to refresh this stream in between because I feel like because you guys, I think, are about 20 seconds behind or so, I've already moved on to the next part, and then you're speaking about something from before. It's my bad, not your bad. Well, it's not my bad, it's the YouTube's bad. And that's going to be a 2 probably on the throw. Yeah, it will be 2. So we'll be on 236. Different cultures, different IQ. Yeah, I'll fix it. I'm going to quickly put my phone on charge here. Give me 1 second here, guys. There's 5.5 actually. I'll watch this next ball and then I'll quickly put my phone on charge. There is 5.5 overs left of this ending innings before the half an hour break. Next bowl from Lennox. It's a dot ball. Give me 1 second. We're back. And it'll be a double. Double. Did I mute myself? No. 2:36 for 5. It's when I get an ad, I go behind 10 seconds. Well, I think, not suggesting anything, I think to get rid of ads, how much is YouTube Premium nowadays? Because we as content creators still get paid when you have YouTube Premium and an ad comes up. We automatically get paid for that ad coming up, even though you don't watch the ad. But I don't even know how much YouTube Premium is. In Fiji, there's no ads because there's not enough volume. So that's going to be a single for Natish there. He'll be on 19. They'll be on 2:38 for 5. In Fiji, you don't really get any ads at all, which is why you don't need it here, because there's no advertisers. I don't know why I can't figure out Indian English accent. Those are so difficult to understand. They are hard. It is difficult. I know plenty in India with the Indian English accent. It's super difficult. And it's going to be a single. So 2:39.5, 5 overs to go here of the Indian innings, guys. And then we will be on a half an hour break before we come back for the New Zealand chase. And I think they've got a good chance of chasing this down. I do. I think they've got a good chance. I think there's a great chance. Five overs remaining. I need to make a Fiji account. If you're on a VPN, put yourself in Fiji, because you'll get no ads. I just refreshed, there's only 16 likes, really. Well, we are just developing cricket from the start, so I don't expect a huge amount of people to come in, but we do enjoy, regardless of how many people are here. But if you haven't hit the thumbs up button yet, guys, hit that thumbs up button. You also don't get ads in Fiji because there's no internet. That is also a good point, Jacko. You do make a pretty sound point there. Wow, that was a very high bowl. And it's going to end up being 2 runs as well. So 2:41 for 5. Yeah, no internet is usually a problem for watching ads. Funniest thing is that when you go to the cinemas here in Fiji, there's a place called MH Supermarket, which is like the biggest supermarket chain here, one of the biggest supermarket chains, but the oldest and kind of most renowned supermarket chain here in Fiji. And they have had the same ad play before every movie for like the last 20 years. I'm serious. And I used to watch a lot of movies, so I'd see it all the time. There's a place I know that we can go, MH Supermarket. Oh my God, you hear it every single movie. Bullet smiles, everything nice, it's MH Supermarket. Dead set. I don't want to go to MH Supermarket for the basis that I see that ad. I managed 275 to 280 probably. Yeah, I said between 270 and 280. Well, I originally would have agreed with that, and then I got led down the CIA Khatij path. Where is Fiji? Fiji is in the Pacific Ocean. So you got Australia, and then you got New Zealand, and then just above New Zealand and to the west of Australia, to the east of Australia is Fiji. Fiji is near Samoa and Tonga and Tuvalu and Cook Islands and Niue. You know where Papua New Guinea is? It's like above New Zealand and to the east of both Australia and Papua New Guinea. Jamison next bowl. And it will be a single. Sean's Travis, joking. So Sean, I found that a lot of people have never heard of Fiji. Vietnamese have no concept of what Fiji is. They've never heard of it. Never heard of it. India, never heard of it. Never heard of it. Thailand, I think because of the beachy vibes, maybe, like Ho Chi Minh people hadn't heard of it really. I think maybe Da Nang. Do you think May? I don't know. But anyway, long story short, a lot of Asia doesn't know Fiji. Next bowl here to Rahul, and it's going to be a single. It's going to be 244 for 5, maybe 2, will be 2. Will be 2. 245 for 5. Is it in Africa? No, Travis, mate. No, it's in the Pacific. Came in to say up of the storm, K bye. Thank you, mate. Thank you, buddy. Did you time him out though, Brenton? You didn't time him out though, did you? Did you remove the comment? This guy's a rogue moderator. He's rogue. This person just came in, dropped in, and came in to say up of the Melbourne storm, K bye. And Brenton's just timed him out. He didn't even put an S at the end of the storm. So it's 246 for 5 after 46 overs. 4 overs to go. Heard about Fiji. It wasn't aware about location. There's no way India have never heard of it. Fiji. There are so many Fijian Indians in Australia. Fiji Indians are huge, but that doesn't necessarily mean that a lot of Indians have heard about it. But there is a lot of Fijian Indians. He's having you on, Trav. It's in Africa, right by Equatorial Guinea. Yeah, we are very, very next door to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. I know about Fiji. I think it's near Australia, New Zealand, right? Well, Darshan, you know this because I quite literally said this about maybe 30 seconds ago. That's why you know this. The next bowl, up in the air, and no one there, but it will just be a single. Storm wanker. Sean says Australia is in Asia, and Asia knows nothing about our country. American and European English. Should have another country like ours in Asia. Well, Australia is not in Asia. I guess it's in Australasia, but Australia is not Asia. That'll be A wide. So 248 for 5. There is still 3.5 overs to bowl here, which means there is still 23 balls to go. I know Samoa. Ross Taylor was played for Samoa. Rockin' Roman Reigns, yeah. Ross Taylor? Is he Samoa? Up in the air. He's at a 6. No, he's caught the boundary. Natishi's gone on 20. He is caught on the boundary. It's 248 for 6. You have to go for it at this point, so the wickets don't really matter. There's still 4 wickets in hand. Australia is in Oceania. Australia is Australasia. Oceania, sure. But we're our own continent, Australia. Australia's its own continent. Don't worry, Jay, I got this. Like I said, Brenton, it's the very start for you, man, so you'll get used to it, don't worry. Long story short, the way to kind of know is, one, I'll tell you to time someone out, or if not, if someone's just being a pure dick for like no reason and like constant about it, or they say something racist or something you think genuinely should go, like don't just, I guess, time people out for random, like occasionally it can be quite funny. And by the way, I'm not having a crack at you. I'm just kind of helping you out. But like if someone's being a complete clown and it's like it's not benefiting the chat and it's annoying me and you can see it's going down a bad path, then time them out. If they put an S at the end of storm, time them out. If they are trying to incite a genuine reaction, time out. But coming in and saying, came in to say up at a Melbourne storm, gay bye is not a time-outable offence. I know Australia had native Australians, then British came to Australia and take it. Yep. Yep, that's coming up in 12 days' time, actually, Australia. Okay, next bowl, and it's Harshit Rana, and he is going to whack that one towards the boundary, but there will be a man out there. It will just be a single. Show playing it as an Asian in soccer. Yes, but life doesn't depend on football associations. We were originally in Oceania, and then we decided to play in Asia because it's a lot more difficult than Oceania. Oceania, you're taking on teams like Fiji, New Zealand, the Cook Islands, Tuvalu, Solomon Islands, all that type of shit. And then, and when I say that, it's football terminology because those teams are not good. In Asia, you're taking on Japan, you're taking on Jordan, you're taking on Iraq, you're taking on, Oman, Saudi Arabia. These teams are a lot more difficult. So we chose to play in Asia because we wanted to make it more difficult. If we wanted to make an easy access to the World Cup every year, we would have made the World Cup every single year with Oceania. 250 comes up here for India. We chose to play for Asia. I thought this was off topic from what we were chatting about. No, you can drop comments like that. Usually people who go off topic, it's not really timeout. The only time it's a timeout when people go off topic is when they'll say something off topic and then I'll ignore it and then they'll kind of like, or then I'll say like, oh, we're trying to keep it focused in regards to the sport we're streaming, for example, cricket. So we're talking about cricket, something big's happening in the game, and then someone will come in and say something about NFL. And I'll say, oh, well, this is, go to the Detroit Lions, but we're trying to keep the conversation purely about the sport that we're watching right now. We can talk about that on another stream when we're doing that sport, for example, rugby league. But then if they keep going on with it, then you time out. Because I got the warning. That's going to be a 4 from Raul. He's on 87. He's getting close to the big number. The geography's cooked. 255 for 6. 3 overs to go here. 3 overs to go. Do you know they sent a bunch of bread stealers to build the country? Good. Steal it again. And a potato. Don't just take the bread from Birmingham. Take the potatoes as well. 5.43 run rate. This is going to be a very interesting chase here from the Kiwis, man. Very, very interesting chase. It's not going to be easy with the pitch conditions, but also they should do it. They should. Why would I not know Chris Wood? He's one of the best Kiwi players. Being one of the best Kiwi players. Alright, so let's see what India can finish off with here. There's only 18 balls remaining of their innings. And then we've got a half an hour break before we come out for New Zealand chasing down probably between 275 and 285. Between that marker. Lennox, that should be a wide, that. Yep, that'll be a wide. 256 for 6. Am I ever going to do a reindeer racing stream? Mate, get me to the North Pole. I'm up for it. I'd do it. It'll be a live stream from the event too. Up in the air. That should be gone. Someone should be out there. He's gone. He's gone. Harshit Rana has gone on 2 and it will be 256 for 7. 256 for 7 with 2.4 overs remaining. 2.4 overs remaining. Another wicket falls for India. And New Zealand are forcing their way in with a chance, son. They're forcing their way in with a chance. Don't pick on idiots. Size lag him. So Harshit Rana caught by Bracewell. Bobber Lennox. Bracewell's had a really, really good game here. He's been really good. 3 wickets remaining here for India. But again, there's only 2.4 overs remaining, so they don't care about wickets. It's actually going to be Mohammad Siraj who comes in right now. Siraj comes in. Fair enough. I think Prasid is last. I thought Siraj was second last. KL has kept Alindra alive in this match. Without KL Rahul, they would have got slaughtered, yeah. Without Rahul's 87, if if Rahul did not kill this and get 87 not out, well, they would be about 160. What would they be? 80 of 256 is, we'll give them the single there, so 257. It'd be roughly around the 170, 160 mark. If. Alright, Travis, we'll see you when you come back. We'll still probably be live, mate. We'll be live. Well, we definitely will be, because we've got a whole innings to go still. KL Leroy's pretty good over Legend. He's pretty good. And that will be a dot ball. Well, Lennox again, mate. Jeez, he comes in with a wicket here. Only the 1 runs off. Oh, well, he gave the wide, so 2 runs. But still, his economy is around the 4 mark. What do you want to name your kid? KL? Surely KL is short. Kaner Lakesh Rahul. I knew it was going to say. I knew his name wasn't actually KL. Reindeer racing stream, you might be able to show the game. Mate, I will be the game. I'll be on the reindeer. I am the jockey. I am Santa Claus, mate. And that's up in the air. Is there anybody out there, though? There is. It'll just be a single. Doesn't get to the players out in the boundary. But it will be a single. Oh, no, he's sent it back. It's just a dot ball. Wait, why, though? Oh, because it was Siraj on strike, so Rahul will come on strike. No, fair enough. All right, 2 overs to go. 12 balls left here, guys. 48 overs gone. 258 for 7. Surely they get to 270. Surely. Space Garage says, how much is the par score here? Oh, geez. That's a really difficult question, Space Garage. I don't know. This is an odd one to call because I feel like India are at the brink of being not good enough. I think a par score here is probably around 280-ish. It's hard, man. This is hard because there's plenty of cracks in this ground. There was opportunity to hit, and there has been multiple times that they have hit, but there's also been real lulls, and it's been a bit of a struggle too. I'd say maybe 280. What would you guys put it at? Up in the air, and that'll be a boundary. That'll be a 4. 11 balls to go, and KL Rahul is into the naughty 90s. Naughty 90s. My DoorDash driver's name once was MD. Wonder if that was short for something too. Of course it was short for something, Jago. The M probably would have been like a Muhammad. Delish or something like that. Thought it was short for Kale. Next ball. Up in the air, and that might be boundary 2. It will be 2 runs here, so it'll be 264. So Rahul will stay on strike and he'll be on 94 runs. Huge here by KL Rahul. Huge. So what would you guys say is the par score? Yeah. I'm going 280 par score. Maybe 285. But again, I don't want to put a par score at what India can achieve because I don't think that India's score has actually been good at the dot ball. I don't think that they've achieved what they really should have. I do still think they should have been getting to... I do still think they should have probably been getting to 293. Not happy scenes. 285 as a par score. Yeah, it's pretty similar to what I've said. Yep, Siraj is kicking. They only bowled him for 8 overs in the previous game too, which was really odd, especially considering he had such a low economy and also had 2 wickets. But yet they chose to bowl others 10 times and him only 8 times. Yeah, no, Lagan's not complimenting Siraj Darshan. Quite the opposite by calling him a dog. That is a dot ball. 48.4 overs, so there's 8 balls remaining here of the innings. 8 balls remaining. .94 for 85 is also a really strong strike rate here for Rahul. Next bolt will end up being a 2. So it'll be 266 for 7, sorry. 266. And Rahul will be back on strike at 96 runs. He gives his heart when bowling. Man, you're not going to get Australians sympathising with him. He acted like a complete tool in Australia. There's no way Australians are going to sympathise with him. That doesn't mean that I think that he's a bad person off the field, but when he's on the field, Australians will always think he's a tool. He threw the ball at Labuschagne. He sent Travis Head off, told him to get off the field when he scored 150 runs. 150 runs. He threw the ball at Marnus Labuschagne. He sooked and whinged the entire series of the Border Gavaskar Trophy, and his ego was through the roof. There is not a single Australian that will respect Mohammad Siraj for the way that he carried on in Australia. That doesn't mean that I think that he is an awful bowler. That is up in the air, and that is gone for 6. Huge shot there. He'll be on 272. At the end of the day, that's 100 too for Rahul. That's 100 for Rahul. Oh, well done. Well done. Well done there from Rahul. He hits the 100. That is a massive hunch. He saved him here. Take 102 off, that'd be 170. He has saved them. He has saved them. Anyway, long story short, it goes to Siraj. Not here to hate on the guy externally, but internally in the game of cricket, his ego is ridiculous. And no Australian will respect the carry-on that we saw from him in Australia in the Border Gavaskar Trophy when we absolutely slapped him. We slapped him. He's throwing balls at our players. He's sending players off after scoring 150 runs. The guy's an idiot. But I do hear good reports about him in regards to giving to charities and being kind to people in India, which is not always. So I respect that. Doesn't mean that I respect the carry-on and the attitude from him on the field. But what I do respect is KL Rahul getting 100 here. He's deserved it. He's been fantastic today. Absolutely spectacular today. Next bowl. Swing and a miss. There is 5 balls to go. Oh, no, there's still 6 because that was a wide. 273. If Rahul didn't play, they'd be on 170. See, Jacko's starting to get it now. He's starting to really join the brigade. Jacko's really starting to understand. Try bowling like him. F off, he bowled the most overs for India. What does that have to do with quite literally anything? Try bowling like him? Are you trying to say, we can't criticise him as a player because we're not a cricketer? What are you talking about? Is that what you're saying? That doesn't even make sense. So what, we can't talk about a player because we're not specifically playing at that level? At the end of the day, nobody here insulted his bowling. Nobody here insulted his actual skill. What we are insulting is his childlike mentality and his attitude problems and his ego problems. And if you don't like that, that's your problem. Because at the end of the day, we've seen him throw a ball at our player. We have seen him send one of our players off after scoring 150, and we saw him sook and whinge the entire series. So there is no world where we're going to sit here and circle jerk a player who disrespected our country when we slaughtered him. We slaughtered him. He did nothing that series. He did absolutely nothing. And we beat you guys 3-1. So before telling us that we're not allowed to criticise a player because we don't play the game, he can play much better than me. There is no disagreement there. We absolutely, every single Australian here can admit that Mohammad Siraj would kill me if I was batting and he was bowling, or I was bowling and he was batting. He'd still be a billion times better than me. But at the end of the day, the criticism is absolutely valid, and the way that he treated the people, our cricket team, and the way that he treated our country in Australia, there's a reason why nobody in Australia likes him. There's a reason why. People can tolerate Virat Kohli more, and that should tell you a lot. That's a 4. 270-80 for India. People will prefer to deal with Virat Kohli and his attitude problems than Mohammad Siraj. That should tell you everything you need to know. So whilst you can like him and you can appreciate him, that doesn't mean that you tell us to F off because we have this opinion of him, because we're basing our opinion off of what he did to Australia in Australia when they lost the series 3-1. And he did nothing and he was laughed at for his performance. The only bowler of any relevance in that tour was Bumrah. The only bowler of any relevance was Jasprit Bumrah. Mohammad can be a much better player than what he performed. As up in the air. Oh, they let it drop in between. It'll be a single. And there'll be 2 runs. Bad fielding there. Bowled the most overs for India. What does that have to do with anything? Who cares? What does that have to do with anything of the conversation that we were saying? Man, it's like some people, they try to tell you how you must think. You're just like, man, you don't tell no one how we must think. Siraj isn't flop, but the management is. Siraj flop. What are you going to do about it? I don't think you're listening. I don't think you're listening to anything we're saying. No one here is saying that he is a flop of a human. But we are saying that his persona on the cricket field is a flop. And that is based off of observation. But also, it's funny. Why is he not doing it in this series? He doesn't do it in another series. Haven't seen that ego pop out in this series so far in the ODI. Don't really see it overall a great deal, but he does it against us. Why? Because we're the best. So final ball here from New Zealand, up in the air, and that's actually going to go for a 4. That will slice back for a 4, and India will end on 284 with 3 wickets. Spare Rahul not out 112. What a performance from him. Absolutely fantastic performance from K. Rahul, and Siraj is on 2 not out. India will finish 284 for 7. And yeah, it's crazy. It's called having your opinion. Yeah, but again, we're not insulting the skill set of the guy. He did have a poor series, but we're not insulting the skill set of the guy. And again, we're not insulting the actual person that he is. But I will absolutely sit here and criticise the way that he carried on in that series, attitude-wise and mentality-wise. But anyway, this is a interesting total for New Zealand to chase down. We're about to go on a half an hour break, guys. But there is an interesting total for New Zealand to chase here. Interesting total. 284 is not out of reach. It's not out of reach whatsoever. But it is still going to be difficult on this pitch conditions. So, guys, we'll see you in half an hour's time where it's going to be a good chase here. Obviously, hit that thumbs up button. Subscribe if you're new around here. We'll be live for the entire second innings. It's 11:30 p.m. my time. I'll be back at 12:10 a.m., which is in half an hour's time. So that will be 11:10 p.m. in Sydney, New South Wales / Victoria, and it will be 10:10 p.m. in Queensland when we return for the second innings. So like I said, hit that thumbs up button, subscribe if you're new around here, and I will see you guys very, very soon. Alrighty, guys, let's get underway for the second innings as New Zealand are looking to chase 285. Let's move this off of the screen and let's get underway with Mohammad Siraj bowling. Our favourite, Mohammad Siraj will be bowling. Hold on, I'm going to refix this a little bit. There we go. All right, so Mohammad Siraj is bowling. The New Zealanders have 285 to chase to win this game, and look, it is doable. It's not a super high target, and it is interesting conditions out there though, because there is plenty of cracks on this pitch. But I do give a really solid chance here. Really solid chance to the Kiwis finding a way to push themselves over the lines. Obviously, guys, hit that thumbs up button. Subscribe if you're new around here, and let me know if you think New Zealand can chase it. And they've started off with a bang. Gee whiz, they've started off with a bang. That's 3 runs, definitely 2. It didn't seem like they were running hard enough there. They could have gotten 3 for mine, but they have only ended up getting 2, I think. Yeah, they only ended up getting 2. Now, for everyone watching, please let me know how many fingers I'm holding up right now, because I want to know how far behind you might be. I need to know how far behind you may potentially be, so just let me know when you do see this. But Mohammad Siraj, let's see him hopefully not throw any balls at players. Let's hopefully see. Hopefully we see. All right, next bowl here from Mohammad, and it will be a dot ball. Look, if New Zealand can just emulate a lot of what they did with these openers of Conway and Nichols. Oh, I've got to fix the scorecard here. Got to fix the old scorecard. But if they can emulate what they did with the openers in Vadodara, well, then they probably do win this game, because that was it is updating. I'm just waiting for it to switch over. There we go. They probably do win this game if they can emulate even a miniature part of that. That's going to be a dot ball. Even a miniature part of what they did. Okay, well, it did update, and now it's freaking out. Look at it. It's freaking out. It just keeps switching. What's happening? What is happening right now? Maybe I'll refresh it. I'll refresh that browser source. Alright. Yeah, because I don't know what's happening over there. 1. Oh, geez, that's ages behind. Maybe try refresh it. Oh, that's going to be a 4. That is a 4 from Conway. And here we on 6. I need to refresh. Yeah, maybe refresh, Jay. Maybe refresh. But there might be some issues with the stream very briefly here, because I am refreshing this, and sometimes when we do refresh this, it does cause a couple of problems. Occasionally. But this is a good start here in this first over. Scorecard unavailable? What do you mean scorecard unavailable? Okay, now it's sweet. Alright, move that like that. And now we are good to go again. Good to go. Oh, mate. It's still causing a little bit of funny buggers. That'll be a dot ball. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? I have. Okay, sweet. I think that's better. I think you're a lot sooner now than it was before. But great first over here from India, and that will be a dot ball. So great first over from New Zealand, 6 runs. I'm in Perth. That does make sense. It definitely does make sense. Okay, sweet. That's all sorted now over there, and now we'll just make it a little bit smaller so the run count. Ooh, run count is a lot more easily seen. There we go. 5 years behind. 5 years is generous. Very generous. There we go. A lot of birds around this stadium at the moment. A lot of birds. Look, I'm going to back it in. I'm going to say the Kiwis win this. I'm going to back it in, and I'm going to say the Kiwis do get this job done. I reckon there's a really good chance for him to do it. I'll back it in. Brenton says, all the messages have disappeared from me. Slightly lagging audio. Slightly lagging. Audio is good. Did you refresh, Brenton? Because if you really need me to, I can stop and start the stream again. And that'll be a dot ball. Dot ball. All the messages have disappeared. Yeah, see, I feel like this is YouTube. Because like it's clearly not. I don't know. Like my internet works perfectly because I'm watching on KO, I'm using VPN, like everything's working smoothly. If there was problems with the internet, then I wouldn't be able to watch the KO, but it's been pretty smooth for me. So 6 for Nada here. Next bowl, dot ball. It's Harshit Rana who is bowling at the moment. Speed of about 133. So it's okay. It's nothing too crazy spicy at the moment. Are you still having problems, Brenton? I feel like maybe it could be Streamlabs. Maybe it's not YouTube, and it's definitely not my internet. Maybe it's just Streamlabs itself. I do know that YouTube is doing a lot of changes to the streaming scene, though, because you can have a stream where it does it horizontally, like you have for the computers, which this is horizontal, but you now can stream horizontally and vertically at the same time, so that it benefits both platform, both phone and computer. But so they're changing a lot in regards to that. So maybe that's what's causing a few issues. I'm not too sure. I haven't got that setting on though, because I just know it would cause problems for me. At the moment, I might try it when I'm in Hong Kong or in Vietnam. It's definitely a YouTube thing because it happened for another stream I watched today. Yeah. So next ball here from Rana, and that's going to be a dot ball. Is everything sweet now though? So Conway on 6, Nichols on 1. It's funny with Indian stream, like with the Indian broadcast, they always have the noise of the crowd getting really, really loud and energetic, but then they going live again, going live. Hopefully this one does sort out. You definitely probably do have to refresh now, but hopefully this sorts it out. I've just stopped it and started it again. All right, next bowl here for India, Harshit Rana, and it will be a dot ball. Target 25, 11 after 2 overs. So a 5.5 run rate at the moment. Just pretty much where if they situate themselves around the 5.5 this entire game, this entire innings, they will win this. And it took India, at this point, India were 0. They were 0 for 0 at this point. So pace economy today was 7.1 for the Kiwis and 3.9 on spin. So obviously spin is a lot more beneficial as we currently speak to limiting those runs. But the wickets were coming from the pace, 5 wickets compared to the 2 spin wickets. Yes, a much larger economy, but much more wickets. Next bowl. And that's going to sneak on through for a single. So they'll be on 12. Siraj bowling again. Is it working better now, Brenton and Sean? Is it working better now? So frustrating when you want to put together a good stream, but these things do happen to happen. Let's see if Kuldeep can cash today, because he dropped a really bad drop in that first ODI. It's fine for me now. Okay, sweet. Sometimes maybe I just have to stop and start it. Next bowl. And it'll be a dot ball. How's the beers going down, Shauno? After 2 weeks of not being on the beers, he'd be pretty happy with a couple of brewskis. Be super happy with them. But I wonder how you'll feel tomorrow now. Well, you feel after 2 weeks of not drinking, did you feel like much better about yourself, or were you just thinking about a brewski the entire time? It's okay now. I'm only a few seconds behind live. Okay, sweet. Mediators and me is all I can see. Mediators and me? I don't even know what that means. That's going to be a dot ball. Can you see me? Hello? Hello, can you see me? I'm here. I'm rocking and rolling, mate. I'm here. Never been more here in my life, really. This is the most here I've ever been. And now that's old here. Now I'm here now. Even more so than before. 2.3 overs gone. And the thing is, like, I do want the Kiwis to win this because then it makes it an interesting Game 3 on Sunday. Game 3 on Sunday would be a tiebreaker. Would be a decider. Ooh, swing and a miss there. Will be a dot ball. Just goes past mediators. Yeah, I don't know what Sean's saying. What's it mean, mediators and me? Because I don't even know what that could be. Like, obviously he's made a mistake with mediators, but I'm trying to figure out what he could have meant by mediators. I'm trying to figure it out. It's like a puzzle. It's like a tie puzzle right now. Conway on 10, Nichols on 2. Oh, moderators. Oh, there you go. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, no. I don't think Sean can see anyone's comments. No other comments other than he's half cut. Tell him to refresh the stream in the chat. I don't know if he can see me. I don't know if he can hear or see me. So tell him to refresh the stream in the chat. So this is a good over here from Siraj. Yeah, not many people here, Shauno. It's 12:30 in the morning my time, and obviously we're covering two teams. Good shot over the top there, and that will go for a boundary. Yeah, not many people are here right now. We're only just starting out on the old international cricket streams, and this isn't with Australia, which is what I've done in the past. And the Kiwis, they don't really care too much about cricket. Not too much, everyone. This is an awful time slot for them. It's 1:30 in the morning in New Zealand. So that is awful. So the Kiwis aren't really watching this, and they know it's a youth and an experienced team. And the Indians, they have about 1 billion Hindi channels that they listen to the commentary. The T20 World Cup, I think, will get some pretty good viewership because it's on at a pretty good time. For me in Vietnam, it starts at like 2 p.m. So it's like some games start at 11. That's going to end up being a single, so be on 17. Some games start at 11 a.m. Most games start at least at around the 2-3 p.m. mark, which you guys will be 6 hours behind. So that the first game will start usually around 7 or so p.m. I think it is for you. I think 6 or 5 or so p.m. for you in Perth, Jay. So it's a pretty good time slot. The only thing is that the final is on an awful time slot for you guys. The finals are on an awful time slot. It's 8:15 p.m. my time in Vietnam when those are on, which is 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, like 1:15 a.m. for you in New South Wales, and about 12:15 a.m. for Jay is when the finals are on. Super 8 semi-finals and the final. Next ball from Rana. Whoa! Shooing a ding-ding and a miss. It's just us three, Shauno, and the main mediator. I wonder if he can see me, though. Can you hear and see me, though, Sean? 7:30 p.m. here, so it's cool for me now. Yeah, so the final of the T20 World Cup and the semi-finals and the Super 8 will be about an hour from now, or 45 minutes from now. Okay, you sweet, you can. It'll be about 45 minutes or so. 6:30 p.m. in India, yeah, Trevor. 6:30 p.m. over there in Bangladesh. Sorry. It's gonna be a single there. He dropped his bat too, so they'll be on 18. But yeah, so 8:15 p.m. in Vietnam is when the finals are on. So great time. That means we'll finish at like 9, 10, 11, roughly about 11:45 or so. 11:30, 11:45. But I genuinely believe Australia can win that 220 World Cup. Devon Conway will score 100, you reckon, Travis? Well, he did pretty well in the first game. What did he get? Did he get... I think he ended up getting 45 or something like that in the ODI one. And then him and Nichols both fell pretty quickly. I think Nichols may have... Yeah, he did get the 50. I think he was at like 56 and maybe it's like 45 or something or whatnot for Conway with a couple of extras for the 118 for nothing. And that is going to be a wide here from Rana. So 19 runs off the first 3.3. I think India were about 2 or 3 runs at this stage. So this is consistent. It is consistent as we currently speak. It is consistent. And they've just got to be consistent. I do think that there is a... I would back him in. I'm going to back him in. Conway on 15. Oh, good bowl. Will be a dot ball. Great bowl. Bowl fast and there's nothing going on, champion. Oh, I shouldn't be trying to load my emails right now because that will screw up my entire stream, won't it? You don't want to even touch anything. You surprised me, dude. You pronounce Bangladesh accurately. People call it Bangladesh. Yeah, well, I have pretty good pronunciations, Travis. I was always confused whether I was saying that correctly or not. But I have a pretty good understanding of like how to pronounce things in different countries. Sometimes I'll get it incorrect. Oh, and now we've got the crowd cheering for Coley again. I've got pretty good pronunciations overall. I do like to be respectful and try and understand how to pronounce things that aren't obviously pronounced like they would be in English. Like in English, you'd pronounce it Bangladesh, right? Is that what you're saying, though? Bangladesh. Oh, yeah, people call Bangladesh. Yeah, no, Bangladesh. Yeah, in English, it would be Bangladesh. Well, it's like people would say Pakistan in English, but it's Pakistan. Or what's another one? In English, it would be Mumbai, but obviously it's Mumbai. What's some other ones in the area? Nepal instead of Nepal. Nepal. Nepalese. Nepal. And I think it's also Sri Lanka, isn't it? Not Sri Lanka. In English, you'd say Sri Lanka, but I'm pretty certain it's Sri Lanka. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Travis. So 20 runs after the first 4 overs, so they're at the 5 run rate. Is better than what India were after 4 overs. Oh, tune in the background right now. Tune in the background. Well, Travis, when we have a stream when Bangladesh is on, you need to get your mates on and we need to fire up behind Bangladesh. We need to fire up. You need to get your mates on. We need to all just get crazy behind them. I don't know who they play in the T20 World Cup, but we will be live for them. And that will be Ladot Ball. Oh, it is Sri Lanka. Oh, mate, I'm flying. I'm flying. Oh, my gosh, I'm flying. Oh, and what I've done, just as I was saying, I probably shouldn't try and go into my emails or anything. What I've done is done exactly that. Pack your bags. It's almost time for your trip to Hong Kong. Airbnb just sent me an email. Can't believe it. 7 days. 7 days to the day, and I'll be back in the old Asia. I heard you trying to pronounce Haiti the other day when I thought it was pronounced Haiti. I'm pretty certain it's Haiti. Haiti. Haitian. Yeah, I don't think it's Haiti. I think it's Haiti. But it's like Colombia rather than Colombia. Colombia. All right, Travis. Well, like I said, I don't know who they're playing, but we will be live for it. And I expect you to get crazy behind them. I'm actually going to go see who they're playing now. Next ball from Siraj. Wow, good shot over the top. Will it be a 4? Is there a man back there? There is. They will only get the single from it. Probably could have pushed 2. I haven't really been too impressed with the running so far in the early part from... Haven't been a great deal impressed so far with the running from New Zealand. I think they've left 2 runs out there on the field at the moment. Which doesn't seem like a lot, but in the context it actually is. So who did they play in the group stage? So Bangladesh, they play Italy. Well, you should win that. Really, you should be winning that game. And then you play... Oh, I might miss one of their games because of the NRL. Next ball from Siraj coming up. Oh, and then you got Bangladesh versus Nepal. And that's going to be a dot ball. Bangladesh versus Nepal. And I think that's it for the group stage, actually. Another one people mispronounce is people say Zimbabwe. I'm pretty certain it's Zimbabwe. Another one people usually mispronounce. Italy. All the Kiwis have left the chat. Cats. Well, New Zealand aren't really too well behind the cricket, especially internationally. With our part of the world, man, people don't care about international cricket unless it's in their country. Australians don't watch cricket unless it's the summer series and it's at home. Otherwise, they just won't watch it. You won't even find a great deal. You'll see more people, but you won't find a great deal of people who will even watch Australia versus South Africa in South Africa later this year. We'll be here. We'll be enjoying it. But Australians just don't care. The next time they care will be at home in the summer because we play Bangladesh. We play Bangladesh in like June or July in Australia for a 2-game series. No one will care. And it's not because of Bangladesh. It's because people will be in the thick of the rugby league season. Oh, I nearly ran him out there. It's going to be a single. Going to be a single there. 5 gone, 22 runs. New Zealand will be very happy with this right now. They would be. And the same thing goes for New Zealand. I guarantee you, if New Zealand were playing at home, but the thing is that they don't even really care too much at all. There's no real like specific summer season for them. It's not really a massive game for New Zealand. They'll celebrate when they win something if they haven't won anything. New Zealand are actually infamous for never having won anything in cricket. If people didn't know this. They've never actually won anything in cricket. They lost the WTC final to us a couple of years back. And obviously... Oh, he's gone. Oh, there's no way he's dropped that. That is an awful drop from KL Rahul. Oh, he's saying it bounced just before. There's no way he's dropped this. I need to see the replay of this. So, clear Nick. And... Nah, just a bit short of the gloves. It did just get there. He just didn't get underneath it. Cricket is for those people who have time to watch. It's not for busy people. Well, Australians, their biggest sports are physical contact sports of rugby league and AFL. And this is not a physical contact sport. The only physical contact that we've seen... Oh, he's bowled him anyway. Harshit has just bowled him. He slapped Conway for 16, and that's 22 for 1. And the Indians have got a very strong start after, giving up a few runs. That's already a wicket. Harshit Rana just banged him. I don't hear anyone getting around the cricket in New Zealand. Died off big time over there. That was a great ball, Jacko. That is a spectacular ball. Just after a near miss with a nick into the wicket. Oh, bro, that's a ball. That is a P. That is gorgeous. That is gorgeous. Absolutely pumped him. I did say to you guys at the beginning of the stream, someone asked me, like, who's my favourite Indian player. I genuinely think it is Harshit Rana. There's just something about him that I really get around. I think there's a vibe about him. Trace, I don't watch cricket regularly either. Sure, but again, it's the difference is that Australians and Kiwis like physical contact. Cricket is not physical contact. The only physical contact we see in this sport is Virat Kohli bumping into a 19-year-old kid who just slapped his best bowler around. But Australians, they will watch the summer series against England. They'll barely, but more so, watch the Indian series. They won't really watch South African series. The only game that every Australian will watch will be the Boxing Day test, and that will mainly just be the one day, which is individually Boxing Day. No 100 for Conway. Yeah, he got close, mate. Only 86 off. Better luck, 84 off. Better luck next time. Only 84 off the hunch. Be fun listening to your commentary and not be able to watch all games. Your live will help me to reach out those games. Yeah, especially for test matches. Most people are very much in and out, shake it all about. Jacko is in and out based off of how England's doing. I noticed he didn't come, I think, to day 4 of the Sydney test, was it? He's too scared. He's a cat. I reckon he's a cat. Okay, so Young comes in. Now to New Zealand. Have that. Ooh, that's a bowl again. Harshit Rana is fired up right now. He is just absolutely pounding for a couple of wickets here. It's a half maiden, Jay. Half wicket maiden. Half wicket maiden. Half maiden wicket. Wicket half maiden. How about that one? Boxing, wrestling, and football. I don't have much idea about rugby, but it looks fun. Well, tune in for our NRL streams, man. We'll be live for every single rugby league game this year, and it is a real fire here. We have, usually about a minimum 100 to 150 people watching. The peak games, we have over 2,000 people on stream, and it gets hectic. If you want to see Australian banter, that chat is where you be. If you want to see Australian banter, come to a State of Origin game. We peaked at 3,200, I think it was, for Origin, something like that. At least Harrison hasn't shown up for this one. Well, England's not playing, but England do play Sri Lanka in an ODI series in a couple of days' time, which we'll be live for. I'm fully expecting to see Harrison jump in. Love a good half maiden. What a half maiden. Beautiful. Harshit turning into prime Ollie Robbo this over. Absolutely killing him. Prime Ollie Robbo. Ollie Robinson's prime is when he's at McDonald's. Alright? And he's taken my fries order. See, finally, they showed on the broadcast Indian fans celebrating with the noise rather than all quiet and sitting down. Again, good ball from Harshit. Mate, this is an amazing over. In and out sums up the Socceroos at the World Cup as well. Jacko, just want to point it out here, the only teams that we lost to in the World Cup were the finalists of France and Argentina, and obviously Argentina ended up winning, and we actually pushed them all the way to the 90th minute. So I'm going to suggest that you back off here, because that tells me that Australia would have won the World Cup if Argentina hadn't scored 2 goals and we had scored that goal in the 90th minute, is what I would say. Would you disagree? Don't know about that. I don't think you can disagree. If Argentina didn't score 2 goals against us and we scored that one, I reckon we win the World Cup. Because clearly the only teams that beat us were the best of the best. Oh, so who do you cats lose to again? You're just lucky Italy doesn't play in the World Cup, because they always seem to beat England, don't they? Those 2 runs off the over. Sean says, is New Zealand losing? Well, it's a hard question to answer, Sean, when it comes to cricket. Like, there's no losing right now. There's no winning. Basically, New Zealand has a chase of 285, and it's 260 runs from 263 balls that you can see down there, but they have already got a wicket, which is nervy for them. Oh, I'm a little bit behind on the score, so they've actually got 1 extra run. So they're behind. they're behind as we currently speak, but that's not like losing or anything like that. It just means that it's still early. There's still 43.5 overs to go. India playing well. It's fine, mate. Like, that was a great over from Harshit, but bro, this is a marathon, not a sprint, right? Like, you've got your ultra marathon, which is Test cricket. You've got your regular marathon, which is ODI, and then you have your sprint races, which is T20. So ODI is still a marathon. It's not an ultra, but it's a marathon regardless. So just patience. There's no like winning or losing. New Zealand have played well in the opening 6.2, but also Indian have bowled some pretty good overs too with Harshit Rana. It's nothing crazy just yet. And that is going to be a dot ball. $139.3 here for Siraj. Jay, I think old mate probably didn't appreciate our conversation on Siraj before, so he's jumped out. I think our mate may have jumped out of the conversation with the Siraj chat from before the break. If Harry Kane wasn't an NFL punter in the semi and Shimani didn't score a 39-yard screamer, we would have won the World Cup too. But the thing is that Harry Kane isn't an NFL punter. He is the greatest English football player of all time, son. Unbelievable when it comes to trophies. I think your spelling in that comment really sums up the English national football team. Yeah. I ask you a question though. In your lifetime, Jacko, have you ever seen the English national team win a trophy of any sort, any kind? Like any trophy in your life? 10% does go to the channel, Sean. Well, you know what? Don't put the 10% of the channel. Just go buy some merch on the merchandise website. That's a dot ball. How about that? Tomorrow, I'm going to create Roosters, Sharks, Dragons, and Manly. And the day after, I'll create Bulldogs, Rabbitohs, Tigers. I'll probably just do Eels and Panthers straight up. Eels and Panthers straight up. And I'm going to get myself a You Got Champed bucket hat. Yeah. You Got Champed. Oh, that's up in the air. And luckily we'll fall in between everybody. Will just be a single. A single to own the over after 7. I will say, though, I think they'd be pretty happy with the amount of runs they've got. They would be really unhappy with the wicket, but they'd be happy with the merch. Oh, it's for all the teams. I've just decided... Oh, that's a brilliant sunset here in Rajput. Is it Rajkot? I think it's Rajkot, not Rajput. I think it's Rajkot. Yeah, I've put out some merchandise, Sean, for all different teams. Right now, I've currently got New Zealand, India, Australia, and England. And then for the NRL, we've already done the Broncos, the Cowboys, the Dolphins, the Titans, the Warriors, the Storm, the Raiders, and the Knights. Oh, just a bit of a passion project and a bit of fun for me. I really enjoyed I just enjoyed making the designs, dude. But yeah, it's on. It's in the description, all the links to all that, and also the pinned comment. So that is a dot ball. Good ball from Harshit Rana. I remember back in 2020, just for a bit of a laugh, I made a design for the Broncos wooden spoon. I don't think were you here for that, Jay? You were here super early. Were you here for the Broncos spoon in 2020, or did you come like 2021? Either way, I made like a jokey Broncos 2020, and one of the O's had a spoon on it, like a quite a literal spoon. I think I sold like 1,400 worth of material, and I just did it as a laugh, just to send to a mate of mine. But like people bought it as a piss take to their friends. Stop ball. What's the indie one you got, Vindaloo? That's a great one. Similar to the Broncos wooden spoon merch. Daz, I just mentioned the Broncos wooden spoon merch. Are you having the same conversation with us, or yeah, are you in the same conversation right now, Daz, or are we on planet damn well Pluto? That's quite literally what I'm talking about in regards to the Broncos wooden spoon merch. It's Milford fault. That one was very, very niche to the channel, but we got a few of those. I think we sold like 24, 25 of it. But again, the good thing with the website is that's going to be the end of the over. The good thing with that website is that you can you just create the design, and then it puts it on all the merch, like as in shirts, jumpers, bucket hats, posters, coasters, aprons, backpacks, all that sort of shit. It does it all itself, and then you just see it there, and it's actually really cool. You guys, if you felt like you were a buddy artist, you could do it. Yeah, it's really cool. So if you don't have the time to actually create your own stuff individually, they do it all for you. Oh, that's out, I reckon. I think he's next to that. I've heard something. Rana's heard something. And I don't think they're going to review it. I don't know what that noise was, though. Can't remember. I got here around COVID time. Yes, that's either 2020 or 2021. Jacko says, well, my mum's side is French. I've seen 2018. Jacko, firstly, I think you need a refresh because that was put a good 5 minutes ago. But also, secondly, you are English, son. So I ask you again, have you seen the England national team win a trophy in your lifetime? Any trophy. Any. That's going to be a double. Double. I commented that before you mentioned it, you muppet. No way you did. No way. When's the charity match? By the way, Dazmate's in the charity match this year, folks. Dazmate, what a man. He will be in the charity match, and if you don't score a try, you're getting blocked on this channel. If you don't score a try and then do a backflip, you're getting 100% blocked on the channel. Next ball. Really limited these last couple of overs. That's 2 overs of basically no runs. Ever since getting this moustache, I understand why people play with it now. I understand why people have it. By the way, did Sean ODI? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Did he green out? Dude, the sunset here is awesome. Oh, is it loading? I don't know why it would be loading. Our internet's sweet. The Mad Mullet and charity match. The Mad Mullet. So 5 for Nichols, 3 for Young, 26 for 1 is the current score. I know when and what team I'm on, but can't say anything until I announce it. So do I, Daz. So do I. No matter who. No, I was joking, Sean. I know you just kick back and just listen in. Don't worry. Brenton, I think you might be the only one loading because nobody else has mentioned anything. Nichols on 5. At this stage, India were 45 zeros. They really moved it. Oh, Jacko's reply is loading. Yeah, no, plenty of loading. Jacko won't comment for another 5 minutes though, because I don't believe he's on the live. That is a dot ball. You need to find ways to get runs here, New Zealand. Jacko might reply in 2028. Jay, all the way in Perth, will see before Jacko does. There we go. 7 minutes later. Jacko says, England are currently reigning champions of the Euros under 21. Yeah, but see, we don't really classify that. Okay, let me just make it really clean, clear, and simple for you here, Jack. I'm going to make it really clean, clear, and simple. I just want a yes or a no answer. Have you ever seen the men's England national football team win a trophy in your lifetime? Men's national football team. Lifetime. Simple stuff. Now, it's good to be involved with all the real NFL content creators. Yeah, I did see. I got a comment the other day that apparently he's still talking about me on channel. It's absolutely, it's astounding. It's astounding that he's still talking about me on his channel. Your mate, Jay. Apparently, he's still calling me apparently I'm corrupted or something. Dude, it's actually incredible. It's been 5 years of this guy just talking about me for whatever reason, and then I think he's convinced himself this is a two-way go. I feel like this has just been. I feel like he's actually genuinely convinced himself that this is like a two-way street, and that I'm always talking shit about him and he's always talking shit about me. I don't think I've mentioned him in years, and I barely ever did, because I did it deliberately to not mention him. Still, Jay. Still, and he's apparently cracking the shits that he's not a part of the charity match too. I remember, I think it was 2 years ago, I think I messaged him saying something happened where he messaged BKRtravel saying that he wasn't talking or whatever. And I knew he was, because I received screenshots and I get people commenting on my thing. And I thought we cleared the air, because I was just everyone, I just wanted to settle it down and just say, look, we both made mistakes, whatever, we just move and groove. This was ages ago. I swear everything cooled down. Next minute, I'm still hearing that he's always talking. Years later, the guy is just obsessed, bro. Has he asked you out to dinner yet? Oh, mate. Sean says, mate, I'm cracking my last beer after dinner. My family has absolutely no idea about cricket. Just saying, yeah, you tell us, mate. Yeah, you got to teach them. Go teach them. The old Sixeruno. Say, I don't want to sit here and just shit on him, because that defeats the purpose of what I'm saying. But I know this will get back to him, because for God knows what reason, that he knows everything about everything in regards to me. It's a drinks break right now. I might actually run to the bathroom, is it? I think it is a drinks break. I'm going to run to the bathroom here quickly, guys. Guess what? Get your counters and your second timers out. Hit that thumbs up button, subscribe. Time to count how long I'm away for. It actually wasn't even a drinks break. They were actually just sending a message out to the boys there. Peek out his menus. That was a wild thing back in the day. That was a wild thing. He kept saying that, sending minions. So we weren't even talking about the guy. We weren't even talking about him. Yeah, Shatish, I thought it was a drinks break, bro. I thought it was a drinks break. And he will get a single there, 28 for 1. I think, the message they've been told is that the run rate is already required at 6.29, and we're only very early in the piece here. There's still 40 4 overs to go here, so they need to really increase this run rate because this pitch isn't as easy as it was in Vadodara. Did you wash your hands? No way, Satish. No way. The cracks have started playing their role. Is that right, Satish? So now there are cracks on this pitch, is there? So are you willing to admit that I was right yet, Satish, or what? And that's going to be a single. They're going to push one that was really close, but they will get a single, so it'll be 29 for 1. So are you willing... By the way, I didn't even get a chance to actually go to the bathroom because I heard on the headset that it wasn't a drinks break and they were just sending a message out. What's the channel? Now, I'm not going to give him the light of day, Brenton. Well, you would know. You would know if you've been in for a while now. No, not toothbrush boy. No, he was harmless, mate. To be fair, old mate's harmless too. He's harmless too. I just think that unfortunately he has a bit of problems in his life and he likes to use me as a way to kind of distract him from that and think that the world's against him kind of deal when really it isn't. And that's going to be a single. Colin Blaze, I was the one asking saying the pitch will slow down. Hi Satish, you said that India would get to 350 and you were making fun of me for saying how many cracks were in this pitch. You said that the Indians would get to 350, which was a subtle reference at this pitch being fine. It's very clear this pitch is not fine in that context. He's fixated on you. I think he wants... I'm not going down that path. It's a dot ball. Yeah, it's just as easy... Exactly right, Jay. It's just as easy saying, yep, maybe you were right in regards to that. Maybe. I think it is, you know a lot more about Indian cricket than I do. You know a lot more about your pitches than I do, which is why I was kind of surprised that you weren't kind of admitting to how many cracks were on the pitch. Like, it was crack central. It's crack central. All right, next bowl. And, just wide of the slip, and it will go for a 4. Is it a beautiful place shot, or is it very lucky that didn't go to the slip? I feel like I'm out of the loop on this one. Trust me, it's better. It really is better for that to be the case, Brenton. This is the last time I'll even mention it for ages. It's just like, it came as a shock to me when I got a comment on my Instagram saying his name. His name said that you are corrupted on his most recent stream. I'm just like, bro. Seriously. Crack central like Mount Druitt. More cracks than a Yank pool party. Oh, by the way, Jacko, I did crack up when I went for the innings break, and I saw a comment saying something about Siraj is a tool or something. What did you say? I'm insulting his skill set. He's a flog or something. And that's going to be a single for Nichols. We got 9. Jokes apart, domestic games here have produced some high-scoring thrillers despite having cracks. Well, I'd really enjoy this to be a thriller, but New Zealand need to up their run rate. Yeah, I think he is going. I think that was a really perfectly timed shot there from New Zealand. I think he knew exactly what he was doing. Harshit Runner wasn't happy with that. A hack, that's it. Yeah, hack's pretty funny. Hack's a great word. It's like when Australians call someone a peanut. Hack is good. Peanut's pretty top tier. I used to like Tool, but now it doesn't have the same vibe to it. Peanut's good. Galah, calling someone a Galah is top tier Australian shithousery. Like, if you get called a Galah, that means you're probably getting called by a Galah by one of the old boys down the pub. Like, but Galah is such an interesting insult, but people do it. And I don't mind it. Galah, Peanut. Don't upset Blaze, otherwise you'll never stay at your Airbnb. Mate, I'm putting in my block list. I'm going back and I'm reviewing it 1 star. The most New Zealand can score here is 240. Maybe, but it's very early in this game, mate. Their run rate could absolutely improve, and they got a single there. They'll be at 37 for 1. You also predicted India to get 350, so I think we'll just wait and see. I think Bellend, yeah, Bellend's pretty good. Nobed, Mug. Mug used to hit, and it doesn't hit as much, but Bellend and Nobed's good. Struggles to climb 3 floors. To be fair, your stairs are pretty steep. They are pretty steep, though, you got to admit that. But I had no problems climbing your stairs. What are you talking? I had no problems climbing your stairs. But the thing is, in that that's going to go for just a 2 there for Younger to 11. They'll be on 39 for 1. Thing is with India is that all the places that you stay in that isn't like a hotel usually are like down alleyways and stuff. I know it's normal to you, but for foreigners like Australians and Americans and English and Kiwis and whatnot, we would never walk down alleyways or dark alleyways at that. Vietnam's crazy for this as well. Vietnam's actually... Oh, I feel like if you went to Vietnam and stayed in an Airbnb down an alleyway, it'd probably freak you out a little bit more. And that's going to be a single in India. The alleyway that I had to walk down to get to my first ever accommodation in India, in Hal's Khas in Delhi, was terrifying. I was so overwhelmed, man. Leaving the Novotel in Aerocity, so it's 40 for 1 after 11 overs, leaving the Novotel at Aerocity and then being dropped off in Hal's Khas, and it was just overwhelming. Kids running up to you, adults running up to you. I was just trying to find where my Airbnb was. I had my backpack. It's hot. I've never been in a foreign country where the people didn't understand my language. Like, I'd only been to America and Fiji and New Zealand and all this kind of Canada. So all English, right? And everyone's talking to me in Hindi and all this kind of stuff and asking me where I'm from. And then I've got to walk down like a pitch black alleyway to get to my accommodation. Now, the accommodation was fine. It was decent. And House Cast was actually normal. Once you get used to it, once you have that experience once, you're fine with House Cast. But at first, it was just really eye-opening and confronting. Super confronting. Like, honestly, don't go to India if you're not willing to take the leap of faith, is what I would say. But once you get through the leap of faith, you're sweet. I like the police in India. They just belt people with sticks. Guns are too messy. That is true. That is true. They just, with the batons. Yeah. Installing a lift is not possible. Yeah, no, the staircase is too... Well, also, it's not just his build. Well, unless, I don't know if it is. But is that just your... It's not just your building. Shatish. It's like a public building, and that's just an apartment, the public building, correct? Get a lift. Aussie means Australian. Like, I'm an Aussie. The people here you're talking to are Aussies. It's just a shortened word for Australian. 41 for 1. 3.62 is the current rate. They need 6.31, man. They need to push this run rate up. And it is going to be a single, so it'll be at 42 for 1. Wait till you go to Paris if you want steep stairs. I'm not as interested in Paris as most people have been throughout the years. I am interested in France, but I want to go countryside France because I don't think Paris is Paris anymore. I would like to go to places like, countryside, like Nice. And is Nice countryside? But anyway, places like Nice or Lyon. Just places like this. Nice, Lyon, Marseille. Because, I don't believe Paris is as Paris is what it used to be. But I could be wrong. If Blaze comes to Jaipur, he stays on me. Mate, I'm not leaving Jaipur then. I'm moving in. Hey, you put the promise out. You never put a dictation of time on that. There's no time frame there. You just said if I come there, it stays on me. I'm staying for a year. Staying for a whole year. No, a year is full on. I couldn't do that. I know what you're doing, Jay. I've known for a while. I know what you're doing. 43 for 1. Out of the Aussies, I tell you, see right through you. Worst thing is, like, old mate never know. That terminology probably isn't understandable either. Next bowl, and that's going to be a dot ball. And 12 overs bowled. Only 3 runs off the over. They need to start whacking. There is no conditions to it, mate. Mate, I'm staying there until I die then. I got free accommodation for the rest of my life in Jaipur. Look at me going for line. No, I'll come to Jaipur at some stage. At some stage. I didn't end up going up the mountainside, which is what I really wanted to do when I was there, but obviously I was sick a couple of times and I was busy streaming the NRL games. We've got the Mexican wave going on right now around the stadium. Oh, India are definitely ahead at the moment with the slow run rate for New Zealand. Whereas not even close. India is well ahead run rate wise. Well ahead. Yeah, it's going to be a dot ball. Almost paid off with an inside edge onto the stumps there. I will say though, Satish, I was expecting the Hawa Mahal to be way bigger than it is. I think it was really interesting. It was a really cool place, the Hawa Mahal. I think it's Hawa Mahal. Hawa Mahal. I thought it was really cool, but it was actually way smaller than I expected. Can he bring home ladyboys at your Airbnb? I didn't see any ladyboys in India, mind you. That is, I know I've seen your videos you've sent me. That's going to be 2 runs here for Young, Sivian 16. I didn't see any. Oh no, there was one in Delhi. No, I did have an experience in Delhi. I can't really remember too much of it, but there was in Delhi. Jack says, do the pitches slow down in Jaipur or can you get 350 there? All the above, mate. All the above. We'll go there to the forts, the water palace and all the stuff when you're here. Well, I'll let you know, mate. And that's going to be a single for Young. He'll be on 17. Oh, what does Sean say? I can't see it. Points table. Oh, they're showing the WPL. Oh, what did Sean say? I can't see. Oh, live chat. Okay. He's bowled him. Oh, Prasida's got him, and it's 46 for 2. Guys, I think this game's done. I'll be honest. I'm gonna jump a little bit ahead here, and I'm gonna say I don't think New Zealand come back from here. I think this pitch is very, very difficult, and I think they're going to struggle to get 200. If I'm completely honest with you, I think they're going to struggle to get 200. They're 46 for 2. Both their openers are gone. Daryl Mitchell comes in. He'll need to save them, but you can't expect players to just continuously save countries there is going to be down moments, and Prasid has just bowled him clean. It's a really mixed ball, and he gets the inside edge there onto the stumps, and India 2 wickets, and they're looking good. Do you get Ladyboys in India? There is some, Sean, but it's not like a big thing because I feel like they would be aggressively harassed. Am I right saying that, Shatish? I feel like if there were, and there are in like the big cities, but I don't feel like it's commonplace because I personally think from my experiences and from the way of which when I would conversate with Indians, like in private about like big issues or things in the country, I feel like it would be an aggressive harassment kind of situation on a largely public scale. Am I correct there, Shatish? I'm seeing here, there are some but separated from the rest of the community. Exactly. So if they're separated, it tells me quite a bit. It's very confusing in Thailand. Paul Hogan's style to find the truth is the only way. I found it a lot easier than people made it out to be. I feel like they have to be, it has to be like bang on to get past you. But I feel like you can tell pretty much immediately with the voice. But if you're drunk is the problem. If you're sober, I can tell them pretty quickly, like very quickly. But if you're drunk, I can understand why people would get confused. But then again, there's also going to be a lot of guys who go there and partake in it because they want to be a part of the experience. I promise you. Supply and demand. There's too many in Thailand for there not to be guys who go there for that very reason. That's going to be a single. No, they're going to get called 2? No, they will just get a single. It's a 47 for 2. Darryl Mitchell, you need to save New Zealand here. Otherwise, you are done and dusted. Then again, I was in Hua Hin rather than the main joints of like Pattaya and Phuket, where I hear it gets the craziest for that kind of stuff. If we see a wicket anytime soon, this game could be done very quickly. It's a dot ball. Another successful over, man. Only 4 runs and 1 wicket. We're 13 overs in and they've only got 47 runs and they've already got 2 wickets. This is looking like a shit show right now. Dagger says, I went to Thailand in 2010 when I was 7. I'll never forget them saying, hello boy, fish massage. I thought we were going down a different path there. When you were 7, what, you went to Bangkok, did you? Bangkok? The fact that even comes into your mind, Brenton, is just, wild. Just wild. That's not the first thought that I had, Actually, Sean, I'll ask you a question. Obviously, you have a wife who is Thai. How does she feel about the reputation of Thailand? Because I get really disappointed because I think that Thailand deserves a far better reputation than what it has. But unfortunately, the reputation is legitimate too. But I think there is so much beauty and culture and food and tradition about Thailand that goes and gets swept under the carpet because of the partying. And I know they're trying to change this as much as they can. But the partying and the ladyboys and all this kind of stuff. How does your wife, who is Thai, feel about the reputation that her country does have on a global level? No, Tish, not true. Ladyboys can be figured out easily by looking at Adam's apple. No, you can shave it off. Brother, don't go Thailand. You're done. You are done for, my guy. That's the first thing they'll do. They'll shave that off before anything else. That's going to be at least 2 here, maybe even 3. No, it's just the 2. So at least they get to the 50 bomb. So 50 comes up for the Kiwis, but they are still well and truly behind by 235. One of Sean knows Shark Boy. I think Sean is Shark Boy, said Hewitt. No, Sean, we did have a guy. It was actually the South Africa versus Australia test series, so it's funny. But we did have a guy who was in Thailand and he would tell us about his ladyboy benches. He was full on with it. Is a single. It's funny the people that pop in over the years, and you think, I wonder how they're doing now. I wonder if he's still living his best ladyboy life. I think Brenton may be speaking from experience, Daz. Newcastle can get a bit rougher around the edges. Those Novocastrians, they know how to party. I don't want to come to their party though if that's what's happening. 51 runs. Natish is bowling. It's pretty difficult then, thanks for the info. Mate, just be careful. Be careful in Pattaya and Patong Beach. Daz was in the chair, Brenton. That's how he knows. Next ball. Dot ball. The old chair back there. Like, is there time for them to turn this around? Sure, but... By the way, how do I pronounce Vadodara, Shatish? Because the commentary keeps calling it like Vadara. So it's like the D-O-D, the O and D means nothing, and it's just Vadara, but there is an O and D in the middle. Vadara. Because that doesn't make sense to me in English, but obviously it's not an English word. Doppel. They keep promoting the WPL. I wonder if the WPL people actually... I don't know if the WPL actually women get behind in India. That chair isn't as hot as the OG chair from back in the day. The one that was ripped and torn behind. And then Slap ended up buying me a new premium chair. That was a good chair too. That was a good chair. And, oh, that's a nice shot over the top. And that is a 6 as well from Darryl Mitchell. He needs to save them, and that is a great start. 57 runs now for New Zealand, and Mitchell will take himself up to 8. Sean says, mate, country Thailand is very different than cities, but it's not all the same. No money, no honey. Like at a restaurant, eat where the locals eat, not where the tourists eat. Oh, yeah, for sure. Dude, in Vietnam, there's no way I'm eating in Boi Vien. You know, there's no way I'm eating in the main central area. I will go slightly askew, but you don't want to go too askew. You need to go askew, but not like niche askew, because niche askew can be dangerous, and you can be eating, quite literally an animal's testicles. And you won't know because you don't know the language on it, and unless you're with someone, unless you've got a partner who's Vietnamese, or you've got a friend of yours who speaks Vietnamese, you won't know what you're about to eat. You start eating and you're like, I feel like I'm pregnant from eating whatever it was. That's going to be a single for Young. It'll be 21. And you think I'm being crazy, folks? Go international. I'm telling you, there's crazy shit on menus. There's crazy shit on menus, especially in the little family-orientated niche restaurants. Just stick, if you go to Vietnam, just stick with the banh canh cua or the banh mi. Just stick with that. Sometimes you can get goat balls. And I'm not talking about like goat meat into balls, like rolled into balls. I'm talking about goat balls. And that's going to be a dot ball. Get the goat balls, there's a dot ball. That 6 is so needed. 2021 and 23 were peak streams. Jay's favourite Welshman. Martin, Shark Boy, Knowledge, Faraz, Bandwagon, Pass. You've just given a heart attack to Jay saying that. But Martin was actually here in the Ashes streams. He came back very briefly. He wasn't here for a lot because he knew that England were getting totaled and slapped up. But he did come back to these Ashes streams for a bit of a laugh. I think in the second test he was here. And then, yeah, that was about it. Shark Boy. Knowledge Clown. Bandwagon Bass. Jeez, gosh, thank gosh he's not here anymore, because having to deal with him when I'm going to do South African cricket streams is going to be just wild. People who don't know, Bandwagon Bass is a guy that started watching rugby league streams, had no idea about rugby league, never watched rugby league. That's going to be a 4 for Young. So he gets 25. Okay, get some good runs on the board here, New Zealand. You need it. But a 4 there, 63 for 2. So anyway, he didn't understand anything about rugby league, and said and was active in the chat. Like, he was getting involved in banter and shit talking teams. And guy's never watched rugby league in his life and is, saying some pretty rough things to people. And I said, okay, you need to choose a team because we need to be able to slap you. We need to be able to reply to you. And he goes, okay, I'm going to support the Broncos. And we said, well, the Broncos, they're coming last right now, or they're in the bottom 2. And he's like, okay, but I'm a Broncos fan. A week goes by, and he's suddenly a Panthers fan or something like that, or he was a Storm fan. And those two teams are two of the best teams in the league. Panthers won 4 premierships in a row, and the Melbourne Storm, they're one of the most successful teams of all time. And I think he said like he was going to 50-50 split between the Panthers and the Storm. And we're just like, you're a clown. But he was really abusive to people. But would just bandwagon the winning team so that nobody could reply to him and piss him off and insult him. So it was just super ridiculous, and we just got rid of him because he was super abusive. I mean, what's the tradition in Australia? Tradition in Australia? Getting married anytime soon? It's not like that in Australia, man. So that's going to be 15 overs down, 64 for 2. I have a partner. 64 for 2 here for the New Zealanders. I have a partner, but in Australia, bro, we don't have time frames. We live our own life, mate. Our parents don't put pressure on us. Some maybe, but as a majority, our parents don't put pressure on us. We get married when we want. We have kids when we want. We get married when we want. I do have a daughter, but we get married when we want, have kids when we want. We live our own lives, man. I know it's very different in India. I understand that. It was Shark Boy. Shark Boy was an Aussie expat living in Thailand who enjoyed the company of ladyboys, who was very frequent on our streams for a summer of cricket between Australia and South Africa. Wales. I think he's in a shrink gospel. That guy was nuts. I still remember listening to that voice message you sent me that he sent you. Oh, dear me. Is this a drinks break right now? Yeah, it is. It is a drinks break. I'll be back in a second, guys. Hit that thumbs up button and subscribe. I didn't go to the bathroom before because I realised it wasn't a drinks break and they were just putting a message out. I'll give you 1 second. We're back. We're back. Drinks break over. Kiwis down by a lot right now, but at least they're starting to wax some boundaries. You have a daughter? Yes, I do. I do have a daughter. She is 9 years old now. 9 years old. She lives with her mum. Next bowl, and that is a single. He was a cooker for sure. Yeah, no, that guy was probably the most nutso. We've had a lot of nutsos, but he was definitely the most nutso. You know, when we say old mate, the other one we were referring to before is harmless. He's absolutely harmless. But that guy, this guy, the guy from Wales, anarchist, he was a cooker. He definitely did deserve a straitjacket. For context, for people who don't know, he created hundreds of fake accounts. Hundreds. And I mean hundreds of fake accounts. He sent Jay like a 15-minute long or 20-minute long voice message telling him how he was going to murder him and that he was going to murder him and stuff like that. Like it was next level, dude. And he wasn't sending it to me. Luckily, I don't think I had my email at the time. Top ball. He was cooked, that guy. Yeah, I'm not going to give like personal details and stuff on public stream, Shatish. That's kind of as far as I'll put out. So it's 65 for 2, and that is going to be a boundary. That's going to be 4. Mitchell, Daryl Mitchell, bringing him back into the game with some boundaries here. They need to up the run rate. They're up in the run rate. Yeah, I'll explain culture. I'm not going to go into private details here, but like I'll explain culture. Yeah, it's very different to India. Very, very different. Very much depends family by family. So 69 for 2. Young on 26 from 38. Mitchell on 13 from 12. Dot ball, good bowl. You see Sean's comment still? I saw the Shark Boy comment. Who is Shark Boy? I'll refresh my live chat. Oh, Sean says, my first and oh, here we go. My first and only. Oh, that's right. I missed it. There wasn't a few comments I couldn't see. My first and only experience of a ladyboy sitting in a bar with a mate. Lady came up to us. I found out very quickly it's a bloke as he slapped me on the knee with his. The funniest thing is, I truly believe that what Sean's saying. Like I know, I believe what he's saying. I believe it. Because I wouldn't put it past it. Was this in Chiang Mai or was this in like Bangkok or something? Is this in Chiang Mai? Oh my gosh. Current run rate is 4.27, so they're still a whole 2 behind because the required run rate is 6.38. They're at 4.27. A good thing with like Hua Hin was that it wasn't really commonplace. Ooh, good bowl, top ball. It wasn't really commonplace. It wasn't that much of a problem in Hua Hin. Hua Hin was more like there were some beautiful women. There was, but Hua Hin was a more older crowd, which is why you couldn't really go out until like 1. Because 1 a.m. is when the lady bars close and then the actual nightclubs open. And the nightclubs are where the young people are. You have good fun with your boys and it's an enjoyable time. But anything before 1 was just like for that whole purpose. Oh, Pattaya. Okay, no, I 100% believe Sean's story. 150 million% believe your story now. There is no doubt in my mind what you're saying is 100% truth when you said Pattaya. And it's funny because Sam Jenkinson, one of our mods here, he wants to, or Skunkle, he wants to go to Pattaya for Tomorrowland this year with me, like in November, December. And you guys may remember his circumstance in Auckland that we've spoken about before. That's going to be a dot ball. And I said, mate, in Thailand, you'd be gone. You're done. You're done. What's the saying? You're not a man unless you had a man. Well, I'm definitely not a man then. I'm as female as they come if that's the case. As female as they come. But no, Sam's struggling in a random bar in Auckland to figure out if it's a ladyboy or not, then he's going to struggle significantly in Thailand. If I wasn't there, like I was with a girl at the time. If I wasn't there and she wasn't there, I don't think he would have known at all. I really don't. Anyway, this is a super weird conversation that we've gone down. I blame Shatish. He was trying to figure out where to go in Thailand. That's the story I'm running with. That's going to be a single here for Mitchell on 14. 71 for 2. Still need to get some more boundaries here by a long way. However, at least they are above the 4 run rate. But a 2 run over just then against Bright City is not going to help their cause. No, I don't have a counter story to Sean's. Sean's one is next level. Again, like I said, I was in Hua Hin and Bangkok. I do know about Nana's Plaza, which is just wild. That place is wild. I do have stories out there. I don't know if what you see there is if devil was a form, if the devil was a pure form, it's Nana Plaza. Janko has no chance in Thailand. Plenty of squeaky bum time, dude. I'll give you a story. Actually, Sean, you'll understand how big of a distance this is. Oh, that's a good shot, but there'll be man the boundary, so it'll be a single. It'll be 73 for 2. So one night I woke up in was it Krabi? No, it was like 5. No, I think it was like 7 hours south of where I was staying. This was when I was streaming that day too. You guys don't know this. I had such a big night with some of my mates in Hua Hin, and the next day I woke up like 8 hours south. I can't remember where it was. It could have been like Krabi or something. So Hua Hin to Krabi. If you want to go and Google the distance between the two, it was ridiculous. That's going to be just a single here. So it'll be 75 for 2. Yeah, it was Krabi or somewhere. It was ridiculous distance, and I woke up the next day. I had to get back in time to stream like a massive Broncos versus Storm game or something like that. But I was like 8 hours away. I got back in time, but I was like 8 hours away. It was wild. The big sweep up, but it'll just be a single. My English mate set me up. He said the expression on my face was priceless. The wife laughed at me for days. Lads' holiday stories are nuts. Yeah, especially Thailand. You can't go to Thailand without having some ridiculous stories. It's not possible. I think even if you try to avoid it, you'll still come back with some wild shit. So 18 overs gone, 76 for 2. You just find it funny when you see people on Instagram or Facebook or whatever, and they're like, oh, Thailand's not ready for us, mate. Not only is Thailand ready for you, but you're probably going to die. That is more than ready for you. You're not ready for it. 209 runs. Sorry, 200. Is it 207 runs? What is it? 209 runs from 193 balls. So, like, it's not out of the equation. You just got to whack. You know, is it that hard? Just whack some sixes. Too easy. Just whack 10 sixes, had 60 runs. You're well in front of the ball count. How about that? See what I mean? Again, with the noise, they're celebrating. The atmosphere is up there. You can hear that the Indians are getting loud. And they're showing people who are quiet and sitting there minding their own business. They're not showing the people celebrating. A mate of mine went to Koh Samui though. He said that was the most beautiful place he's seen. Koh Samui is apparently amazing. Well, if you're ever going for a beach though and you go to Vietnam, don't go Vung Tau. Vung Tau is like cool and all, but it's not a good beach. So don't go Vung Tau for beach. Not Vung Tau. New Zealand could play the baseball card, total collapse. We look good. Just wait for the collapse. I actually think I'm going to purchase my own merch and wear it for the cricket streams, I reckon. I might do that. And that's the thing, like, when I go to America, I buy merchandise. Like, I'm wearing a Las Vegas Golden Knights hat right now. I am a Chicago Blackhawks fan. I just like merch. I just like collecting it. I will never buy and wear Broncos merch, and I'll never buy and wear Man United merch, or probably Packers, Green Bay Packers, or New South Wales. I think they're the only 4 teams that I wouldn't ever wear the merch. Outside of that, I could wear an India hat. I could wear a Kiwi hat. I could wear a South Africa hat. I wouldn't care. I'd enjoy it. I don't think I could wear an English cricket team hat or anything like that, though, Jacko. Your name just reminded me of that. Had a lad's holiday in Sao Paulo. You went all the way to Brazil. Wow. You didn't want to go Benidorm where you all go, or Marbella? Or Ibiza? You went all the way to Sao Paulo. Like, I love it. That'd be a cool as place. But Sao Paulo, it's a long way from home. That will be a single for Young. He'll be on 30. This partnership needs to last for a long time. See, the thing is, Brenton, I would do that. Hang the merch up behind your streams and put a QR code on the screen somewhere. I would do that, but I'm traveling too much. So I can only take certain things. Like, again, I'm going to be in like 10 countries, or 7, 8 countries this year. What's cooking in the game is Kiwi in great position. Kiwi in not good position. Not good, Travis. Very not good. Very, very not good. They're 78 for 2 after 18.4. They are requiring a run rate of about 6.3 right now, and their run rate is like 4.4. It's very not good. Very, very not good. But there is still 31.1 overs remaining for them. And at least since Daryl Mitchell has come in, who killed it in their first game, at least they've shown a lot more signs since he's come in compared to the openers of Conway and Nichols. Should try and all meet up in Lau when you are next door, easy and cheap. As if you're going to get these guys here getting to Lau. A lot of these guys probably don't even know anything about Lau. To be fair, I don't know much at all about Lau. I have to do a lot of research before I go for 5 weeks. That is a single to finish off the over. It's only 3 runs given up. I'd love to see this run rate again. Because they still need over 200 more runs. That's a lot of runs, man. Wow, great place to be human trafficked. Yeah, same with Cambodia. With that being said, man, everywhere is. Promise you it happens in Sydney. You just don't know about it as much as we know about it in Laos. Myanmar is bad too. Jeez, I heard about a story from like a Russian model or something like that and getting trafficked into Myanmar. Partnership is key. They can wrap up all the things if they play at least 35 over. If these guys are there at the 35th over, then there's a chance. But the current run rate is 4.12. Their required run rate is 6.68. They would need some massive overs, dude. Like massive. And that's just going to be a single here. They'd need some massive overs. See you after 1 hour. See you then, mate. Chidasia is bowling right now. Yeah, New Zealand just need to play spin the whole time, which is basically what India's doing. They're obviously heavily focusing on the spin, which is what you do in the subcontinent. Aussie Kiwis, they predominantly played with seamers. Like, it's funny because a shock probably would have come in quite well for this game. The pitch was very easy to bat on in Vadodara. So a shock gave up a ridiculous amount of runs for an economy of like 9. But here, I reckon he would have been really important, but they haven't played him. I'm back in Thailand in November. Yeah, you sly dog. You're going for Tomorrowland, aren't you? Yeah, you're going for Tomorrowland, aren't you, champion? Did they hide my comment? I saw the Sao Paulo comment. Maybe they did. I'll do live chat again. Definitely not for me, especially Magaluf. Not fond of linking 16s in hotels like they do that. Linking 16s? Does that mean what I think it means? Linking 16s in hotels like they do there. I'm trying to piece it together, but does that mean what I think it means? Don't go to the Golden Triangle, Scam City. What's the Golden Triangle? The only Golden Triangle I know of is Delhi, Agra, and Jaipur. And I don't know if Shatish will be too happy if you're saying that he's a part of Scam City. Kuldip Yadav. He's coming in for a bowl. Yeah. Why is it such a hotspot for like 16-year-olds, Jacko? That's random. Why? I want to visit that, Sean. That's some crazy history, that place. What is the Golden Triangle in Thailand? And I'm not talking about the Golden Triangle that you experience on a night out. Next ball. And Kuldip will give up a single. One thing I will say so far in this series is that Daryl Mitchell has been impressive. Except for the drop that he had in the field in ODI 1. Golden Triangle is in Myanmar, Laos, and China border, I think. No rules at the No rules. So is it like is it like one of those things where you can put your feet in like multiple countries at once or something? And that is going to be a dot ball. Good fielding. Or is it like an actual like city? So that means you must be going to like Chiang Mai then, Brenton, if you're going in that area. Because there's no way you're going to the crossroads of Myanmar, Laos, and China if you're going to Phuket. You must be going up near Chiang Mai. You and Sean go for a drink. He'll show you the ropes, son. Oh, that's a 6.5 from Daryl Mitchell. Jeez, he's been good, mate. Daryl Mitchell, take a bow. He has been just absolutely stunning in this ODI series so far. Look, they're going to lose the series probably 3-0, let's be completely honest here. But truly, he has been... he has at least been a shining light in a tough ODI series with young personnel. Shining light. And that's going to be a boundary as well. Wow. He's gone 6 and then a 4. He's punching in some runs now, 94 for 2. And Mitchell's at 32 from 32. He has been a shining light, dude. Real quote from a chap on holiday in Magaluf, being 15 doesn't count on holiday. That is insane. That is insane. Being 15 doesn't count on holiday is a wild thing to say. What? That's crazy. That's going to be a single. No, 2. They're going to call 2 here, and they will get 2. So 96. I'm going back to that resort in Phuket that I told you about last year. Oh, you did tell me about a resort in Phuket last year. But that's nowhere near where you're saying, oh, I do know about this Golden Triangle because of the drug ring back in the day. Yeah, I do know what you're talking about now. Oh, hold on. I need to get my KO back to live because Daryl Mitchell's going crazy. Sounds like an Epstein saying, absolutely. Yeah, I have to refresh my KO. Give me 1 second. It's like playing the audio from before when I already just refreshed it. So it's like 20 seconds behind audio-wise to actually what's happening. So I'm refreshing it. But hopefully we can see New Zealand do what they did in the first game and make a game out of something that they shouldn't even be in. This game is a lot more warranted to be in it, but with the way they started, they realistically shouldn't be able to get back into the game. But with Daryl Mitchell there, I believe in miracles. Blaze knows all about them, Jay. Okay, let's not make those kind of jokes, Jacko. Let's not make those kind of jokes. Frozen. We back now? Are we back now? Okay, sweet. How many fingers I'm holding up so I know when you are? And there'll be another single there, so 99 for 2. Daryl Mitchell. What a player. She says, why don't you change your provider? She says, for the millionth time, bro, I am in a third world country that relies heavily on tourism in the middle of the Pacific Islands on a country that is the size of a damn well city in India. Dude, I'm in the middle of the Pacific. This is the best provider. And also, it's not the internet. For the millionth time, it's not the internet because I've got the game streaming live. There's not been a problem with the actual game. It is either YouTube or it's Streamlabs. I was 40 seconds behind. Fair enough. Well, at least you're back on now, I think. And that's going to be a single. So at least they get to the 100 mark. They are at 101 for 2. And Daryl Mitchell is the one that's saving their bacon right now. They've got 28 overs to get 175 runs. And also, I'm only in Fiji for another 7 days. 1 week today, I will be off to Hong Kong for some dumplings, son. And I may even go Disneyland. And there's nothing you can do to stop me going to Disneyland and buying some of those Mickey Mouse ears. By the way, New Zealand have fought their way back into this game. They are not too far off of the comparison of where India were. India were at 100 and I think 26. New Zealand are 101. That's 25. India are well in advance, but they slow down for a significant portion here. India slowed down at this point for a significant portion. So if New Zealand can switch that and go hard here, then New Zealand can well and truly get themselves back into the game because at this stage they were 117, sorry. So 16 runs, now 15 runs behind where India were. And India had one extra wicket. It was 117 for 3. The Kiwis are 102 for 2. I'm telling you, like, New Zealand's not actually out of this game right now if they play their cards right. If they play their cards right. And that'll be another single. No, it's going to be 2 runs. Ooh. Okay, they only go for the single. New Zealand need to start cracking on. I don't think they necessarily need to start cracking on now, but like it'd be ideal, of course. I feel like they need to start probably really knuckling down around the 28th over. Again, if they start rock and rolling now, fantastic. But I think the 28th over, so 6 overs time, is when they really need to start just giving it a solid go. Get some Hong Kong honey as you travel on your own with your partner. Go and see my partner. So 103 for 2. I won't be with her in Hong Kong. Well, I'll be with her when I'm back in Vietnam. Vietnam. Hey, Taynos, mate, what you doing? It's a bit early for you, champion. Since when are you up at this time? Usually you're in bed at like 6 p.m. Have you woken up for this? You've woken up for India versus New Zealand at 1 a.m. in the morning. It's 12:58 a.m. No way, you're kidding. It's 1:58 a.m. for me. And that is going to be a 4 for Daryl Mitchell. They're coming back into the game, the Kiwis. They're making a game of this. 41 runs. Daryl Mitchell, the saviour, yet again. 1 away for 2. He is bringing them back single-handedly into this game. Young's doing a fantastic job too, don't get me wrong. But Daryl Mitchell, he was a big bopper in getting them to 300. He was the guy who got them to 300 and saved their bacon in Vadodara. And now here, and Rajkot, like, again, he is their guy. It's going to be a single. PNG is still commenting against me. That's because you don't know anything about Papua New Guinea, and you did a video about Papua New Guinea. Do you see the problem here, Hayden? The problem here is that you did a video about Papua New Guinea, and you know nothing of Papua New Guinea. I'm off to Moz, bed in 10 minutes. Oh, that was a sneaky little nick, but it will be a dot ball. That's like me. It's like me making a video about the Russian Div 2 league. And not expecting Russians who care about the Russian Div 2 league expecting them to not insult me when I say, oh, I reckon Nathan Cleary could be good in this league. So target 285. I was about to tell you to go check out the Yields merch, Hayden, but I haven't put it out yet. That'll come out on Friday. Not tomorrow, but the day after. So Jadeja will come out for another bowl. 18 runs of 4 overs, so just over 4 overs. 4 runs per over. Dude, the weather there is nice, though. You've got guys wearing jackets. You know, it's like 24 degrees. This guy's got a jumper on. To be fair, my partner, she's always complaining about how cold it is. And then I find out it's like 24 degrees, 23 degrees. I'm like, I'd say it's cool, but I wouldn't say it's cold. But a lot of the time she won't know, because English isn't her first language, she won't understand the difference between cool and cold. So she'll be like, yes, it's cold. I said, no, but I'd say it's cool. I wouldn't say it's cold. But she'll think that I'm agreeing with her that it's cold. I find it crazy. I explained the video on why the players in Jersey is the way it is, but all of New Guinea is slowly commenting town by town. Can you drop the link in the chat to this video? I want to go check out the comments. So for context here, guys, so one, it's 23.2 hours in. But for context here, Hayden, Entertainers, he posted a video about Papua New Guinea and doing like a fun little like randomizer thing with their team. And anyway, long story short, apparently the people of Papua New Guinea have not been too happy with him for his video. So I'd like to see these comments. You talk shit about someone and you're surprised not too much entertainment in your house then, mate. Well, the thing is that he didn't actually talk shit about Papua New Guinea. He didn't talk shit about him, but he's made a really odd choice of a video, is what I would say. And you got to remember as well, Papua New Guineans are very passionate, and also English is one of their languages, but good fielding there. Talk shit, watch the video. I did not do that, Sean. I literally built an NRL team with the current NRL players. Send the link, Hayden. Send the link. There's not many people here, but you'll even get them to maybe click on your link to see the comments. Send the link in the chat. No, you're a moderator. You can drop a link. I have a disclaimer at the start too. Hayden, you're talking about Papua New Guineans. English-speaking Australians and whatnot will have known the concept, which is an odd concept regardless, but like it's still, there's nothing wrong with the concept. I hope you like your own video. He's definitely watched it 100 times. Okay, there we go. So there's a link. I want to see these comments. What you got to realize, Hayden, is, and I tell you this all the time, who cares if they're insulting you? At the end of the day, if you're getting views, you're getting views, bro. Like, you haven't done anything wrong. You know you're not a bad person. And at the end of the day, there are going to be people... 5k views, and it's not disrespectful. 5k views is a lot for you. So I'm only assuming that the comment section is going to be... prediction team for his own backyard collection. It's a big joke. No PNG homegrowns. They're not true. None Papua New Guinea players at all. Are you sure it's PNG Chief, not Aussie Chief? All bullshit crap. Bro, I've told you all this before. You got to have a thick skin, man. You know that your content isn't a bad idea. That's up in the air, up in the air, up in the air, up in the air. Should be gone. Oh, just sits in before the fielder of Rohit Sharma. And it's going to end up being, not Sharma, sorry, but it's going to end up being a single there for Darryl Mitchell at 45. That would have been the big wicket. That would have been the one. That would have been the one. But anyway, long story short, you have a thick skin, man. Who gives a shit? If you didn't do anything wrong and you know you didn't do anything wrong, who cares? If you did something wrong and people are criticising you, then care. But if you didn't do anything wrong, fuck it. You're getting people watching your content. I guarantee you that you'd be getting subscribers. You ain't done anything wrong. All bullshit crap is too funny. That's such a Papua New Guinea insult. Someone said I don't believe in this lineup. No shit, Sherlock. And that will be a dot ball. That's too funny. If you ain't got haters online, you're not doing it right. Exactly right. Exactly right. And that's going to be a single. So Young will get to 40 as well. So 2 players in the freaking 40s. Sorry, mate, you lost with the trick grapple wheel. Like I said, Sean, he's doing that kind of content for a bit of fun and a light-hearted laugh. It's definitely for a younger audience, that's for sure. I've told him this privately too, so I'm not saying anything that isn't something that he wouldn't expect me to say straight to him as well. It's not for an older age group. And I don't see a great deal of a specific purpose behind it, but obviously it is a bit of a fun, a bit of a laugh, really, that he enjoys doing. So as long as he enjoys doing it, that's the main thing. But I can understand your comment of, it lost me at the chook raffle wheel. And someone said I was working with government to create massive scam. Forgot the wording. It was like this video is example of. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. All right, well, we're halfway through the Kiwi innings here, and whilst they're not necessarily in the game right now, they've actually forced their way back into a competitive spot where they could push this close. They could push this close here. But they need Daryl Mitchell to stay in. If Daryl Mitchell goes, the London Bridge comes falling down in Kiwi land. Ben Stokes at the helm. And not one of them thanked the Aussie team taxpayers for the 300, 600 mil. A lot of Papua New Guineans don't even want Papua New Guinea to have a team. Look at Samangian comment. Samangian comment. All right. That will be another single here. So it looks like this time they're just looking to just keep themselves moving on the scoreboard with a couple singles, and then just pick their moments rather than going hard straight up. Because they can't have a wicket of Daryl Mitchell. Sangian. Do you mean Samangia? This is supposed to be a PNG franchise creating job opportunities for rugby league players who have come through our junior development program and local competition. A classic example of boomerang aid. Classic example of a fool. It's his team list. Where's your list of a team? Well, funny how Chris Salmon's defending you, but he's wrong too. It's not your team list. It's not like it's your team list. It's just, it's like a randomizer. No sane person would think the team you put together is salary cap compliant for starters, and also, I love when people defend when they have no idea. At least he's defending you, but. So 119 for 2 after 25.2. We're just past the halfway point of the Kiwi innings. Boomerang aid. That's a great insult. Current partnership is 73. Daryl Mitchell at 48 right now. Young at 40. This is some good stuff here from these two. You know, you've got plenty of wickets in hand, bro. Like, the Indians were down to, I think, 4 at this time. They've still only got 2. Only 2 here. And they're chasing 167 from 147. The game is still within reach. There's 2 or 3 people defending me so random. Take it, man. Take what you can get. Yeah, that was real harmless stuff, bro. Your conversation wasn't too bad. Now, if you had someone saying they're going to come meet up with you at a para game, that'd be a different story. I've had plenty of that before. They don't do shit. They don't come up to you. And if anything, a lot of the time they'll bloody ask for a photo. I've had that before at a Titans versus Manly game at Brookvale. And they said they were going to bash me at Brookvale. And then I went, and then the same person asked for a photo. That was incredible. That was like 3 years ago, I think. But yeah, your comment section wasn't too bad. IMPNG chats on BKR stream should be the new normal. 1 AM PNG chats. Well, we've got PNG coming to the comp soon, and we're developing cricket, so that's why there's not many people here. Rugby league, you'll see a ridiculous audience this year with the growth we had last year. Like, we were peaking 2,200 people in big streams. And the NRL, we had an average of about 150 per stream, and it will be even more growth this year. But it's a lot of Papua New Guineans. Papua New Guineans were like 60,000 of that 100,000 for Origin. 60,000 Papua New Guineans. Their streams were huge. How many Cokes do you drink a day? I think maybe 3. 3 Coke Zeros a day. So it's down to about 20 degrees now. At this stage, India was 125-4. I'm telling you, New Zealand are in this game if they play their cards right. This is actually really close now. That slow period that India went into, will New Zealand capitalise on that slow period and have been able to bring it back close? They've got 2 wickets in hand over what India had. That might be a 4. 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 Oh, it's going to be 3. Great fielding. Great fielding there. Who's the BBL final? I haven't been watching the BBL, mate. We're doing international cricket here. Brisbane Heat had a good win today, though. They needed to keep the Hobart Hurricanes to only 6 runs off the last 6 balls, and I think they won by like 4 or 3. Great final over from Brisbane. I called Hurricanes and the Scorchers at the beginning of the season. I'd be happy to say Stars, but no Scott Boland hurts them. And that is going to be a single for Mitchell. And this has been the most key part as well. They didn't panic. They didn't feel the pressure of having to whack sixes and whack boundaries. It just came naturally to them. New Zealand have been patient here. Well, Shatish, you say for me the Hurricanes are winning it. Well, they didn't get 6 runs in 6 balls today to win the game against the Heat. Heat were out of the finals race had they lost that game. Well, they won it by keeping the Hurricanes to like 3 runs off the final over when they only needed 6. $161 to win from 141 balls. This is going to come down to the wire, I reckon. Well and truly back into the game here. They just need to be consistent with it. But 23 balls since the last boundary for the Kiwis. Aspartame, what's that? Oh, this could be it. That's up in the air. But there is space out there, so it's just going to be 2 runs? No, just a single, but it is. A footy bum, footy bum, footy bum, ba da ba da ba da ba da ba ba ba. Footy bum, footy bum, footy bum, ba da ba da ba da ba da ba ba ba. Footy bum. For Daryl Mitchell, gee whiz, he is a player, dude. He is a player. And Tennyson's Chargers come further than the Broncos still. Well, Broncos probably get out this week, but also Chargers beat the Broncos, and also we all know, and you've admitted, that the Broncos are the biggest frauds in the NFL. Quite literally. Quite literally. I'm just happy with the Chicago Bears, to be fair. And that will be a double. I was actually more impressed with the Chargers season than I was with the Broncos season because I don't think the Broncos played shit. I'm telling you, if they'll go out this week. Malik is welcome. Hello, Malik. And if they don't, they'll be out next week. They're not winning shit. They played nobody this year. Biggest frauds I think I've ever seen. Nearly ever seen. 4, 5, 6, 7 runs off the over. 159 runs to win off of 138 balls. This is doable. This is doable, man. This is doable. Bears aren't frauds. Broncos. I didn't say the Bears were frauds. I said Broncos are. Who said the Bears were frauds? I said I'm happy for the Bears. 10 innings in ODIs versus India. Daryl Mitchell has 523 runs, an average of 58.1, a strike rate of 92, 350s and 200s. Just joke, cricket born in England, dead in Pakistan. What does dead in Pakistan mean, though? Are you insulting Pakistan cricket, or... I don't know what you mean. Four wickets at this stage for India, so I'm just saying New Zealand are ahead of them on the wicket count. Why is it that New Zealand have a far superior, inferior? Is that a word? I don't know. It's too early in the morning. I've been streaming too long to know. a far less equivalent experienced team with a much more youth and less dominant team. How is India not dominating the series more than what they really should be? Tired misses. Mate, I've been streaming since 6:45 p.m. your time, and it's now 2:16. I'm exhausted. But we keep on cracking on. We've still got 22.5 overs to go. I was looking for you. I don't know what he means by dead in Pakistan, though. Is he insulting Pakistan? Or is he, like, saying Pakistan's good? I don't know. Surely he's not saying they're good when he's saying dead in Pakistan. They will get a single from that. And Young will be on 46. Dude, what a partnership right now. So they're 22 runs behind the ball count. I'd love to see a comparison right now between where each team was at. Daryl Mitchell has got 50. He's only got 3 4s and 2 6s. So that's 12 and 12. That's 24 runs. My stream's 7 to 9:30. Ooh. Well. Looky. There's a single there for Mitchell. Mate, you must be exhausted, Hayden. You must be exhausted with your 2-hour stream. Fuck you, man. Get out of here, you idiot. Yeah, he's quite cute, Brendan. Unbelievable. Selling trading cards and whatnot. Laugh it up. Call me a nerd once. Nerd. Take that. And, this could be a 4. That's a 4. That's a 4 from Young, and he's hit the 50 bomb. 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 They're both on 50. 51 runs here for Daryl Mitchell and 50 runs for Young. These two guys have single-handedly saved this game for New Zealand. He meant the brand of cricket Pakistan plays has almost buried the cricket's dignity. I know that's what you're going to take from what he said, and I probably agree with what you think he said. I think it's self-deprecating, but I also don't know. Oh, geez, that's going to be another single here. 133 for 2. Shatiz, as an Indian, how are you feeling about this game right now? How are you feeling about this game as we currently speak? No, he does like rugby league cards, Brenton. I think he does like NFL and stuff too. Alright, Mao, have a great night. Enjoy the graveyard shift. Sleep tight if you get there. Mate, I'll get there, right? You don't enjoy the wickets as much as you are enjoying these runs. It's like, well, this is about the time when I start to hit my second gear, mate. To be fair, when we had the first game and New Zealand was fielding second, well, to be fair, I just wanted to enjoy the game. New Zealand, as you always say, Australian culture is far more about this than Indian culture, but I know that you back it in. Australian culture is based on underdog culture, and it is a part of our actual grassroots. It's a part of our the way of life in Australia that we get behind underdogs. And I do feel like the Kiwis are massive underdogs in this series. Massive underdogs in this series. And especially with their lack of experience and the youth that they've brought into this team. You know, I do, and you got to remember as well, I would rather the Kiwis win this game because then it sends Game 3 on Sunday to a decider. So, of course, I kind of would prefer to see a bit more here from New Zealand to make that game way more interesting. And that's a 4. And that's another 4 here for Mitchell. And I'm also a bit of a fanboy here for Mitchell in this series. He's been so good. He got 86 or something in the first ODI in Vadodara, and you know, he's not out for the high 50s right now. I look nothing like Jimmy from Mr. Beast. Say it again, I missed it the first time. This is evenly poised, 60-40 New Zealand. To be honest, I agree. Yeah, I think that's a good shout. I do think it's 60-40 New Zealand at the moment. That should be a single, so it should be on 139 for 2. It's a 16 swing ball count right now. Woohoo! Woohoo! Hello. I feel like you'll never see me enjoy the wickets as much as, especially when it's your team and it's not Australia, you'll never see me enjoy the wickets like you probably want. Ooh, that's lucky. But it's going to be a dot ball. You'll only see like the pure crazy reaction from wickets once we invest more behind the international game, really, but also specifically when it's Australia. Only 10:20 p.m. here, and I feel rooted. Get a grip, Jay. Get a grip. Yeah, this is Mr. Beast's new channel, Malik. Mr. Beast is demanding you to send $1 billion. I know usually I'm the one who does it, but this time it's your turn. I've done it too much for the people of the world. That'll be a single. So the current run rate is 4.88, required is 6.80. So there's still 2 runs behind the run rate. But these guys have really settled in. There's a partnership of 94 here. Both of them are at 50. This is really poised for it to go massive, massive in partnership. Ever tried sleeping in a hospital? Yeah, I did in Vietnam in August when my dad broke his hip. I had it actually, I know, very different to your situation, but I had it pretty bad because this was my first time in Vietnam. I'd been there for maybe 2 days at best, 3 days at best, and my dad broke his hip and I had to go to the hospital with him, and he was drunk as. And I had to take him to the hospital all the way in Ho Chi Minh. Don't speak a lick of Vietnamese. The only Vietnamese I know is Xin Chao. That's going to be a doppel. The only Vietnamese I know in the whole country is damn well Xin Chao, and I'm taking him to a random big-time hospital in the back of an ambulance. I've had a few drinks this time too, because he owns a bar, and I have to listen to him yap on for an hour as I'm trying to sleep at like 4 in the morning in the back of this ambulance. Oh man, it was just an absolute shit show. And then you get into the hospital and they're speaking to in Vietnamese. And I'm like, I don't know what to say. I don't know what you want me to do. I don't know what's happening here. I didn't understand a single word, and I'm half bloody plastered. It was interesting. So, and then I had to sleep in that hospital for the night. So yeah, and on the bench. At least you got a comfy bed. I had to sleep on the bench, and this was like 4 or 5 months ago. So this is even right now, by the way. Comparison-wise, India was here, but with 2 extra wickets. It was 138-4. New Zealand are in front of India right now. They are in front, 3 runs in front of India, 2 wickets below India. New Zealand are in the massive advantage right now. Yeah, I had to with the one that folded out of the wall last week. My back was cooked. Dude, that's like mine, but can you imagine Vietnamese ones compared to Australian ones? Just like you celebrate the Ashes. I might celebrate stuff like, well, one when Australia play the T20, but you might see me in like big games. But you got to remember, it's so early, it's so late for me. When I'm in Vietnam and Hong Kong, I'll have a lot more energy at the back end compared to what I have now. That's a 4 from Mitchell, and it's 62 runs for Mitchell. And gee whiz, what an absolute phenomenal specimen Daryl Mitchell is. People high on hospital meds are funny, as they say the weirdest shit. I don't think I've ever been graced the opportunity of the green. What's the green? Is it the green whistle? Whenever the next wicket falls, celebrates if Australia's taken one. I can't, dude. I really can't, because it's 2:26 in the morning and I have other people that live with me. As I'm saying, I need to be in Vietnam to be in a normal time slot. And also, I want this to go down to a decider. I want New Zealand to win this. This is a decider on Sunday. I don't care who wins, but I want Sunday to mean something. Daryl Mitchell, most fours this match. He's third at 5. Shubman Gill with 9 and Kayla Rahul with 11. 17 runs behind the ball count. Harshit Rana. Oh, swing. And it will be a single. Move the chains. Keep in touch with the ball count and then pounce when necessary. That's the way you got to do it, champion. That's the way you got to do it, champion. 100 runs, 102 balls is the partnership. Stop it, Jay. You'll get Jacko excited. $146 for 2. Green whistle, I like putting on the happy gas mask. I've never had stuff like that. Current run rate is 4.92, required 6.84, so at least they're within 2 now. And there's going to be some runs here. 2's the call, 2's the call, and 2 is what they'll get. 148 for 2. Now the run rate is 4.96, required 6.79. They are really eating into this required run rate. New Zealand are on fire, but I must repeat, if Daryl Mitchell goes, this game is done for mine. I do feel like New Zealand will collapse. I feel like this is the partnership that needs to be here at 35 overs. I think they need to keep punching on, and if there's a wicket at 35 overs, at least they've done their job to really get them back into this game, and then there's an opportunity for them to pounce with their next step back. But they do need to get through. Oh, that's so unlucky because that could have been a 4, but it will be a single. It would have been a 4. That would have gone for 4 if they didn't hit his own player. 149 for 2. I think if they stay for another 5 overs, New Zealand win this game. Oh, dude, that would have gone... No, it wouldn't have. It wouldn't have gone for 4. There was a play back there. They're just having a bit of a stretch. While they're just doing it, I'm just going to stretch my legs here briefly, guys. Be 1 second. They're just changing, fixing their gloves and stuff like that. I'm just going to stand up and get myself ready for a barnstorming last 20 overs here, mate. Barnstorming. And we're back. And that is going to be a single. They're going to get it. Well, yeah, that is true what the commentators are saying. Like something that Richie Beno used to say was, if you've got wickets in hand and you're 30 overs down, you double the score. Well, if Richie is right, that's 300. Oh, that's a 4. Oh, that's a beautiful shot, Daryl Mitchell. Dude, I'm becoming a Daryl Mitchell fanboy. I really am. This ODI series is making me a Daryl Mitchell fanboy. This is why I love doing these streams, regardless if there's people, regardless if we've got hundreds of people watching or 1 person watching or even 0 people watching. I just love that I'm widening my knowledge of the sport. Because if I wasn't streaming this, I wouldn't be watching it. And I would have no idea of how good guys like Daryl Mitchell are. Or like Kyle Jamieson in the bowling for New Zealand. Like for India, I do know their team, like their Shubman Gill and obviously Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul. I know these guys and Harshit Rana. But with New Zealand, 1, we haven't played them in a series in a long time, but also 2, Don't really watch one days and stuff like that. It's just so good to broaden your knowledge. Next bolt. That's going to be a dot ball. Always learning new stuff. And it's not just rugby league, which I will know and always will know. That's going to be another single. They nearly got run out. Another single, 157, and that's 31 overs down. Dude, I think the Kiwis win this. Just don't get out. 4 more overs to get through. 4 more overs is probably looking at another 20 runs. So that'll be what? About 4 overs is probably looking at roughly 20 to 23 runs. Which would mean they're just about 100 runs off. With 6 to 8, 24. With 90 balls to go. Yeah, I think if they can get through and they can get to the 20 to 24 range here of runs in this next 4 overs, they get to that 35th over, I reckon New Zealand win this game without a wicket. Because they've got 8 wickets in hand, dude. These two need to stay in. They do, but Glenn Phillips can bat as well. Mitch Hay, not so much. They did actually find something pretty well down deep in the order against India in the first ODI on Sunday. Yeah, look, they need to get through the 35th over without a wicket. Just a couple of wickets and Kiwis will be out of this contest quickly. I don't know, man. Oh, is this a drinks break right now? Because there's ads being played on KO. Must be a drinks break. Might stand up again. I'll keep talking, but might stand up again here while it's a little drinks break. Actually, let me see the screen. It will show me on the screen if that's the case. No, it doesn't say that it's a drinks break currently, so I'm not too sure. But they're just showing ads galore on KO as we currently speak. Is that like an injury or something? Yeah, India changes at the drop of a hat. Like, not India. Cricket changes at the drop of a hat, man. 1 wicket can turn to 2. It can turn to 3. We saw that from India on Sunday. But the batting right now is just spectacular stuff. They're at 100 partnership. We've got 250s. You know, we're looking at... well, we've definitely already got 260 plus scores from Daryl Mitchell in the thick of it. It's a potential of him going even bigger. What's happening in the game right now? Oh, yeah, they're showing us... Have they missed like some balls or something like that? I feel like there must have been like a drinks break or something there they didn't tell us about. All right, Harshit Rana coming back in though. He's got a wicket so far. They've only got 2, so showing that he's got a wicket is big as we currently speak, and that is going to go down for a single. So 160 for 2. Yeah, they didn't show us the first 3 balls of that over. I knew something was up, man. I knew it. Wasn't me, it was KO, our broadcaster. Daryl Mitchell into the sexy 70s on 71. He's got 30 runs against Kuldeep, 19 runs against Jadeja, 8 runs against Prasid, and 7 runs apiece against Harshit and Nitish. $15 runs behind the ball count. I think ultimately... Oh, dude, no, that is a big shot. Oh, it's not going to go for the 4, though. It will be 2. For a team that's unlucky, they're from Young to not actually get a 6. Or a 4, but they do at least get 2, and he's into the 60 slammers. These guys playing unbelievable cricket at the moment. And sweeps are real cheeky at this point. I think the only way India win this game for mine, they cannot have both these guys in at 100 to win. They need to have a wicket before the next 23 runs, and that's not going to help because that's a boundary. That's a 4. That's a 4 from Young. That's a massive finish to the over, and Young is now on 64. Oh, this is a drinks break right now, is it? All right, maybe I'll just wash my face. There hasn't been... This is actually the drinks break, guys. So it is 166 for 2. It's not 170 quite yet. Can we wrap up all those things? Travis, New Zealand are in the advantage right now. New Zealand are looking the goods as we currently speak. I just realised Cricket Australia hasn't updated that just yet. That's not the actual score as we currently speak. Wowee. Yeah, no, this is well on. I'm going to wash my face so I can wake myself up for this final slam because it looks like we're about to see a good finish this game. Hit that thumbs up button and subscribe. All right. All right. This is a good game. It's a good game right now. India, they are on the back foot. They are on the back foot. New Zealand are pushing forward, but a wicket will change this game massively. They need to get a wicket before they get under the 100 runs to go mark because Daryl Mitchell is absolutely crushing it right now, and Will Young is going toe-to-toe with him with 64. These guys are just putting on a really good partnership that is... let me just fix that a little bit. At least they've got the right score there now. So they need 119 runs from 18 overs to go. They need a required run rate of 6.61, but they are well on target right now. This is a very achievable mark with 8 wickets in hand and some big boppers here. And again, Glenn Phillips, he can be good. He can be good for a 30 to 40. He can be good for 40. I think his average is around the 36 marker. I think. I want to see something here. I want to go and have a look at the ODI batting rankings across the world in the ICC. So Daryl Mitchell is in second right now. Honestly, I would not be surprised if Daryl Mitchell by the end of this series goes above Virat Kohli. Because he's only one rating behind. It's 785 rating for Kohli, 784 rating for Daryl Mitchell. Kohli got out for 23. He did get 93 in the first one, but Daryl Mitchell got 86 and is currently not out for 71. I would not be surprised by the end of the series if Daryl Mitchell does go above him. You've got Rashid Ravinja, obviously he's not here. Devon Conway is there. Glenn Phillips is ranked equal 36. Equal 36. But that's still very, very damn well solid. What's his average right now? I'm going to click onto him. His average in ODI is 38.76. So it's not like they're in trouble there at all. Travis says, maybe I will hear the TV breaking sound from my neighbour. Yeah, maybe. Well, there's a single here for Daryl Mitchell on 72 now. 167 for 2. India, I feel like they need to get a wicket before the 100 runs to go mark. Current rate is 5.19, required is 6.62. This is a great game. This is a great game. Crash, you're going to leave now, Brenton. When shit's getting hot, you're going to leave. Well, no, I get it though. It is early. It is 1:40 a.m. for you, and you're not a Kiwi or Indian fan. And another single here for the Kiwis. Now run rate of 5.2, required 6.62. And that's going to be a dot ball. He knew there was a good shot on offer there, but he couldn't get it. But no, we'll see you next time, Brenton. There's a video coming out tomorrow at 5 p.m. your time. 5 p.m. your time, a brand new video will come out. Not a stream, video. Our next stream will be, I think, on Sunday. Sunday for this, the ODI 3. It's sad. Darren Mitchell have started his international career a little bit late. Yeah, well, he is killing it right now. And that's going to be another single here for Will Young. How old is Daryl Mitchell? How old is he? 91. Okay, yeah, so he's 34. Going on 35. Oh, is that... Oh, it's a wide. Oh, my gosh, Jadeja. Now that's 5 runs off the over. You don't want to be giving up any runs here. Yeah, it is a wide. And they're going to get a single, so that's 6 runs off the over. Kiwis will be happy with that, man. 172. They're getting close to that 100 mark. Only 13 runs away from the 100 runs to go mark. Come on, make this a big game 3 on Sunday, Kiwis. Make it a big game 3. 113 runs of 102 balls. Like I said earlier, New Zealand's ODI team is great. Well, New Zealand is the second best ODI team in the world. India's ranked number 1 and Australia's ranked number 3. Australia's ODI team is pretty damn well good, but, you know, this is telling you a lot about this Kiwi team. So many of their players aren't playing in this ODI series, and yet they're just turning up. They could have won game 1 if they could catch a ball. Kuldeep, 41 runs off of 5 overs. That's up around the 8-9 area. All right, we'll see you in 30 minutes. This is a big over here for the Kiwis to target, but also don't get too crazy. You could end up piecing up 8 runs out of this over. Kuldeep is someone to really target right now. 41 runs through 5 overs means he's given up a ridiculous amount. 8, 16, 24, 32, 40. Over 8 runs per over. Thanks for the warning. Next bowl. And it is going to be a single. 173. 16.5 overs to go. Current partnership of 127. Spectacular. See, this is just like, this is the feeling sport gives you. I'm not a fan of either of these teams, but it just gives you that pulsating feeling. And that's why, like, the longer formats of the game are so much better. Like, I still find Tests is very clearly massive, the best, but, you know, we've still been here for a long time, and it's all coming down to the back end, and that's going to be another single Just 174. Need a wicket. Wicket need, Jay. Wicket need. Wicket need. Yet again, the broadcast is showing fans who are just sitting there minding their own business, not making any noise, whilst the crowd is apparently going crazy on the audio. Dal Mitchell on strike. Mayank, hello, bro. I hope you're watching this one, Mayank, because it is a good game right now. And he's gone for a slap there, but he's only going to get a single out of it. I did call 8 runs or so from this over. They've got 3. If they can hit a boundary here. So it's 110 to win off of 99 balls. I did say there'd be around the 102, 103 to win off of 90 balls to go. They might be under it. Oh, here we go. Oh, he opened up for it, but he won't get it. That's going to be a dot ball. He was opening up for a big shot there. I am outside. I don't even know what that means. Next bowl. And they're going to get another single here. 4 runs off of the over so far. Young will get to 68. Come on, get a 4 here so that I get it bang on with the 8 runs predicted off the over. Nine runs to get under the 100 mark. Wicket need, son. Wicket need. And it will be 5 runs off the over. So we slipped over. It's going to be 6 runs off the over. Misfield, 2 runs. We are all inside. How do you know, Jay? This could be AI background. It could be outside. Yeah, slipping over there has just killed him. 2 runs now. So 6 runs off the over. They're pretty much consistently sitting around that 6 runs and over mark. Was that Jacefeld just then? I swear that was Jacefeld. 107 off of 96. He's opened up and I think gets a single from that. 106 off of 95. Reminder, New Zealand must win this game to send this to a decider and to still potentially win a series against all odds. I do think India wins in indoor on Sunday. But this would be great to see the Kiwis get it. That's another single here. They're just pushing the runs. They've got 8 wickets in hand, dude. This is tough for India, man. They just can't get that wicket. 69 runs for Young. And the score right now is, for the Kiwis, 180. And with that, they've gone and smacked a 4. 184 for 2 for the Kiwis. Boundary from Will Young. Oh, my goodness. Will Young with a huge boundary. What a game right now. 73 runs for Young, mate. That's 74 with a single. They're just finding easy singles and then hitting boundaries when they feel like it. Exactly 100 runs behind. 101 runs needed. Another single. They're under the 100. 99 runs to win off of 91 balls. I'm struggling, I really am. Unless there's a massive collapse, I'm struggling to see India win this as we currently speak. I'm struggling to see it, especially with how confident this batting is. They are just batting really confidently and really easily as we speak. head down and start batting. When you watch the ball, it's amazing. Well, the pitch is doing nothing as we would expect, and the Kiwis are playing that to their advantage, and they're just getting runs for fun at the moment. They're not playing stupid cricket like England. They're playing smart cricket. Really working themselves into this. They've worked themselves ahead of this. And you go back to the start of their innings, it was awful. Like, they were so slow. They were at like 13 runs when India equivalent was like 45 runs. It was so slow. This match strike rate for Mitchell versus pace 73 versus spin 123. He's been targeting that spin. And again, Will Young's going to get a 4, dude. Wow, Kiwis, you are flying right now. This is just proper Kiwi cricket. 79 runs for Will Young. We keep talking about Daryl Mitchell at 80. Well, Will Young is only 1 run behind him at 79 and another 4. And they're targeting the spin. They're finding the spin and they're really putting him away. Right in between cover and backward point, which is about 22-metre gap. They're just finding the space. And they're not giving this a pretty time for the Indian fans in the crowd here in Rajkot. Oh, sweeping behind. Oh, and it's a misfield. It's going to go for a 4. No, it's... Dude, who's that fielder out there who didn't even dive for that just then? Jadeja misfields that, and it's going to end up going away for a 4. Who is the fielder then who did not dive to try and stop this? So it's an awkward one. It bounces off Jadeja, but I want to see who the Indian player is that didn't show the urgency. Look at this. I think he stops it. I think he would have stopped it. I didn't get to see who it was. I think he would have stopped it. Oh my gosh, if that's on. Dude, if he hit the stumps then, that was gone. If he had have hit the stumps, it would have been a run out. Oh, is this my computer or is this KO right now? That was the moment for India right then. Wowee. That was the moment. A run out would have just been perfect timing. India right now are fielding very similarly to how the Kiwis lost that game in Vadodara. .150 partnership from 138 balls. 9 runs off the over here from Kuldeep. He's giving up around 10 runs and over. That's up in the air. That could be gone. That could be gone. That should be gone. That should be gone. That should be gone. Oh, he's dropped it. No, this is the Kiwis all over again. This is the Kiwis all over again. This is ODI 1, but switched. India are dropping balls. India are misfielding. India are giving up boundaries. This is 100% what we saw from New Zealand in ODI 1 and how they lost that game to how India are throwing away this game right now. They're just not putting it. They're not putting it together. That should have been Daryl Mitchell gone, and that would have spiced this game up massively. Dropped by Prasid. That's a big drop, dude. Especially a guy who's on 82, now 83, and he got 2 runs off of that. Mitchell dropped by Prasid on 80. Catches win matches, baby. Catches win matches, baby. Prasid. So I'm just writing my part review things. You'll see a review of the ODI series on Monday. There we go. And that's going to be another single, just easy singles. Easy singles. Actually, Jay, this is at a pretty good time for you, isn't it? Like, it is only 11 p.m. for you. Perth is actually on a pretty good time slot. Not for, like, rugby league. Oh, no, for rugby league, great. You'd be in an awful time slot for American sports is the problem. So they hit the 200. 36 overs gone, 14 overs to go. They hit the 200. 85 to win from 84 balls. Balls per 50. First was 80. Second was 51. Third was 50. Fourth was 35. They have over halved it from their first slow 50 runs in 80 balls. They have then taken 30 off it, and then halved it plus some. 45 runs less it took in that fourth period just then to get the 50 runs in 35 balls compared to 50 runs in 80 balls. It shows you the time periods of this game and where New Zealand are really targeted. They failed. If that hit, by the way, on that run out, if that had to hit the stumps, he was absolutely gone. Prasid Krishna. He had to run a bit, but I do think he should have been catching that. Siraj. All right, here's the opportunity here, Siraj. 5 overs he's bowled, 16 runs he's given up, and that's going to be a dot ball. Well, look, they've been really finding good runs off of the spinners. I do think you need to inject this pace into the game. I think this is a good time to inject Mohammad Siraj. You know, you've seen Harsh with 7 overs. He'll come in soon for his final 3. Prasid on 7. He's actually got one of the best economies. Siraj does have the best economy at 3.10 though. .53 current run rate, 6.14 required, and good fielding. I think that's a dot ball. Good limited over here. Great limited over. Look at that. Conway at 16, Nichols 10, but then Young and Mitchell 85 and 83. Young's overtaken Mitchell. And Glenn Phillips 38.8. Hay average of 36.8. Bracewell average of 35. I don't know if there's a world India win this. I don't know. I don't think so. I think New Zealand are going to win this game. Single there for Will Young, who gets to 86. I don't know, man. 8 wickets is too much to hold out, I reckon. Means you can have confidence behind you swinging, because they will start swinging after that 40th over. They don't even need to start swinging, though. Like, it's 84 to 81 in regards to runs to ball count. They don't even need to start swinging. Next ball from Siraj. I think that's a wide. Yep, that's a wide. 83 off of 82. 83 off of 81. That's smart, gentlemen, and you will win in style. They really will. .3 overs left. And oh, dude, you actually had a chance of a single there, but the Kiwi batter, Will Young, didn't turn around and didn't see that the ball was actually an opportunity to single. Daryl Mitchell just is the guy. Yeah, from the time Mitchell came on is when Will Young's been able to really explode too. Daryl Mitchell just is that guy, man. Too bad he's 34 years old, but he's not showing any signs of dropping off at the moment. I think by the end of this ODI series, he goes to the #1 ICC ODI rankings for batters. The form is just surreal. That 23 from Kohli would have hurt him too. And a dot ball. But the biggest benefit to Indy right now is that these guys are struggling to put runs on with the pace. They are putting runs on easy with the spin, but they're struggling to put runs on with the pace. 2 runs here off the over. Final ball to come here. One of those runs being a wide. This has just been perfectly played from New Zealand across the board. $83 off of 79. And, that is absolutely... there's going to be a fielder there to stop it from going for the 4. I thought that was going to be a beautiful drive straight up Broadway. But there will be a man out in the boundaries. That's only 3 runs off of the over there, and it's 82 runs to win off of 78 balls. It was a great shot right over the top of Siraj regardless, but there was a man out there to protect that boundary. $13 overs left. So, comparison-wise, at this stage, India were 181 for 4, New Zealand are 203 for 2. Look at the swing in that middle section. She says the game is gone. Game's not gone if you can pick up a wicket, because 1 wicket can bring 2, which can bring 3. It's looking unlikely for you, Satish. I've said for about 20 minutes now, I'm finding it very, very difficult to see a world that India can win this game. But I do also know sport, and to take away that thought process about what we're seeing. What we're seeing right now is looking like this is going to be a pretty clean New Zealand win. Knowing sport in general, I know things can change at the drop of a hat. So I'm not willing to just say New Zealand win, but I think it's very unlikely they lose. Very, very unlikely. They're just so comfortable as we speak. And this is looking beautifully set up to go to a ODI 3 series decider on Sunday in indoor. So Kuldeep batting, target. This is where you can get some runs. Target Kuldeep. Oh, that's up in the air. That's up in the air. Oh, it's going to sit just away from the fielder though for a single. Who's this idiot squealing in the crowd right now? There's just one idiot squealing. They're not saying anything. There's nothing happening on the field. What are they? They're still squealing. Man, shut up. Next ball from Kuldeep. Good shot. Gets past the man. Should be 2 runs. Will be 2 runs. 207. 76 from 74. Oh my gosh, there is an absolute clown. Please, whoever that is, please can the parents take this idiot home and not bring them to a cricket game. There's nobody else making noise right now, and this one idiot is just screaming near a microphone in the stadium. He loves a good squeal. Tone House in the crowd. Yeah, mate. Yeah, he was here before. He was messaging us from the crowd. His bowling speed is getting slower, Kuldeep, for a slow spin. And that will be a dot ball. Like a little squeaky toy. I'll never get over the moment when he was filming and some guy came up and kissed him on the cheek. He's just there filming. Oh, that should be gone. This should be gone here for Will Young. And there is a wicket. 208 for 3. Okay. 208 for 3. Glenn Phillips will come in. They needed a wicket very, very desperately. Now, you need this 1 wicket to turn into 2 wickets, to turn into 3 wickets. You need this to turn into some more wickets. You can't just be happy with the 1 wicket. It's a breakthrough. It is, but you can't just be happy with this 1 wicket here. You need to keep going. No, the job's not going to be done before the 45th over. Nowhere close. This is going to come down to the last couple of overs, if not the last over. So Will Young, what a performance though. 87 runs off of 98 balls. Yeah, this will use all 50 overs, Joe. There's no way this gets done in the next 7 overs. They still need to get 77 odd runs, 78 runs. So that is still 5 runs there off the over though. So at least they're getting some runs to keep them moving. But you don't want to get stuck in a hole here. Getting stuck in a hole is very much what can happen after a wicket. Mitchell is on strike. Don't let it rattle you. Siraj in. Oh my gosh, is he out? Oh my gosh, he's out. Has he? Yeah, he's caught him out. Oh my gosh, that's back-to-back wickets. Has he reviewed it? Yeah, he's reviewed it. Oh my gosh, this could, like I said, 1 wicket brings 2. They're going to review this one here in New Zealand. You better hope you got bat on this. You better hope you got bat on this. Otherwise, this is just throwing the game out of whack. Has he got bat on this? And yeah, successful review. Jeez. He's absolutely smashed that into his pad. He's absolutely smashed that into his pad. So it's going to be not out here. Good review there from, wow, very lucky, but good review there from Daryl Mitchell. That would have just completely changed the context of this game. But that's the thing, with taking 1 wicket, it can change the whole game, and that 1 wicket you can see has rattled the Kiwis. 11.5 overs to bowl here. You can hear the crowd up and about right now. You can feel the tension in the air. Siraj next bowl, and they will get a dot ball. And now they're 6 runs behind too. 77 runs, 7 runs behind. 77 runs to win 70 balls. Glenn Phillips, he averages 38.76. He's got 5 50s and 100. 38 innings for 1,124 runs. He knows how to hit the bat. He knows how to hit the ball with the bat. He knows how to get some runs. Just over 11 overs to go. Sorry, it's still Mitchell on strike. You need to find a way to break through this pace. Oh my gosh, he's gone for a swing, and they will get a single out of a misfield there from the keeper. And it's a wide. It's a wide, so that's 2 runs there from that ball. 75 off of 70. So effectively, that is 2 free runs. Siraj ER economy rate is 3.32. Kuldeep has given up 8.12 on the economy. That's huge. $75 of 70. Siraj, that's a good shot there. It only will be single, but they don't really give a shit right now, man. They're just happy to move the chains. 74 of 69. At 50 ball mark, you'd be hoping to be at about... At the 50 ball mark, you can't be anything less than 55. You have to be 55 at minimum. Keep it around this 5 marker. Well, there's no need in that regards, but it's like, that's what you would be looking for. Oh, Siraj has bowled an absolute meat pie there, and that's a boundary. You could tell that was going for a 4 as soon as that ball left the hand. And that is a boundary for Daryl Mitchell, who gets into the naughty 90s, baby. Naughty 90s. And it's now 215 for 3. That is an absolute romper stomper 4. Siraj has just given him an easy shot for a 4. Any half-decent batter is whacking that one to the boundary, and that's exactly what Daryl Mitchell, the GOAT, has done. That is exactly what he's done there. So this is now 5, 6, 7 runs off the over with 2 balls to go. They've struggled with pace. You need to find it here, Daryl. And they're going to get a single, which will put Glenn Phillips on strike for the final ball of the over. And it's going to be 69 runs off of 67 balls. Naughty 90s. 93 runs for Daryl Mitchell. Oh, crack my back. Reset New Zealand and continue. As long as they get through this ball, I feel like they have reset. But again, Hay right after this also has an average of 38. So Mitch Hay comes in, he's still got it, and Bracewell has about 35 in regards to his average. So you've got all of your first 7 batters are all pretty solid economies. And they will get a single out of this. So it's going to be Phillips on 2. 68 runs from 67 balls. 11 overs to go. Who will bowl now? Is it still Kuldeep? I think you're going to mix it up from Kuldeep, man. I know they're leaving Harshit Rana for the final 5. Keep plodding along, random boundaries will pop up. Well, that's what's happened. They have slowed down a little bit since that wicket. But they're still above India on the comparison. They need 68 off of 66. I think... Yeah, they're in a... Yeah, India got to 256. 250 around the 47th over, 46th over mark. Bracewell is a beast. He's a match winner. Yeah, he kept a really low economy. I think his economy today in the bowling was like 2.2 through like 7, 8 overs or something like that. It was absolutely stupid how good that was. And the spin is still being targeted here from the Kiwis, regardless if it's Young, Mitchell, or Phillips, because Phillips has just gone and got a 2 off the first ball of the over, and it's now 64 runs. What is it? 66 runs off 65 balls. Daryl Mitchell in India. Wow, look at his recent form. 130 in Dharamsala, Mumbai 134, Dubai 17, Dubai 63, and then what we've seen here in Vadodara, and now here it's a 4 from Phillips. Glenn Phillips hits the boundary, and it's 222 for 3, 223 for 3. And they are now under the ball count, 62 runs off of 64 balls. They are under the ball count, the Kiwis, as they punch and through. And that's why 8 wickets was too much to handle, dude. 1 wicket goes, you feel confident, you nearly get your second. It doesn't happen. They will get a single there. Now 61 off 63. And then you've still got 7 wickets. So like Glenn Phillips just stays in for a little bit. This will be all she wrote. Yeah, Raj got 93 off of 89. Vadodara 84 off of 71. Dubai 63 off of 101. Dubai 17 off 35. Mumbai 134 off of 119. And that's going to be a Ledot ball off of 1. 2 balls left of the over. Easy single. Maybe 2. They are calling 2. Oh my gosh, no, they come back. Oh, another misfield from India. Oh, they're doing exactly what New Zealand did to themselves in the first game. It's actually just the exact same thing. Dropped catches, misfields, just poor fielding here from the second fielding team. Should have done better, dude. They are literally throwing any chance of winning this game out the window. And that will be a single here. So it's going to be 58 runs needed off of 60 balls. We are 10 overs to go here in the game. Hit that thumbs up button and subscribe. 10 overs to go. And we will see Darryl Mitchell come back on strike. Not out for 96 currently. Yeah, I'm a Darryl Mitchell fanboy. India doing in England. Well, yeah, you could definitely say that, or you can just straight up say India is doing a New Zealand from ODI 1. I know you didn't watch ODI 1, Jay, but basically what happened was that the Indians had the game won. Like, they were dominating them in every aspect, in every facet. And then after about the 35th over, and India were batting second, after the 35th over, they got a wicket. Kohli was on 93 and they got the wicket. And then Shreyas Iyer was on 49 at the exact same time. And then he got out within a couple of balls of Kohli going down. And then New Zealand worked their way well and truly back into it and probably should have won the game from a point where they never should have been in the game because India were killing them and the collapse happened. And New Zealand then put themselves in with probably an advantage to actually win it and maybe be in the lead, arguably. And then Darryl Mitchell dropped a really easy sitter, and we saw multiple misfields, and we just saw the Kiwi team collapse under the pressure. And that's what you're going to get from this inexperienced, youthful side that they've brought over here. That's going to be a single here for Mitchell to get to 97. They need 57 from 59. And obviously, India ended up winning that game by about 4 wickets, but it was a lot closer than what that would suggest. So basically what's happening is what New Zealand did in the previous one is what India is doing in this one. Look at the Kiwi team right now. They are so nervous. I haven't hit a wall, but I definitely feel tired right now. Next bolt. Dot ball. This is the prime time note. They're struggling against the speed. They're struggling against the pace. If I'm India, I'm bowling as much speed as I possibly can as we currently speak. Only as much as you can, I would only bowl pace as we currently speak. So you would be looking to get Harshit Rana back out. I know you want to finish off with him, but you've got to start considering bringing in Harshit Rana. I think Rana probably comes in around the 44th over, because then 44, 46, 48. No, probably the 45th over. Oh, Siraj, settle down, mate. You know that's going to work it. 229 for 3, 56 off of 57 to go. Yeah, I would say I'm going to quickly go to the game here. Just the New Zealand cricket. I need to see their bowlers just to remind myself who the pacers are. I know they don't have a great deal of pace here, India. They've got Siraj. They've got Rana. And that's it. They don't have pace. So realistically, they can't. You look a lot better than this time last game. Are you saying I look better now than I did in the last one? Yeah, I was pretty rough in the last one. I'm a lot better at the moment, yeah. Oh, that's lucky there's a fielder there. It's a single. Very lucky, because that was a good shot down back left. But it will go to the fielder. Yeah, last game got me good. Mitchell not at 98. Phillips on 9. Dude, even Jamison has an average of 25.3 in at 10 as batter. Kyle Jamison, their speed bowler, pace bowler, comes in at 10, averages 25. That's wow. That's huge for a 10. Listen to how quiet that crowd is. And single for Phillips, he'll be on 10. So Mitchell, 98, not out. Final ball, the over to come. They've given up 1, 3, 4, 5 runs so far. Dude, this would be such a massive win for New Zealand if they got the W. 11 new players in this series. 11 new players in this series. And they might be about to take down the world number 1 in India if things keep going this way and they don't choke under the pressure. And they will get a single. It's hot in this car. Do you watch my streams from a car, Jay? Hazard says, are you going to be streaming the T20 World Cup as well? Hazard, I'll be live for pretty much every single game of the T20 World Cup, mate. There's only like 2 or 3 games I miss in the group stages because it overlaps with the NRL, which is the priority of this channel, but I'll be live for a good 97% of the T20 World Cup. All finals games, Super 8, semi-finals, the final, and a large majority of the group stage as well. So yeah, I'll be here for the entire thing. We've also got the third ODI between these two teams coming up on Sunday. Then we've got 5 T20s between New Zealand and India, which we'll be live for. We also have England versus Sri Lanka in an ODI, and we also have South Africa versus the West Indies in a T20 coming up as well. So we've got plenty of cricket action here, Hazza. Plenty of cricket action. And plenty of rugby league action too. But Daryl Mitchell on 99 from 95. 232 for 3. Come on, Daryl. You deserve it. You've earned it, mate. And, he's done it. Come on, Daryl. That's massive, dude. Well done. Well done, Daryl Mitchell. This is an absolute knock, son. You deserve to go to that number 1 on the ICC ODI rankings for batting. He does. 100 runs, not out, strike rate 104.2. Just spectacular stuff. He came out and gave Will Young the ability to do what he did. You know, there were concerns as he was coming in for what they were doing, but he eased them immediately. Hold on. There we go. I just love how the Kiwis have rotated the strike in this game. I'm just writing this in my notes in my wrap-up. Just things that I can remember for later. Superhero effort here from Daryl Mitchell. And don't forget, he got like 86 in the first game. I want to actually go and clarify that. He got 86 in the first ODI. And that's going to be a doppel. Scorecard, first game, Daryl Mitchell ended up getting 84, 2 runs off. 84 runs, and then in this game, he is currently not out for 100. 100 on the dot. Just unbelievable. It's an exceptional series for him, and this Kiwi team is an exceptional ODI team. It is so young and so inexperienced, and they are potentially about to win away in India with a majority of their team out. 11 new players in this series for the Kiwis. That's a single for Darren Mitchell on 101, and it is 51 runs off of 51 balls. 7 4s and 2 6s. So fastest ever to 3,000 runs apparently. Do you reckon Head's the best test bat in the world right now? Yep, 100% I do. Well, like, who else would be better as we currently speak? If somebody can name me a better batter right now on form than Travis Head, who else is better? Oh, big swing, big miss there from Phillips. He's got the ton now, win the game. 50 to win off 49 balls. I don't think that there is a legitimate argument against Travis Head being the current best batter in the world. Head's just a slogger. What? Are you trying to say like that's a negative? Or the guy just got 3 tons in the Ashes, got 170 twice. Like, what more do you want him to do? He got 170 plus twice, got 123, and won the game single-handedly for Australia in the Test 1 in Perth. Yeah, look, Shatish, this is a shit take, bro. This is a shit take. Like, I listen to a lot of your takes. This is a shit take. Sloggers form as temporary. I'm sorry, but have you seen Travis Head over the years? Yeah, this is a shit take, eh? Shatish, you're a muppet, eh? Piss off elsewhere and play, silly buggers. Like, I just find it crazy. I find it crazy. No, don't time him out. But like, I feel like that's deliberately just trying to go against the grain. See you next time. Oh, I'm too tired to even think right now, bro. As says, Head literally has more man of the match awards than Kohli. That's wild to think about, dude. It is. No, it's a shit take because it's like to use what Travis Head does against him to say that doesn't make him the best batter right now because you believe his form is temporary, because you believe this won't continue, despite the fact that we have already seen, that's a shot. Daryl Mitchell with a 4 is beautiful. That is beautiful stuff. Gorgeous shot from Daryl Mitchell. Oh, he's played so well. You can't use Travis Head getting 170 runs as a negative, which is ultimately what that comment is doing. You are saying that it is a negative that he scores so many runs. That is effectively what you're saying, which is just absurd. And that's why it's like, I listen to opinions. If you want to say, this is how you got to put it. If you want to say Joe Root is a better batsman, go for it. Career-wise, agree. Form-wise, no. I'm sorry. I think you're looking at a batter's paradise there in Brisbane, where he also got out for like a duck, maybe in the second innings or something like that, or it might have been. And then also a good score in Sydney on a similar wicket. But where was he in Perth? Where was he in Adelaide? Which was a great wicket for batting too. Obviously wasn't there in... obviously didn't do it when he was in MCG. But, you go and say, okay, well, if someone says Travis Head, he's at home, what about away? Okay, well, then we'll go and have a look at what he's done on multiple instances away from home. There's just so many things against that take, and I feel like it's just a dig at Australia. I really do. I don't feel like that's a fair comment to make. I really don't, because on form, there's no way you can say that Joe Root is above Travis Head on form, because the word is talking about right this very second. The word is saying based off of how players are playing now. So Joe Root career-wise, I take Root. But Joe Root right now, Travis Head right this very second is above him. The word is form that we're talking about. We're not talking about careers. And then the other suggestion that he had, what was the other suggestion he had? The other suggestion was Williamson. That will fucking do me. Kane Williamson over Travis Head on form is absurd. That is a disgusting take. I didn't even see that. Kane Williamson currently on form over Travis Head is the most wild, ludicrous, horrific take I have seen. That is just crazy. Kane Williamson on form over Travis Head is just mind-blowing. Oh no, what's Hazard said? Oh, Jay, look at you. Just look at you. Too easy. Oh, dude, I can't believe I've just seen at 3:30 in the morning someone just tell me that Kane Williamson is on form more than Travis Head. That is absurd. Kane Williamson over Travis Head is crazy. That's crazy. 244 for 3. If you're talking about career, sure. But form is just wild. That's one of the worst takes I might have ever seen in my life. That might be the worst take I've ever seen in my life. To say that Kane Williamson is currently playing better than Travis Head. 41 runs needed off of 42 balls. Oh, get me to bed, lads. This is a good game, though. Like, I'm actually really enjoying this game, but yeah, it's just awful. With that being said, though, Jay, like, I do think that ultimately, at the end of the day, he is providing his opinion. I do disagree with his opinion, like, vehemently. Like, I think that was the dumbest kind ever, but I don't know. That's going to be a single. And it's going to be 40 for 41. I love that, though. Oh. Are you Ruse? Yes, I am Ruse. And then he just removes him. Oh, no. Like I said, I was born on a Sunday, but I wasn't born last Sunday, mate. Nah, he's a good dude, Shatish. He comes across poorly sometimes on here, but like he is a good dude. He does mean well. So go the distance. Longest sixes in this match. K. Raul 86, Daryl 78, Nitish 75. The Ruse thing's so funny. I bet he's that same Muppet that we banned and emailed you. That we banned and emailed you whilst on the Panthers dude. The Panthers fan from ages back. Oh my gosh, that's a 4. Dude, Glenn Phillips is killing it. That's 16 runs now for Glenn Phillips. He's on 36 runs to win off of 40 balls. Glenn Phillips was 16. The Kiwis are going to win this game. No, I know you're talking about Ruse, yeah, because Shatij isn't a bad dude, man. He means well. He's just trying to fit in, I reckon, and kind of get involved with it. But he obviously the way we operate is a little bit different. But yeah, look, I feel like the more I think about it, the more I think he's misunderstood the question. I think he's misunderstood it. I don't think that he's trying to talk shit. I think he's misunderstood it on the basis that he's talking about like overall player, which is also stupid. Then if you're talking about overall player, then not include Steve Smith is diabolical because Steve Smith is above both Kane Williamson and Joe Root, and there's no argument, no debate even about that. I'd listen to a conversation with Joe Root, but successful wise and overall career wise, Steve Smith wipes the floor with him. So it's insane to me that Kane Williamson gets brought into that conversation. Like I'd have Virat Kohli in that conversation over Kane Williamson. Just insane to me. There's even if I'm trying to think of how he's how he's answered that question, I do think he's going off of overall player, which wasn't the question. But like even if he's doing that, it makes no sense that the two answers were Joe Root and Kane Williamson rather than Steve Smith and Virat Kohli. Shit is okay. Swing the bat and get the job done. They'll get the job done here, man. 34 to win, 38 balls. There's still 7 wickets in hand, and Mitchell's still at the Mitchell's still in the at bat, and Phillips is at bat on 17. Which IPL team you like? Dutton says, look, I'm not a passionate fan behind the IPL, but if I was to get behind a team, it would be Rajasthan because I was there in Rajasthan for a long time, in Jaipur and in Udaipur. And I nearly went to a Rajasthan game, but it was just too hot. It was like 43 degrees or 42 degrees that day. But yeah, it would be the Rajasthan Royals, if anybody. I know they're not any good, mate, but I'd get behind them. I haven't been to Bangalore for the Bengaluru. I haven't been to Bangalore. I haven't been to Mumbai. I haven't been to Kolkata or Punjab or. I have been to Delhi though, but I was in Rajasthan when the season was on. I wasn't in Delhi when the season was on. Travis, Kane Williamson is better overall than Joe Root. He would have surpassed Sachin's test runs if he was playing for England. It's an interesting take. 44 overs gone, 6 overs to go here, guys. 33 runs to win off 36 balls. It's an interesting take. If you put Kane Williamson in England, is he better than Joe Root? I'd be happy to listen to it. But based off of what we see now, off of the teams that they're in, I'm taking Joe Root. Injury ruined Kane Williamson from most of a player. Yeah, don't disagree. Shane Warne's team was unbelievable. Who did Shane Warne play for the IPL? I wasn't. No one really in Australia would know too much about it. But who was he playing for? Wow, Prasid is going to have a bowl. I disagree with this. The other night when he played on Sunday, he gave up a bucket load of runs in the worst time possible. He's got a good ER of 4.14 right now and does have a wicket, but this was when he gave up runs galore. Root is a solid batter, though, especially in his early years. Root is a very good batter, and that's why I feel like Shatij just unfortunately has read the room wrong and read the question wrong because it's a really ridiculous statement to make what he said. But with that being said, like it's completely fine. It's his opinion. I just think that he unfortunately didn't understand the question. Joe Root is a fantastic batter. Massive. Absolutely unbelievable batter. And so is Kane Williamson. But again, if you're going to change the conversation from form to overall player, there's a number of players that I would add in over the top of Joe Root, and maybe not a number of players, but Steve Smith and Virat Kohli not there is just ludicrous. That's the end of the over. Okay, well, let's settle down with that Shatij for starters, bro. Let's settle down with that one, mate. One, you know I didn't time you out, and if you've been listening to me, you know I've been backing you. But let's settle down in regards to typical Aussie behaviour. Let's be real. Let's settle that one down because you don't ruin yourself here. I've been backing you for the last 10 minutes, mate. I don't appreciate typical Aussie behaviour on the stream. I'm happy with you being annoyed that you got timed out for an opposing opinion, which I didn't do, but for you to come in and comment saying typical Aussie behaviour is pretty dog shit, especially when I've been backing you. Since when was the last time Williamson played aggressive cricket only in some IPL matches? That's it. Unfortunately, injuries have hurt Kane Williamson quite a bit. I expect an apology for the typical Aussie behaviour because I know that's not banter. But Kane Williamson, unfortunately, has been injured, and it's just unfortunate with Kane. Yeah, I think it's unfortunate with Kane. I think he's unfortunate with Kane. But I don't think that it's fair to kind of have too much of a crack at him. That's going to be another single here for New Zealand. So to win 29 runs off of 32 balls. Kane is better than Joe Root overall. Based off of what we've seen in their career, no. But I can listen to your argument if Kane Williamson was in England and Joe Root was in New Zealand. I think that Kane Williamson would have had the better career. Sure, but that's based off of the team again, and it's just it's the luck of the draw in regards to where you're born and where you're from. You know, Kane Williamson's a Kiwi, and Joe Root's a Pom, and the Poms are a better team than the Kiwis throughout history, and he's had a lot more of an opportunity, Joe Root, than Kane Williamson on the big time scale. So I disagree. I think Joe Root is above Kane Williamson overall, but that doesn't mean that I don't think that Kane Williamson could have been above Joe Root at another time. $29 runs to win off of 31 balls. If India wins this, it'll be a miracle. And that is going to be a single. So 28 off of 30. 5 overs remaining. Kane is just a pure technical test batter, like in a series like Gambia. 5 overs to go here, guys. Hit that thumbs up button, subscribe. 5 overs to go. Oh, there's still one more ball to go here, the over, sorry. I'm not getting involved at this time in the morning, lads. But I do expect an apology for the typical Aussie behaviour comment, but I'm not getting involved in the rest of the comment section. And that's going to be a boundary here from Daryl Mitchell, 118. Yeah, don't appreciate the insult towards Australia, but outside of that, you guys go for gold there, mate. So 261 for 3, Phillips on 20, Mitchell on 118, and that's come off the big edge of the bat there for a boundary. Come on, lads, let's just get through 5 overs. Well, we might not even need 5 overs, to be fair. Mitchell, it would be so good to see. Stop it, Jay. Stop it. Stop it. Dear me. Just let us get through the last 5 overs here. Get pussies out of water. Shan says that Kane did win the IPL, and that's going to be a single here. That's going to be a single. So 23 to win off of 29 balls. But Kane did win IPL World Test Championship came close to semis a lot, so Williamson had a great career there. They're both great. They are both great. No one's arguing that. Oh, he's gone for the over-the-top dinker, but he doesn't get it underneath. So that'll be 23 to win off of 28 balls here for New Zealand. Don't forget, guys, we'll be live for India versus New Zealand on Sunday. Shatiz and Jay, this is a great rivalry. It's a great rivalry. I expect this to continue on Sunday. I expect you guys to punch on Sunday for sure. It's going to be a good stream. Because this is going to be a Kiwi win here. They will win this game. 22 runs off of 27 balls. No, sorry, 21 runs off of 27 balls. It's going to be a good game. Kiwis with a chance to steal a big series win against all odds, and India with a chance to obviously get the series win themselves. There's the sweep in behind, and that will go for a 4. Daryl Mitchell, 124. Wowee. 4 days gap. No, the game on Sunday is in 3 days. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Always entertaining here. Yeah, Shatish, if you're still watching, mate, I think it's just, obviously, it's late in the day, and and I know you're annoyed at Jay and whatnot, and it is what it is at this point, mate. I reckon just cool it off for a couple of days. You know what the results here. I know it's frustrating for you too. I think just cool it off for a couple of days, and then we'll be back for the next stream on Sunday, kind of deal. It's like a pub at the moment. It's like a pub. There's always, at the end of the night, there's always people cracking on. 268 for 3. Oh, swing and a miss from Mitchell. Come on, I don't want him to get out. Stay in. He deserves... Alright, let's move it. Move it on now, Jay. We won't encourage it for the time being. You guys can go toe-to-toe on Sunday. Chugga says, after this, got a 2.5 hour drive. After this, I got to sleep, son. Where are you going? 2.5 hours? Where are you going? Have you been here the whole time, Chaco? Oh, I just saw you coming back in time for the last bit. Just finished packing. No, it's been a good game, mate. It's been a good game. New Zealand completely turned this around. It was looking rough as guts at one stage for them, and they really turned it around. $17 off of 24. And that's a big shot over the top. See you later. That's a gorgeous shot for a 6. Beautiful. That is a 6 from Glenn Phillips. And it is now 11 to win off of 23 balls. Time in my country, I'm in Fiji. It's 3:50 in the morning. It's 3:50 a.m. About to be 4 a.m. Going to London to watch Chelsea slap up Arsenal. For the love of God, do it, Jacko. Don't just say it, Jacko. Do it. Alright? Don't just say it. Do it. And if you don't do it, you're getting timed out the next time I see you on the stream. And that's going to go back for a single. So it's 10 runs off of 22 balls. 3.4 overs to go, but there's probably only going to be about maybe 7, 8 balls left. Sean says, Jacko, watch it on TV as the Chelsea will win so that City can go top. Yeah, back it. Won't help you guys, though. It's the Carabao. Oh, yeah, gosh. I was actually looking at the date, and I was like, oh. Yeah. Again, forgive. It's 3:50 in the morning, mate. I've just had to deal with a biffo in the chat. Jay's got me banned from Jay Paw now. I can't even stay. I I can't go stay in J4 anymore because Jay's a muppet. He's punching on with Shatish. And it's 4 o'clock in the morning, and at least New Zealand turned around though. This is going to make it an interesting game on Sunday. Very interesting game. Hey, where's Bro, who I told to get on New Zealand at the 175 odds? He'd be chirping right now. He'd be chirping. He's going to the Vegas casino. He's getting on the old. He's getting some fun times going to Vague. The old Vague. I don't know if anyone's ever called it a Vague before, but now it is. I'm teaching Shatish banter. Shatish thinks you're a pussy, Jay. Did Mr. 350 get slapped up? Got a little bit of a slap up, Jacko. There was a question where he misunderstood, and it was about, is Travis Head the most informed batter right now? And I said yes, and others said yes, and Shatish said Joe Root and Kane Williamson, and he didn't actually say anything wrong there. But then Jay, like, he said something wrong, like it's incorrect, but like, even though his opinion, but I think he misunderstood the question. And Jay timed him out, and long story short, he wasn't happy. He wasn't happy. And I get it. I understand why he wasn't happy. But also, I'm too tired to acknowledge anything right now. It was good entertainment, though, for the last half hour. Because this game's been dead in the water for a little bit now. Kiwis have won this one for a while. Kiwis will wake up and see the scoreboard. Yeah, they don't really care about cricket. They don't really care about the old cricket in New Zealand. So they'll wake up and go, oh, cool. But they won't care. Dashan says, well, Aussies are always ahead of the time, aren't they? They celebrate New Year's even before than anyone. New Zealand celebrates it before Australia. Fiji also celebrates it before Australia. The first country to celebrate it, I believe, is like Nauru or something like that, maybe? Nauru or Cook Islands or someone? American Samoa? Or maybe just Samoa? I can't remember. 6 runs off of 3 overs. 6 runs in 18 balls. Don't forget, guys, there is a video that comes out tomorrow at 5 p.m. Sydney time talking about what we will be doing this year. It will cover rugby league and cricket, so if you're a cricket fan, do watch it as well. Chuck your notification bell on. On Friday, we've got a 1 breakout player from each NRL club video coming out. On Saturday, I can't remember what we've got coming out, but we have a stream every day from this point onwards this year. Quite literally every day from this point onwards this year will either be a stream, multiple streams, or a video that comes out. And very occasionally will you see a video come out on the same day as a stream, but sometimes it does need to happen. So get ready for a bunch of content, whether it be cricket or rugby league, because today is Kiribati. That's the one, Jacko, Kiribati. I couldn't think of the name of him, but yeah, it is Kiribati. Did you know it's pronounced that way? Or did you think it was pronounced Kiribati? It's actually pronounced Kiribati. Kiribati. Next ball. And that is going to be 2 runs, I would assume, for Phillips. No, just a single. So 5 runs off of 17 balls. Sean says, am I entertainment? I was Googling the other day. Yeah, it is. Kiribati. And the only reason I actually found that out, I taught my mum this because she was adamant it was Kiribati until I told her, was because I went to university in Melbourne and there was a guy called whose name was Arabus, but it was spelled Arobati. It was from Kiribati. It was from there, but his name was spelled Arobati. Alright, y'all. See you in the next stream. Good luck. Appreciate you, Travis. Glad you enjoy. See you in the next game. Sure. You mean sure? I'm telling you the truth. It is how you pronounce it. It's Kiribati. Daryl Mitchell, though, wow. Just wow. Just wow. What an absolutely special way to finish the game, Daryl. Oh my gosh. If there is the biggest fanboy on the planet for Daryl Mitchell, it's me. He hits the 4 with a slippery gypsy damn well ramp over the top there of Harshit Rana. And it's gone for a 4. That's the end of the game. The Kiwis have won by 7 wickets. New Zealand wins by 7 wickets, folks. New Zealand wins by 7 wickets. A spectacular effort. Undermanned. Less experience. Very youthful. Looked down and out after 5 overs. And then pumped home and pretty much did it with ease, mate. They did it with ease. They won by 7 wickets. And had like 15 balls to go. You know, just unbelievable stuff. But guys, I appreciate that you have enjoyed this stream. I hope you enjoyed this stream. It's 4 a.m. for me, so I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to go to sleep. I will see you tomorrow for a video. The next stream we have is on Sunday for this game, where it will be number 3. It's going to be huge. This is New Zealand's highest ever successful run chase in England. No, sorry, in India. Highest successful chases. Opponent India in Rajkot this year. That was their highest.